Correct me if I am wrong. Did you just call me your sis? Asked Susan, acting all chummy while not hiding her playful smile. It feels so awkward. Now that I have said it and Susan has heard it, there is no going back. It would sound better if you add big along with it. Susan was acting coy, but I knew she was trying to tease me for finally giving in to her pester. You know what would sound more appropriate? Sister Big, don't you think? I said as my eyes scanned Susan from head to toe. Susan's cheeks bulged in anger, but soon she reverted to her chummy self, saying, "You are not allowed to tease your big sister." I sighed in surrender to Susan's sunshine attitude, which is good for that smug Frank, as I almost planned on taking up massacring him and his friends and family as my next project. Thanks to Susan, I was no longer enraged enough to go through with it. If not for Susan and her silly antics, I almost forgot my resolution of not repeating the same things I did in my past life. I guess if I had someone like her back in my past life who would force me to enjoy the moment instead of giving in to fear and destroying others so that they will not destroy me first, maybe I would not die feeling lonely even though I had saved the world from the hands of the Voltronian bastard. Right now I was no longer enraged or angry. Instead, I felt clear and level-headed, and also a little stupid for planning on massacring Frank and his friends and family, just because he pestered and tried to blackmail Susan to accompany him for a dinner. An upper management male client asking a female employee to dinner meant that the client's intentions were not moral. But I can't blame him. After all, our Susan is beautiful and few flies are bound to pester her. I cannot just go around killing them all. It will be like throwing stones in mud, which would only spoil my clothes. This incident with gore-bad ingredients was not a bad thing, but a good teachable incident. I learned I cannot just do everything myself. I could if I had the time or my influence, but I had neither the time nor my influence, so the only way I could move forward faster was by making allies. For my ambitions, my ally had to be strong, and among the people I knew only 3 of them met the standards and also be willing to invest in me. Finding an ally worked both ways, and right now I was just a potential stock, so why would Strong be willing to ally with me, who could not provide them anything at present? That is why my list of suitable ally was so short, and they were the Bright Family, Fine Gold Group, or J.K. Elliott. This list was not based on trust or good faith, but pure transaction purpose and benefits because I did not trust either of them, as they were all big snakes who won't hesitate to bite me as long as I let my guard down or it favored themselves. I would not go through this if I had another choice. If I was not indebted to William for the $100 million and the info on dangers in the dark surrounding me, I would have chosen them, but I already owe them too much, and considering my relation with Corey, it would get messy and look like I am misusing her friendship. As for Fine Gold, in a way, they are best partners for momentary use and throw, but for that, I should have considerable power and influence, otherwise I will be just walking right into the tiger's mouth. At last, J.K. Elliott. This one is tricky. He is a generous customer, but wasn't sure if he would make a good partner considering that I was not sure about his intentions for giving me the Dungeon Calamity seat. But according to him, he just wants to be a good friend to me, and also considering the current situation in his family and his influence in his family, he was the weakest of all the 3. It will be a while for me to form my reputation and influence, and until then I will need a big umbrella in the form of an ally to cover me from rain till I grow my reputation and influence to a certain point. Considering my current situation and the strength, Elliot was the best option. He may not be strong as the other 2, but he had enough influence for me to get around till I established my reputation and influence. With him, I will be less on guard of being backstabbed as we both are upstart and need each other's set of skills to go further along the way. Yes, it could only be Elliot, as I was sure he would appreciate a good card creationist on his side. As for the other 2, they have Gold Grimoire holding card creationist on their sides, so they would not appreciate a high school card creationist. But with Elliot, we both required each other's skills, therefore, lessening the chance of me being backstabbed. So without hesitation, I decided on Elliot. Susan, contact Elliot and set up a meet. I think he will be of help in our situation. Recent incidents have made me know that I had to make a mark on this world as soon as possible if I was planning on leaving a peaceful life here. At first it may be a bumpy ride, but once I take care of all the obstacles I will enjoy a smooth, peaceful ride. Right way. Susan beamed at my decision and headed to make arrangements. Though this world is not tight on conservative ideas, people and families still chose to live within moral limits. People like Susan, who hate being Monday morning gossip, try to lead a moral life and do the right thing all the time. It must have been hard for her to even consider that Smuck's offer. Why go to such length for me? I don't know, but if I had to guess, I could only think that she feels indebted to me for her sudden fortune. I knew she earned it herself, but that naive girl did not know that, and still credited her hard work to me, and still works harder to prove herself worthy. Wyatt. Elliot agreed to the meet and said he will be here by 11. He sounded very enthusiastic. Susan was puzzled by Elliot's enthusiasm because he sounded like a child about to meet his idol. Good. Considering Elliot's history of ruthlessly climbing to power in his father's company, I thought it was going to be harder to ally with him without showing enough benefits. But it seems I was wrong. He seems to want to ally with me. Considering the origin card I created for him, his enthusiasm to be on friendly terms with me was not surprising. This is why I chose these three people as a suitable ally in the first place, because they knew of my capabilities and what I had to offer. The other two would not be this enthusiastic if I had gone to them. They would just try to squeeze out the most from me, but Elliot, he appreciates what I had to offer, but I still had to see his attitude towards me, whether he is willing to work with me on equal terms. Date March 23rd, 2321. Time 10:59. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, warehouse number 234. You're early, Mr. Elliot, I said, looking at the beautiful man and woman that just walked into the warehouse. My father always said you can only be late or early, and I chose to be early. Here's a small token of appreciation for our second meeting, Mr. Wyatt. Please accept it, said Elliot as he handed me a small fancy box. I accepted Elliot's gift since I was going to ally with him anyway, and the exchange of gifts is a basic way to establish a relationship. But opening the box, I was surprised and did not know what to say. Mr. Elliot, your gift shows your sincerity, and I will accept it shamelessly. The small fancy box contained a pair of Gorbat earbones and a Gorbat core. For someone of Elliot's status, it was not hard to find out about my current situation, and I was prepared for it. I thought Elliot would use it as leverage, but to my surprise, he used it to prove his sincerity in this alliance. Mr. Wyatt, like I said yesterday, I really want to be your friend, and I did not mean anything by giving you the Dungeon Calamity seed. Elliot sincerely told his thoughts, leaving me with complete power in our relation. By giving me the Gorbat earbones and core, Elliot showed his sincerity and how much he valued being my friend. This was totally out of expectation, as this way Elliot lost all the leverage he had in this alliance because I only decided to ally with him to get my hands on Gorbat earbones and core. Now I had the upper hand as in this alliance because having received what I wanted, it was totally up to me whether to continue with the alliance or just thank Elliot for his generous gift and send him packing. But I knew that the incident with Gorbat earbones and core could happen once, then it can happen again. At that point, if I look for Elliot again, he would not be as willing as now because of the ingratitude he would have experienced. Therefore, alliance with Elliot would not be a one-time thing. I would need his help procuring ingredients that Susan's current status cannot procure, and seeing his sincerity, I would be a fool not to ally with him for now. Mr. Elliot, you have already proven that you meant no harm by giving me the Dungeon Calamity seed by not reporting our private transaction with authorities. And I am happy to be your friend. Elliot paid me with 11 soul jades and a Calamity seed for creating his origin card. According to normal norms of any transaction, 34% of what I earned had to be paid as government tax. In that way, not only would I lose half of my earnings, but everyone would know that I had a Dungeon Calamity seed on me, and gaining me numerous enemies coveting my possessions. Any normal transaction would involve a grimoire for money transfer, and the transaction would automatically get recorded in the respective authorities' database, making it impossible to skip on government taxes. But my transaction with Elliot did not involve grimoire, as Elliot exchanged goods for my services. Normally, this kind of transaction would require all the parties involved in the transaction to manually report to the authorities. In our case, there were only two parties involved. The employee, that is me, and the customer, Elliot. It's not against the law or something on owning a Dungeon Calamity seed, but if they knew I own a Dungeon Calamity seed, they would add me to their watch list and monitor me 24/7. I was not going to rat on myself by trying to be a moral citizen, but it was not the case for Elliot. He could have reported about the transaction to the authorities and claimed to have transferred the ownership of Dungeon Calamity seed to me. but he did not do so, proving that he did not mean any harm to me by giving me the dungeon calamity seed. But this did not stop him from informing the authorities later. That is why I was wary about him, but now seeing he be so amiable and genuinely wanting to be my friend, I decided to ally with him, because now that I had Gorbad Earbone and Core, it was just a matter of time I would create my second origin card using Dungeon Calamity Seed and manually report the private transaction between me and Elliot. Even though I would lose half my wealth, I had to do it not to give Elliot a chance to use it as leverage over me. Haha. Mr. Wyatt, this calls for a celebration. It's too early for liquor now. How about tonight? Let me be the host and invite you to my dinner party in celebration of our new formed friendship. Elliot said enthusiastically. Now that I have prepared all the ingredients for my second origin core and also mutated my soul, enhancing my mental strength, I was confident I would successfully create the origin card I want. Since everything was ready and said, I was planning to get started on the creation of my origin card as soon as Elliot left, and I did not know how long it would take for me to create the card, so when Elliot invited me to the dinner party, I was in a bind, not knowing how to respond. Ever since William warned me about the dangers in the dark conspiring against me, my survival instincts had become stronger, increasing my hunger to grow stronger as soon as possible. Therefore, without the slightest guilt, I rejected Elliot's dinner invitation, trying to sound less rude as possible. Forgive my rudeness, Mr. Elliot. I will take a rain check on your dinner invitation. I mean no offense by this, but now that I have Gorbad Earbones and Core, I have to get back to my work. How about I invite you to a dinner party the day after tomorrow as a celebration of our newfound friendship and as an apology for my rudeness today? I understand, Mr. Wyatt. An enthusiastic card creationist like yourself is a busy man, and I am happy to be of your help. Then let's continue with your plan and meet the day after tomorrow. Elliot looked disappointed, but nodded in understanding. I was relieved that Elliot did not take offense and was understanding, because I hoped to have a lengthy and beneficial relationship with him, and hurting his feelings on the first day was the wrong way to go. While I was about to thank Elliot out of gratitude and send him out, Susan looked for Elliot. Mr. Elliot, if you don't mind, can you tell me how you were able to get your hands on the Gorbad Earbones and Core? Due to the new law, it is near impossible to procure ingredients of Gorbad, even for the rich and powerful. Being involved in sales, this info was gold for Susan. Being unable to procure Gorbad Earbones and Core, she realized an ugly truth that with her current authority and Wyatt's rate of progress, she would soon be of no use to him and be left behind. Realizing that, Susan grew ambitious and sought to gain more power to not delay Wyatt and be left behind. This was one of the main reasons why Susan was considering ongoing a dinner with Frank Lloyd, even though she knew his intention for her was not pure. Miss Susan, you have been looking for the ingredients at the wrong place. The new law was enforced so that the Guild Association will see all the ingredients related to Gorbad to the Card Creationist Association. Even though both of the associations are part of the government, there is still infighting. Guild Association mostly contains adventurers and merchants who like to gain the most profit, so they hoard the ingredients to maintain the supply and demand, making it only available to the rich, as only they can afford it at the price mentioned by the Guild Association. This attitude of the Guild Association seriously affected the balance between rich and power in the Card Creationist Guild. Even though Card Creationist is considered rich, only the people inside know not every card creationist is rich, as each card creationist has a varying successful card creation rate. Here's where the Gorbad ingredients come into the picture, because a Gorbad ability can increase the success rate of card creation by a very large margin. But since the Gorbad ingredients are expensive, card creationists with humble background have to save up for years to buy the Gorbad ingredients, whereas their colleagues with a rich family background get the Gorbad ability card at the get-go thanks to their families, leaving their poor colleagues in the dust. This way, the balance between the rich and poor faction in the Card Creationist Guild broke, which led to the government stepping in and making the new law where all the Gorbad ingredients in the Guild Association will be sold to the Card Creationist Association at base price. As for the Card Creationist Association, it will distribute the Gorbad ingredients among the Card Creationist of the association based on a merit system, tipping the balance to the side of the poor faction, as they are the ones who keep the Card Creationist Guild running. Elliot did not answer Susan, as he did not procure the Gorbad ingredients, but his secretary did, who not only answered Susan's question but narrated the reason for the sudden change in the law. Wow, no wonder. But it is good to know that the government, even though a little corrupt, is still upholding justice and fairness, said Susan. Ha ha, ha ha. Hearing Susan's naive words, I burst out in laughter. Even Elliot and his secretary had a hard maintaining straight face, hearing my laughter in response to Susan's innocent take from infighting between the association. Looking at my uncontrolled laughter and Elliot and his secretary's weird faces, Susan felt like the dumb one in the room and felt embarrassed, but pretty soon her embarrassment turned into anger as with puffed cheeks, she glared at me. This way she only looked more cutier. My stomach hurt from laughing too much, but I did not want to stop to get back at Susan for teasing me earlier for calling her sis. But seeing that we are in company, I stopped as it would be cruel if I continued further and looked like I was belittling Susan in front of others instead of laughing at her innocent words. The government did not step in to uphold justice and fairness, I said, looking at Susan, who was puffed up with anger. As I gave a dramatic pause for a big reveal, Susan impatiently asked, "Then why did the government step in?" I could sense her annoyance at the prolonged laugh earlier. It was justified, as I would also like my friend to have my back in front of the outsiders instead of making me feel dumb. I will make it up to her later. The government stepped in because they are afraid, I said, but Susan did not seem to understand and asked, "Why would the government be afraid of losing equilibrium between the rich and commoners in the Card Creationist Association? 63% of the market's cards are created and supplied by the Card Creationist Association. Who do you think creates these cards? Of course, the card creationists employed by the Card Creationist Association," Susan answered confidently. I shook my head and said, "No. The commoner card creationists employed by the Card Creationist Association do. Do you really think that the stuck-up, snobbish, rich card creationists waste time creating low-level day-to-day and normal cards, which would fetch very little money, but require hard labor? The rich faction considers it beneath them to waste time creating low-level cards because the pocket money given by the families backing them is 10 times what they gain from completing Card Creationist Association missions. And also, thanks to their good arsenal of cards, they have more success rate in card creation, attracting more clients for custom-made cards, which in turn supports their lavish lifestyle and get wealthier. So commoner card creationists are left with no choice but complete Card Creationist Association missions to get by. How does this make the government afraid?" asked Susan, still not understanding where I was headed. "What will you do if the association mall worked you like a donkey and paid pennies in compensation while your colleagues made buttloads just by doing 1/10 or even 1/100th of what you did?" Instead of answering Susan, I questioned her instead. "Find another job where I am appreciated. If the situation is too desperate, I would consider changing my career," answered Susan. That's what the commoner card creationists are doing. If the people who are actually running the Card Creationist Association are deserting it, then all that's left of it is a glorious shell that could crumble any minute. As even if the rich faction work there, but off they cannot supply or meet the demand of 63% of the card market. And considering their predecessors, example, the new generation of commoner card creationists will think twice before joining the Card Creationist Association. But losing the percentage in the card market is not enough to alert the government, as they can earn more in terms of income by tax paid on every card created by the commoner card creationist working for the Card Creationist Association's competitors. The other companies are not supported by the government, so they do not waste resources creating low-level cards with low profits. Instead, they target high-level cards and custom orders. Since now the Card Creationist Guild is not able to supply low-level cards and nobody else is creating low-level cards, there will be a shortage of low-level cards in the market, and the high-level cards will be more available, leading to a decrease in high-level cards' price in the market. This way the market will fall, raising utter chaos, doing significant damage to the economy. And the only way to stop this from happening is to restore the balance between the rich and commoner faction of the Card Creationist Association. Therefore, the government stepped in and made new laws in favor of the commoner faction, which to young and naive minds will seem as upholding justice and fairness, attracting new commoner card creationists to join the Card Creationist Association. Now, do you understand? The government is not being fair or maintaining justice, but just recruiting more slaves to its cause and pleasing the crowd, avoiding an uprising. Susan was silent, hearing the real reason for the government getting off its ass for a change. It's not that Susan is stupid to believe in government, but it is just her nature to trust, because of which her thoughts never went in that direction of reasoning. The atmosphere in the room was depressing and discouraging. This is why people avoid talks of the government, as the waters there were too deep and dark, and people like Susan will easily get lost, unable to see past its darkness. But surprisingly, Susan soon cheered up and said, "Anyway, whatever the reason, they had the government did something good for once. Thanks to that, we do not have to go through an economic crash anytime soon." It seems I had underestimated Susan. I expected her to lash out and defend the government or just complain of its unfairness, but she took the hard and ugly truth that the government does not care about commoners, but just the economy and market pretty nicely and focused on the positive. "Cheers to a stable economy, I guess," said Elliot, easing the atmosphere. "Yes, cheers to a stable economy." I also followed Elliot's lead, and changing the topic I said, "Elliot, what do you know about physique and traits on Grimoire status page?" "Oh, it looks Mr. Wyatt has made breakthroughs in his card creation." I did not know if Elliot was asking me or telling me, but to me, it felt like Elliot was suspecting that I had physique and traits or had come into contact with someone having them. So I made myself clear by sending the saved article Physique, Traits, and Ugly Truth to his grimoire and saying, "I came across this just this morning. Thankful I saved it to read later, as it was deleted by authorities the very next second, making me curious and question its authenticity." Elliot nodded in understanding, but did not believe Wyatt, because something like this does not just pop up and you save it unless you are searching for it. Considering their friendship, Elliot decided not to pray anymore and said, "This is true. Not many in the upper class of the society know this. Even I would not know this if not for one of our clients being one of the secret families. Considering our new relationship, I would like to inform you not to look further into it, and also delete the saved article. One cannot be too cautious. If they knew I was spreading this particular secret, they will kill me and everyone in contact with me over the years without hesitation, just to be safe. I only admitted to the existence of physique and traits because I know lying to you will only make you more curious, and I do not want my new friend to die this early in our friendship. Seems like the secrecy to physique and traits is very important to the government and the secret families, clans, and sect. Debunking the reasoning that they don't want the general public to know because the general public will demand their secret methods. Seeing how much importance the government and the secret families, clans, and sect are giving to hide the physique and traits, I had a feeling that this had a ginormous secret hidden behind it, enough to threaten the government and the secret families, clans, and sect. "So, can any one of you fill me in about this physique and traits you talk about?" said Susan. Hearing Susan, my brows frowned, and I realized what a grave mistake I have made talking about the physique and traits in the presence of Susan. If the government is really non-tolerant about this info leaking as Elliot makes it sound, then I have just put Susan in grave danger. Elliot gave me a look. I don't know what he meant by this look, but I felt like he was telling me to fix it or he will fix it for me. So, emitting Abyssal Bear's intimidating aura, I said, "Elliot, I think you should visit a healer because your eyes seem to be not working properly, or maybe you want me to fix it for you." I did not bother to wait for his response to my threat and added, "Susan is family, and I am very protective of my family, Mr. Elliot. I hope you will not be careless and understand what I am trying to say. Do not worry, Mr. Wyatt. My friend's family is my family. But I hope you know the seriousness of this matter. I just risked my neck and the necks of my family to stop you from seeking death." "Stop it, Wyatt. Mr. Elliot is just being protective of his family, similar to you being protective about me, your family," said Susan, intervening between me and Elliot. Hearing her stress on the last part, black lines formed on my forehead, thinking there I did it again. But Susan wasn't done yet, as she continued saying, "Both your intentions are aligned to growing strong and protecting yourselves and your loved ones, yet why this misunderstanding and mistrust?" Wyatt apologized to Mr. Elliot. "And Mr. Elliot, I have people I care about too and won't like to see them in harm's way. Please be rest assured I will not talk about unnecessary things, as I know what's in the best interest for me and my family." When Susan said the last part, she turned to look at me, as if saying, "I consider you my family too." I ignored Susan's look, as she cannot just say it like that. It had to be said directly to me, and she had to be as embarrassed as I was otherwise. It won't count. I will not let her off that easily. And Susan was right. Elliot's caution was justified. After all, he did risk his neck and his family's necks by admitting the existence of physique and traits just to keep me from stirring the hornet's nest to quench my curiosity. I did owe Elliot an apology. Me threatening him was uncalled for. Mr. Elliot, what happened earlier that was uncalled for, and I assure you that it won't happen again. As friends, we need to be trustful of each other, and my actions earlier were just the opposite of that. So I sincerely apologize and hope this incident does not reflect on our alliances. Mr. Wyatt, please don't worry, I understand where your heart's at, and that is enough, and know this incident will not define our alliance. If anything, I am more enthusiastic about our friendship than before, knowing that we have the same goals to achieve through this alliance. Elliot, same as before, he was still amiable and was a bigger person than me by not taking my rudeness to heart and forgiving me. I was grateful for Elliot understanding and being forgiving and amiable, so I wanted to express my gratitude to him once again, but a rude, sharp voice interrupted me. Amy, is this the place Corey is working at? This place is a total dump. Even our servant quarters are better than this dump. You sure about this? Check again. This is the place, Beth. Wait, I will call Corey to come and receive us. You should have done that earlier. I and the rest turned to see the source of the rude voice, and they were 3 teenagers, to be precise 2 girls and a boy dressed elegantly. Every part of them screamed that they did not belong here and were filthy rich. Susan got up and headed towards the trio to receive them, as judging from their conversation, they seemed to be Corey's friends and are here to visit her. Hello, I am Susan. Corey's friend. Why don't you guys head in as you wait for Corey, said Susan with a professional smile. Liar. You are pretty for a commoner, but Corey would never be friends with someone wearing such a plain and cheap suit. Wait, are those sneakers? Are you wearing sneakers under your office suit? You are definitely lying to us. The girl named Beth shouted exaggeratedly. Susan always wears office suits to work, though they were plain and cheap. They were in line with the current trend, as Susan tried her best to keep them that way. But since Susan no longer had any clients just for today, she boldly decided to be in something more comfortable by wearing sneakers instead of heels under her office suit. After all, she would spend most of the time in the warehouse, and her only client did not seem to care. Hearing Beth, the boy next to her pulled on her sleeves meekly and said, Sister, father has warned you not to be rude to others. Beth glared at her brother and said, Pax, I am not being rude, I am just stating the obvious. How could someone as elegant and brilliant as Corey be friends with a country hick who wears sneakers under office suits? That's just blasphemy against fashion at the highest level. Amy, who was done informing Corey, looked at Beth and said, Beth, you are my twin, though fraternal. How can you be so dumb? How many times do I have to tell you? Sometimes stating the truth bluntly is rude. Though this sister here should be sentenced to first-degree murder for killing the fashion, it would be rude to say it to her face. How many times do I have to remind you of this? Sometimes I think you do it knowingly, just for the fun of it. Liar. Plain and cheap, country hick, blasphemy against fashion at the highest level, sentenced to first-degree murder for killing the fashion. Hearing these comments, Susan was depressed beyond redemption, and her confidence in her appearance had shattered to numerous pieces. She grudgingly complained in her mind, I just wanted to wear something comfortable for a change. I blame my luck. Kids these days are savage than ever. Especially girls, they just know the right buttons to push. Corey, who was in the storage after receiving Amy's call, hurried to the warehouse entrance. After all, she knew her friends the best and did not want them getting into trouble with her new friends. Hi, Beth, Amy, Pax. Corey came to the entrance as soon as possible, but the damage was done. The sunshine bright Susan was no longer there, as the 2 sisters and their brother torpedoed her into a depressed fashion-eating zombie. Asterisk high-pitched scream asterisk. Seeing Corey, the twin sisters screamed in unison with the signature teenage girl high-pitched scream. After a few seconds, they seemed to have calmed down, and looking worriedly at Corey, Amy said, Corey, blink twice if you are kidnapped or being held against your will. Are you sure you are not kidnapped and brainwashed by them? Asked Beth worriedly. You dumbass, if she is brainwashed, then how can we be sure that she is not kidnapped and brainwashed? Said Amy, pointing out the obvious flaw in Beth's question. Sister, father warned not to call people dumb. Reminded Pax by pulling on Amy's sleeve. It's okay to call dumb people dumb. Pax, said Amy, to which Pax asked, Really? Yes. Otherwise, how will they know that they are dumb if we don't tell them? After all, They are too dumb to realize they are dumb," explained Amy. Hearing this, Beth fumed and shouted, "Who are you calling dumb?" Letting out a sigh, Amy shook her head, and looking at her little brother, she said, "See, they don't know unless you tell them." Pax nodded vigorously, and looking at Beth, he said, Sister, you are dumb." Hearing her little brother and twin sister call her dumb, Beth's eyes teared up, and with bulged cheeks, she said, "Amy, just you wait when our father returns. I will tell him that you were calling me dumb and bullying me again." There, Beth. How about I buy you a box of snickerdoodles from Helen's homemade bread on our way home as an apology?" said Amy. Hearing her sister's offer, Beth's bulged cheek eased, and her eyes shined with greed as she asked, "I want 2 boxes of snickerdoodles, and I will not share it with you guys." "Sure." Chubby cough *. Amy agreed and covered the last part with a cough, to which Pax pulled on her sleeve once again and said, "Sister." Amy interrupts him with annoyance. "I know Father has warned me not to call Chubby, Chubby." "I am not chubby. Father said I am healthy," retorted Beth, pretentiously folding her arms on her flat chest. "This has been going on for 20 minutes now." This trio of brother and 2 sisters seemed to get along quite nicely and seemed to have forgotten why they were here and lost in their world. These little *TS. I wanted to send Elliot packing as soon as possible to get to creating my second origin card, but he seemed to have no intention of leaving after seeing the trio that had entered the warehouse and were rudely bickering among themselves. Susan was of no help. They broke her at the very beginning. That poor thing was still trying to collect and put together the broken pieces of what's left of her confidence. As for Corey, she had her handful by repeatedly assuring them that she was not kidnapped or brainwashed, and the reason she is wearing plain attire is because they are comfortable to work in and not because she is being held hostage. Hearing Corey's reason, the trio flipped and had a very hard time acknowledging the change in Corey. At first, they thought that she was abducted and replaced by some aliens, but then they fixated on brainwashing. If I left them to be, who knows when these knuckleheads will leave. Seeing how Elliot showed interest in this trio, and considering that they are Corey's friends, I can be sure of one thing, that their origin and background is distinguished. So I had to be careful how I handle them. Pasting on an amiable smile, I approached them. "Hello, I am Dalton Wyatt." Before I could continue, Amy interrupted me, saying, "Hello, sir, I am Amy Whiteburn. This is my twin sister Beth Whiteburn, and that's my half-brother Pax godson. Corey introduced you to us, and we have visited your online shop too. We are impressed by your work and would like to hire you to create my half-brother's origin card." Hearing their family name, I knew why Elliot did not intend to leave. Listening to their complete names, I further knew that they were the children of the current Whiteburn family patriarch and the heirs of the Whiteburns, who are considered the strongest and the richest family in the Sky Blossom City, while enjoying the most respect in the city. In this world, it is given that the strongest are the richest and the most respected, but what's peculiar about this family is that every individual of the older generation of this family is a force to reckon with. According to the rumors, each of them could single-handedly clear B-rank dungeons. I do not know how much of this rumor is true, but considering they're the strongest family in the city with the lowest family member count compared to other prominent families, I guess there is some truth to this matter. I thought these guys were here to make trouble, or even taunt and bully Corey for choosing to experience life, but seeing them be so approachable, my opinion of them changed. Since they are Whiteburns, they must be generous customers, so I saw no reason to not accept them on their offer. "I hope Corey has already filled you in on my service charges." "Yes, she did, but since we are low on our budget, we can only pay you 3 soul jades. We hope you can take care of the rest," said Amy. "Low budget? You call 3 soul jades low budget, Fu K? Is this what they call second-generation rich?" I saw the trio's expressions. They were not flaunting their wealth in front of me. Instead, they looked worried that I would not be satisfied with the fees they offered. Then I turned to look at Corey. What the hell did she tell these kids? Seeing me look at Corey, the trio thought that I was dissatisfied with the fees they offered, and Amy reluctantly said, 5 soul jades, this is all we have." Hearing them raise their offer, I felt like bullying little children, but what can I do? I have to make the most of what I get, as my business was in the growth stage with very little reputation, borderline negligible. Seeing that they really cannot offer more, I agreed. "Okay, deal, but you will have to come back tomorrow, as I am booked for today. And please leave an advance payment of 1 soul jade for booking your session in advance, so that your session date does not get pushed further." "Why tomorrow? Why not today?" We need it today, said Beth, throwing a tantrum. Look, little girl, this is not your home, so keep it down. I told you earlier, I can't today since I am all booked today. That princess attitude of Beth ticked me off, so I gave her a straight, uncut answer. Beth, shut up. Mr. Wyatt, I apologize on behalf of my sister for her rudeness. But there is truth to what she said. Pax must get his origin card today. Please, is there any way you could accommodate our request? I cannot stress enough how important it is that Pax gets his origin card today. We siblings will be eternally grateful if you entertain our request. Amy glared at Beth to suppress any kind of rebuttal from her and looked at me with pleading eyes. If not for seeing them destroy Susan within mere seconds, I would have fallen for her good girl act. Just when I was about to refuse them resolutely, Elliot intervened and said, Mr. Wyatt, I know you are a very busy person, but these siblings need your assistance today, as their matter cannot wait till tomorrow. If tomorrow they may no longer require your service. I knew Elliot was interested in the siblings, but to think he would go out of his way to help them, it seems he valued them, not for their background, because they should not have enough power in their family considering their age. It must be because he planned and found them worthy of his friendship. And what did he mean by tomorrow they may not require my service? Is it supposed to be a threat or a fact that I don't know about? But I wanted to create my second origin card today and finally feel a little secure. Being powerless, I am on the edge and lash out at the first sight of potential trouble. If you are powerful, you won't care about every dog that barks at you. But if you are weak, you keep worrying about which one of the barking dogs will finally bare its teeth at you and end up throwing stones at the dogs to make sure they don't bite and know their place. It's because I am powerless and feel insecure. I end up going on offense at the first sight of any trouble, which is making it hard for me to get along with people and make friends. As I was about to ask Elliot what he meant by saying, the siblings may not require my service by tomorrow. I am sorry, this gentleman hurry is, asked Amy. Allow me to introduce my Miss Whitebun. I am J.K. Elliot, a friend of your elder sister Les. Elliot introduced himself. How dare you call our elder sister with such an endearing name? That's Eliza Whitebun for you to call, not Liz or Eliza, shouted Beth. Before she could cause any more damage, Amy literally closed Beth's mouth with her hands. I am sorry, my sister has not been out of the house much and lacks basic social etiquette. Please forgive her rudeness. Amy finally knew the meaning of Eastern slang pig teammate and hoped that she had devoured her stupid twin in their mother's womb. It's okay, said Elliot. Considering they were his friend's siblings, he could not get angry at them for petty things. Mr. Wyatt, let me explain to you why our brother needs to create his origin card today, then it's up to you whether you help us or not, said Amy. I agreed to listen to her reason out of consideration for Corey and Elliot. No matter how much I wanted to create my second origin card, I could not flatly refuse these siblings. After all, they were recommended by Corey and Elliot. Eliza Whitebun the young, yet to be the matriarch of the Whitebun family, was conspired against and is stuck in an A-rank dungeon. Hearing this news, the current patriarch and the father of these siblings, Jack Whitebun, hurried to her rescue with his trusted subordinates. The competition for the head of the family is cutthroat in the Whitebun family. So much so that Jack's elder brother was one of the most likely suspects for conspiracy against the future head of the family, Eliza Whitebun. Due to lack of evidence and not having enough time on his hand, Jack could only hurry to rescue his daughter, leaving the rest of his children to fend for themselves. He did leave enough subordinates for their protection against any possible assassination or abduction, but these subordinates were useless if the ill-intentioned relatives came at them directly using family law. One of the siblings' elder cousins haunted Beth. Beth being Beth fell right into their schemes. One thing leads to another, and somehow Pax ended up with a life and death challenge with the said elder cousin dated tomorrow. The siblings don't know which one of them was their cousin's intended target, but now it did not matter as they had to accept the challenge or be disowned by the family. Unlike other families, the Whitebun family did not mind infighting. They supported it. They followed the perfect creed of jungle law in their family. To climb to the patriarch of the family, Jack himself had to step on the corpses of his cousins. Similarly, Eliza had to step on her generation Whitebuns to be considered as the young heir of the Whitebun family. This wild and untamed nature of the Whitebun family made them the strongest family of the Sky Blossom City, even though they were less in number. If it were normal times, the sibling would not even consider Wyatt as one of their options as a card creationist to create their brother's origin card, But right now it was a desperate time, and they are surrounded by all the sides. Their every action is being monitored. Any card creationist they contacted refused them, giving silly excuses. The siblings soon realized that nobody wanted to get involved in the inner conflict of the Whitebin family. Desperate, the siblings called their friends for help, but none of them came to their help as the families behind them strictly warned them from getting involved or helping out the siblings. So at last, they called one of Beth's pretentious friends, Corey, who agreed to introduce them to a good and trustworthy card creationist. The siblings were delighted, but only to have their hopes crushed seeing whom Corey introduced. It was a card creationist who was still in high school. They thought Corey would introduce them to her family gold card creationist, or at the least a well-known silver card creationist, but not a card creationist who was still in high school. The siblings were angry with Corey until they finally visited the online shop and read the listed clients and fees charged by the said card creationist. Specifically, the name Jaya Keith caught their attention. Anyone born and raised in Sky Blossom City knew her, and her personality. To think that stuck-up B*TCH got her origin card created by a high schooler. They knew things were not as they seemed, and there may be more to this high school card creationist. Finally, they laid eyes on Susan's origin card info. Other than her, rest of the clients had chosen to hide their card info. But Susan's card info was enough for the siblings to change their mind about the card creationist introduced by Corey, not because they trusted the capabilities of the high schooler as a card creationist, but the liquid armor origin card recipe of the high school card creationist was a perfect fit for their brother's fated ingredient. Hearing Amy explain their situation, I understood that for sure these siblings will not require my card creationist services as of tomorrow, because a dead man doesn't require an origin card, but a coffin or a jar if his siblings chose to burn his remains, that is if the enemy is gracious enough to have left any. 5 soul jades was a big sum, enough to change my mind, but good. Seeing your predicament, I think my other appointments can wait. I do pity your situation, but after all, I am running a small business, and you will have to compensate for all the loss I suffer by canceling all my sessions for you today. It won't cost you much, just 1 soul jade, bringing your total to 6 soul jades. Pay the bill up front, no discounts, no loans, and no refund. Thank you, Sir Wyatt, but 5 soul jade is all we have on us right now. I know we have already asked too much from you, but please show us a way around this. Amy never in her dreams thought that one day she, the heir to the city's richest family, would have such a time when she had to beg for a discount or a loan. The siblings together have around $75 million in their grimoire, but that is not enough to replace a soul jade. If not for Beth being lazy and not using this week's resources for cultivating her active soul control, they wouldn't even have the 5 soul jades that they promised to pay us a service fee. Nope, I understand, but rules are rules. I am running a business here. I really cannot do much when it comes to rules. 5 soul jades is a large sum, but it is of no use if I am not alive to use it. Creating my second origin card takes priority. And helping these siblings means becoming an enemy in the eyes of their rival. Since the strongest and wealthiest card creationists of the city did not dare to help these siblings, I, a current nobody, clearly would be out of my mind to play their savior. As if this dump would earn a soul jade for a day, Beth said in a low and indistinct voice. My sharp ears clearly heard the words she murmured, but I chose to ignore those words. Corey, who was silent and acted as a bystander till now, suddenly spoke. Amy, I have a few soul jades on me right now. I will lend them to you. You can pay me back later. Amy looked at Corey with deep gratitude. The friend she trusted fled at the first sign of trouble, but her sister's snobbish friend was the one to help them out. It seems she was not a good judge of people as she thought. Thank you, Corey. My sister found a good friend for herself. Unlike my friends who talk a big game about camaraderie, but thank you again. Corey's face was red with shame as she knew if it was a week ago, she may have also acted like Amy's other friends, if not for the sudden change in her thanks to her relief origin card. Soon Corey took out a bag of soul jades and handed them to Amy. Looking inside, Amy shouted in shock. 97 soul jades. This too much. I cannot take this. At last the calm and collective Amy finally showed an expression fitting her age. Seeing Amy's reaction, Corey hurriedly said, No, it's not a big deal. Uncle Jack and Big Sis Liz are away. You guys are all alone and will need a certain amount of capital to use. Return the soul jades once everything is taken care of. Looks like the rumors are true. The two heads of the Bright family love and spoil their granddaughter the most. That amount is enough to buy a low-level F-rank dungeon," said Elliot, looking at Corey. It was not a surprise that Elliot knew who Corey was. After all, he must have done a thorough background check of me and the people surrounding me. I knew Corey hailed from the Bright family and was beloved to William and his wife, but I never thought they would just let her walk around with that much wealth. *T. Corey is the embodiment of the term rich woman. These 97 soul jades change things right now in my eyes. The three siblings look like three little piggy banks. Yes, my eyes were muddled enough for me to consider playing savior for this innocent and rich trio of siblings. The same was true for the siblings. To them, Wyatt's gaze felt like a greedy big bad wolf was eyeing them. "Here's 6 soul jades. Hope Mr. Wyatt will keep his promise," said Amy. She had already sensed that the high school card creationist was finding reasons to reject them, as he could not directly reject them out of consideration for Corey and Elliot. Thankfully, Corey lent a hand in time. "Not so fast, young lady. Why don't you listen to what I have to say, then consider your next course of action?" Amy had 102 soul jades on her after receiving a loan from Corey. Now how could I possibly be satisfied with just 6 soul jades? Since it has come to this, the creation of my second origin card can only be postponed, and if I am going to risk my life helping these siblings, I might as well do it for a fortune, and 102 soul jades sound the right amount. "What? Are you going back on your promise? Didn't you just take big saying rules are rules, and all that *T? Why you?" Beth lashed, but before she did some damage, Amy shouted, "Beth, shut up for his sake here. I have sent you some money. Why don't you buy yourself something pretty?" "Amy, are you trying to get rid of me? $15 million. Enough for me to buy a new limited edition E-rank wild princess armor." "Corey, you are a sales representative, right? Follow me. You are about to get a huge commission." Saying that, Beth left, dragging Corey along with her. "I am sorry for the interruption, Mr. Wait, you sang." Amy apologized for her pompous twin sister. "Never mind. Before we begin, can you show me your brother's fated ingredient? It would be helpful if I knew what I was working with," I said. Amy nodded in understanding and singled Pax to show his fated ingredient. Pax removed the pendant around his neck and handed it to me. The pendant was made from variant black steel alloy. Apart from the black chain, the pendant was in the shape of the idol of what looked like an angel. Michelangelo. I did not think that the descendant of the atheist Whitebun would be a believer. Elliot recognized the pendant with a single glance. And Whitebuns are brutes who only believe in their fists, not some demigod. "It is my mom's. This is the only thing I have left of her," said Pax. He found his after ingredient the very day he contracted his silver grimoire, but he could not bring himself to use the last memory of his mother. If not the situation were dire right now, he would not have considered losing the last memory of his mother. Why is this guy holding guns in both hands? Why does an ancient angel equip dual guns instead of a sword or a spear? Aren't hot weapons too modern for an angel? I said. "Angel, you are mistaken. He is not an angel, but a demigod, as dubbed the godly marksman, and one of the founders of the current civilization. Please refrain from saying such controversial words. They can get you into deep trouble. If you don't know, you better not speak. If some of the demigod's true believers were to hear you, they would punish you at the cost of their life," warned Elliot. This was the second time I had heard anyone mention a demigod. I was curious, but I will have to wait for a better time and place to inquire about this, as it seems to be a bit of a taboo to carelessly speak a demigod's name. Okay, moving on. This pendant is made of variant black steel alloy, so it can be used to create a liquid armor similar to Susan's as per your wish, but let me tell you, there are different tiers to my service. Susan's armor creation cost was under $1 million and is the most basic variant of the armor I can design for you at the price of 6 soul jades, and it is tier 1 of my service. But if you are willing to pay 15 soul jades for tier 2, I can design a better version of armor for your brother. But if you are willing to go all out and pay me 101 soul jades, I will not only give tier 3 privileged service, but also add tier 1 and tier 2 to it. Take your time and choose wisely. What I proposed to Amy was a total gibberish I concocted on the spot. Right now, all I wanted was to get my hands on the 100+ soul jade in Amy's possession. Though some of it will be used to buy ingredients and pay taxes, I would be left with enough to not worry about money for a period. If it was anyone else, they could not look past the heft charges and would have already left, but not Amy Whitebun. Her family spent more than 100 soul jades monthly just to train her. Though she was currently short on cash, this amount was still not enough to cloud her judgment. Amy was already risking it by trusting her brother's life to a high school card creationist, but with her family monitoring her every movement, she had no other choice but to double down on her bet. If it was just the matter of the life of her brother, they could just choose to forfeit the death match. Even though the family has disowned Pax, it did not stop her or get sisters and father from helping Pax out. But this involved their father's life's work as his children. It is their duty to protect it. She knew her father would not blame them if they chose otherwise, maybe even be happy, but what kind of children would they be if they can't even protect their father's honor? Resolving her will, Amy looked at the high school card creationist and asked, why is there such a huge gap of price between the third tier and the second tier? Second tier armor only requires few hundred kgs of black steel alloy refining. That amount I can handle, but the third tier armor requires few tons of black steel alloy refining it, and transferring the soul pathway will be an impossible feat within a day, but it would be a different story if the black steel alloys are already refined into the card. But ingredient cards are costlier than the ingredients themselves, and I require tons of them, hence the sharp price rise. I explained patiently. Amy nodded in understanding and asked Dell, will the new armor have the same ability as Miss Susan's armor? No. The abilities will be better than Susan's armor. While creating Susan's card, my card creation ability was restricted by a small budget. Even though 100 plus soul jade is not enough for me to go all out, but it is enough to meet your expectations for the money you will be spending, I said confidently, but Amy rubbed off my confidence as bragging, but still nodded. Wait. Wyatt, tons of black steel alloy cards. I cannot get them in a short time. It will require at least a month after following the proper procedure to order that amount of ingredient cards. Susan had finally regained her calm and explained her concern. Don't worry, Miss Susan. I have few contacts who would help you regarding this situation, though it will cost more. After all, this is a rushed order, said Elliot, and signaled his secretary to help Susan. Hearing it will cost more money to acquire the ingredients, I was not happy because it meant my gross profit will decrease by a sharp margin. My brows frowned, and I started to consider whether to replace other ingredients with cheaper ingredients to meet desired gross profit. Just kidding. Doing that meant betraying my profession as a card creationist. A person who takes pride in my work, I could never do that. Since the deal is already made, I will try my best to meet the customer's requirements, even if it meant losing money from my pocket. Seeing me contemplate, Amy got worried and hurriedly said, Mr. Wyatt, please don't worry about the cost of the ingredients. If the card created is of satisfactory standards, I promise on the honor of the Whitebin family that you will be rewarded handsomely. Please ease your mind and give it your best. I was not surprised by Amy's words. After all, her first impression of me was that of a greedy card creationist. I did not care what she thought of me, but it was motivating to know that there are extra rewards for performing well. I just smiled and nodded at Amy's proposal and sent the list of ingredients to Susan. Seeing the ingredient list, Susan gaped in astonishment and said, Wyatt, all these ingredients are rare and hard to procure in a short time. Some of them are even restricted ingredients. Miss Susan, I know it's not my place, but since time is of the essence, I risk being rude and kindly ask you to share the list with my secretary. Whatever you are unable to procure at Guild Association Mall, she will try to get them through my contacts. Elliot considered Eliza Whitebourne a good friend, as she was one of those who respected him for his powers instead of pitying and underestimating him for his genetic disease. For someone who yearned for recognition his whole life, Eliza's acknowledgement meant a lot to him. If this acknowledgement were from somebody normal in status and average in appearance, it would not have meant that much, but being acknowledged by the future head of the Whitebin family and world-class beauty meant the world for Elliot and made him want to struggle harder from ill clutches of destiny. Therefore, when opportunity provided itself for him to help his friend, Elliot did not hesitate. No, Mr. Elliot, don't say that. I should thank you instead for helping me. I think it will be a wonderful opportunity for me to follow Ms. Karen. I bet I can learn a lot from her. Susan was disappointed in herself. First, the teenagers mocked her for her appearance and attire. Now it turns out the career for which she gave less importance to her outer beauty and health. She was lacking at it. Susan's confidence took a huge hit, but she did not allow herself to drown in self-pity, but decided to follow Karen and learn what she lacks from her. So Susan did not hesitate and sent the ingredient list to Karen and then followed her lead. Soon the list of ingredients was circulated to Elliot and Amy. WTF are you building? You do remember you were asked to build armor, not a freaking black steel castle. Elliot asked in surprise and astonishment. Even Amy looked at me with a doubtful gaze. Feeling her doubt, I assured her by saying, "Do not worry, you will get your money's worth. Black steel card X 60 tons. High spit firestones X 10K. E-rank metal tooth slime essence card X 60K. E-rank metal tooth slime core card X 60K. F-rank black iron bug essence card X 128K. F-rank black iron bug core card X 128K. E-rank high wood wisp core card X 10K. Unique grade core X1. C-rank soul reactor X9. C-rank artificial beast wool X1. C-rank elder giant core X1. C-rank elder giant heart X1. Pax godson for a 16-year-old. He is already a card scholar with 29% active soul control and contracted a silver grimoire on his first try. He was the perfect example of what proper guidance and unlimited wealth and resources can achieve. While the rest of the people are still struggling to contract a bronze grimoire at his age, he was preparing to break through to card soldier, which most card apprentices fail to achieve in their entire life. Pax is just a descendant of a lesser family in Sky Blossom City and achieved these results. Then what about the descendants of big families in the capital and the secret clans, families and sect? They must be monsters compared to Pax in everything, be it in talent or strength. It was becoming clear to me that be it personal strength or reputation, I was very lacking, and I would be a fool to think that I could compete with these big families and secret clans alone. No matter how many good cards I create, or even copyright huge amount of card recipe, in the end, I will still not be a match to the cumulative strength of these big and secret clans, families, and sect. Realizing this, I understood the importance of creating my second origin card. This card had to be perfect. The plan I had for it made it perfect, but every time I think this should be enough, the reality would always slap me hard on the face, just like today, where I understood that individual power would be very lacking compared to the accumulative power of an organization. There are many races with better physique, strength, bloodline, genes, and traits given to them by birth compared to a human, but still to date humans were able to survive because what the humans lack in natural gifts made up with their numbers and accumulated strength over the years. This is why humans have always been able to be on the top of the food chain, even though there are a lot of stronger creatures in the world. This theory has been proven by brave humans time and again. I was also human, and I will not make the same mistake as the other creatures. Alone, I was bound to fail sooner or later. Black steel ore is $1,000 per kilogram, but when it is converted to a card, then a kg of black steel costs $10,000. Since I was buying 60 tons, each card contained a ton of black steel, but the price remained the same. High spit firestone costs near $20,000, but a high spit firestone card costs $200,000. High spit firestone card came with an inbuilt industry-grade furnace. This furnace is mostly used by Card Creationist Association for special kind of card labs that are meant only for smelting soul pathways and creating item cards. Each vial of E-rank metal tooth slime essence costs $10,000 per vial, which is not cost-efficient to be turned into a card, as no one will be willing to pay 10 times the price except for the card creationist guilds and other companies which create cards in bulk in limited time. Therefore, 1,000 vials of E-rank metal tooth slime essence is turned into a card, and the cost of each vial increases to $100,000. E-rank metal tooth slime core costs around $10,000, but when a single core is converted to a card, its price rises to $100,000. A single vial of F-rank black iron bug essence costs $1,000, similar to the E-rank metal tooth slime essence. It is not cost-effective to turn a single vial of F-rank black iron bug essence into the card. Therefore, the 1,000 vials of F-rank black iron bug essence used to turn into a card, and its cost increases to $10,000 per vial. F-rank black iron bug core costs $1,000 per core, and when converted to a card, its cost rises to $10,000. E-rank high wood wisp core costs $10,000 per core, but when converted to a card, each E-rank high wood wisp core costs $100,000. Black steel card X 60 tons, $600 million. High spit firestones card X 10K, $2 billion. E-Rank Metal Tooth Slime Essence Card X 60K, $6 billion. E-Rank Metal Tooth Slime Core Card X 60K, $6 billion. F-Rank Black Iron Bug Essence Card X 128K, $1.2 billion. F-Rank Black Iron Bug Core Card X 128K, $1.2 billion. E-Rank Highwood Wisp Core Card X 10K, $10 billion. Unique Grade Core X1, $125,000. C-Rank Soul Reactor X9, $54 million. C-Rank Artificial Beast Wool X1, $8 million. C-Rank Elder Giant Core X1, $14.5 million. C-Rank Elder Giant Heart X1, $9.8 million. Total cost, $27,086,425,000. 91 Soul Jades. F***CK. I shouted seeing the bill. After paying for the ingredients, my gross profit was just 10 Soul Jades, of which 34% will be paid as tax, and leaving me with 6 Soul Jades and some change in cash. Since it was a huge order, the bill was settled using Soul Jades. Each Soul Jade was exchanged at $300 million. Thankfully, it was a black market, and we're willing to exchange at the black market exchange rate. Otherwise, each Soul Jade would be sold for $100 million at another legal outlet, and we would not have been able to buy all the required ingredients, let alone my cut of the profit. Hearing me curse, Amy once again tried to reassure me by saying, "Mr. Wyatt, please do not worry about your fees. I promise when our family conflicts are resolved and the situation gets better, I will personally pay you 101 Soul Jades as a fee. Please be rest assured and give it your all creating this card. You better keep your word." Heck, I don't care anymore. I'll blame my luck. Susan, make use of the rest of the Soul Jades to purchase C-Rank Black Steel F16 alloy. At first, if I knew that the ingredients were going to cost me nearly 10 times their original price margin and I would barely make any profits, I would not have even considered taking on this project. But now, I was invested in the project. I am not talking about my agreement to create Pax's origin card, but my effort in designing the card fit for Pax's origin card. I had all these ideas and plans for the origin card right now in mind. I invested my interest into this card's creation, more like hooked to this new card's creation. I wanted to see this card come alive and achieve all the parameters I had in planning this card. I was no longer doing this to make profits, but to see the idea I have in mind come alive. Therefore, I did not mind if I had to dip into my profits or pay from my pocket for me to create this card and make it a success. My words brought a huge surprise to Susan, Elliot, Karen, Amy, and Pax. They all thought that all I cared about was making profits. I did not blame them. After all, I did only care about profits at the beginning. I only cared about how to get my hands on the siblings' 102 Soul Jades. But now not only am I not making any huge profits, but also using up all my profit to buy the required ingredients. My move brought them a huge shock as they thought I would bail, seeing that I barely made any profits, but they never expected me to forget about profits for once and focus on card creation. But all their surprise did not last long as I sent out a contract to Amy, Susan, and Elliot's grimoire. "Miss Amy, please sign the contract so I can proceed with card creation. Since the huge sum of Soul Jade is involved, Susan and Elliot, please be the witness to the contract that Amy has accepted and signed the contract of her own free will." The contract stated that Amy Whitebourne owed me 102 Soul Jades for the creation of Pax's origin card, while Susan and Elliot were witnesses just as a formality, as it was a huge transaction. 10 Soul Jades is a huge sum of money, but not enough to compensate for the card I am about to create for Pax. I had to refine and transfer soul pathways of tons of black steel, thousands of cores and essence, all that, and create a just under a day. F***CK. If not for my recent breakthrough and mutated soul and its second mental strength, which is similar to AI, I would not have the confidence to take up such a huge project. I accepted this project considering I would stand to make 40 to 50 Soul Jades in gross profit, but buying the ingredients in the black market was much more pricey than I expected. Since I cannot just give up the card creation at this point, not that I wanted to, but just because I want to fulfill my curiosity, I couldn't just take a loss. Hence the contract. I did not gain to make immediate profits, but I would make a huge profit once Whitebins pay me. Amy did not know what I was about to create with this many resources, but I did promise her a higher version of Susan's origin card, and seeing me fully invested in the creation of Pax's card, Amy signed the contract without hesitation. If it takes an extra 102 soul jades to make sure that Pax's origin card creation was a success, she did not care. 102 soul jades were a huge number, but it is nothing compared to her brother's future and her father's honor. Wyatt, you want C-rank black steel F16 alloy cards, or just the alloy is fine? Asked Susan since I was not clear about it earlier. Alloy will be fine. These ores are not going to be used in the card creation process. They have another purpose you will see, just have them lined up near the warehouse. 10 soul jades worth C-rank black steel F16 alloy would be about 60 tons, which cannot be stored in Susan's small warehouse, so it could only be kept in the containers they came in. It would not be a problem on Guild Association Mall's side, as once the card creation is complete those, or will also be used by tomorrow. Good. I will make the arrangements. Susan answered and headed out. Following Karen, Susan had made her very own connections in the black market and no longer needed Karen's assistance. At first, Susan's connection was only limited to the Association Mall, but now thanks to Karen's guidance her connections have not only branched out in the black market, but some big-time suppliers, giving Susan a huge confidence boost in her abilities. And outside connections were only a small part of what she learned from following Karen's lead. After making all the arrangements, I and Pax headed into the card lab, where thousands of ingredient cards were stacked on each other with each ingredient placed individually. There was barely any room for me to move without having to worry that I would crash a stack of ingredient cards, leading to a domino effect. Finding a spacious place to occupy, I initiated a party with Pax and began with the card creation process. My plan was simply to let my second mental strength do all the grunt work while I worked on all the important and creative stuff. I had programmed my second consciousness similar to a world-class artificial intelligence back on planet Earth. It could do all the heavy lifting like refining and transferring millions of soul pathways without a complaint, but when it came to designing the artificial beast will, weapon system, power system, and other necessary systems to make this card a true success, I would have to step in. So even though my automated second consciousness did all the heavy lifting, I was not free to rest, but I had my hands full with the core part of the card. Baptism, in this world, is a phenomenon that occurs when a person steps into a higher realm. Baptism increases a person's aptitude in soul energy control. Control of soul energy is directly related to one's gathering more soul energy to culture active soul control. Baptism's effect on a person's aptitude in soul energy control is limited to the said person's inborn aptitude in soul energy control. For example, a common person is born with an aptitude of 2 in soul energy control. When he ascends from the card mortal realm to the card student realm, he undergoes a baptism, due to which his aptitude in soul energy control is doubled, so that the common person's aptitude in soul energy control becomes 4. Similarly, a card apprentice talent can have his/her aptitude in soul energy control anywhere from 4 to 10, which after undergoing the first baptism doubles to anywhere near 8 to 20. Talent division based on the card apprentice's aptitude in soul energy control. 0 aptitude, mortal grade talent. 2 aptitude, common grade talent. 4 aptitude, uncommon grade talent. 6 aptitude, rare grade talent. 8 aptitude, legend grade talent. 10 aptitude, mythic grade talent. Mortal grade talent, for obvious reasons, is never able to contract a bronze grade or higher grimoire, and destined to never become a card apprentice, as they are never able to achieve 10% active control to be deemed as card apprentice. But over the years, research on grimoires have yielded my fruition results. One of these results is the Iron Grimoire, which works on the principles of using a core as a battery to power the Iron Grimoires, so that any mortal can use the Iron Grimoire without worrying of lack of soul energy. With every baptism, the card apprentice's soul control aptitude doubles. Higher the soul control aptitude is, the easier for the card apprentice to break through to the higher realm. Most people consider baptism unfair because this makes the hard work of a card apprentice redundant, as with every baptism talented people get more talented while the average talents become more average. This way, no matter how hard a common talent works or struggles, he would not be able to break through the shackle of his subpar talent, because it will always be dragging him down. With every baptism, the gap between each talent will only get bigger and bigger, because of which talented people will break through higher realm faster, while the average talent is bound to be stuck at a lower realm for the rest of their life, as no amount of hard work would make up for the gap in the talent. This is unfair, but thankfully talents can be born anywhere. Be it a rich household or a poor household, any one of these households can give birth to a child with a high aptitude for soul control. This way the baptism is not biased to rich or poor. There is another perk to baptism that can enhance the origin cards of the card apprentice. This perk differentiates between humble household talents and rich household talents, even though the talents of both the households are high level. But the humble talent cannot afford a good origin card, while the rich talent can easily have an overpowered origin card, which would only get more overpowered with every baptism. This way the rich talent will grow stronger and stronger compared to the humble talent, whose origin card, even though is enhanced with every baptism, it would only be as strong as the base origin card used. Baptism not only affects a card apprentice's aptitude for soul control and origin card enhancement, but also the physique and traits of a card apprentice. The information on the physique and the traits are near to none, but this information I knew only after I broke through to the card scholar realm from the card student realm. Baptism's effect on the card apprentice's physique and traits is similar to its effect on the origin card. This way, stronger the physique and traits of a card apprentice are, the greater the benefits the card apprentice can gain through baptism. The greater a card apprentice's talent, origin card, physique, and traits, the greater the benefits he/she will receive with every baptism they undergo. This makes it impossible for an average card apprentice to ever be able to stand on the same standings as a talented card apprentice. This is also the reason why the government cannot do anything to existences like secret clans, secret families, or sects. The government may assemble a huge number of average card apprentices to fight for it, but every card apprentice of the secret clans, families, or sects is so strong that they can easily wipe out a huge number of average card apprentices. Even the huge numbers of card apprentices are not enough to bridge the gap in strength caused by the baptism. Thankfully, because of Mama Wyatt's forbidden technique, young Wyatt's body's aptitude was somewhere between uncommon and rare grade talent, near to rare grade talent. This talent for the current me was satisfying, considering I would not be able to contract a silver grade grimoire if not for the forbidden technique used by Mama Wyatt, and also as legend and mythic grade talents are just legend and myth never seen. But there are always rumors that the secret families, clans, and sects have descendants with legend and mythic grade talents, especially the descendants of the demigods. For now, all that is just baseless rumors, as these people never appeared in the average population and are holed up in whatever secret place their predecessors built for them. This talent grade also plays a huge role in the card apprentice being able to contract higher grade grimoire. A common talent can only contract grimoire according to their current realm. That is, a common talent card student can only contract a bronze grimoire for him. To contract a higher grimoire, they have to reach the corresponding realm. An uncommon talent card student can try to contract a silver grimoire instead of a bronze one, but it will still be difficult for him to jump realms and contract a higher grade grimoire unless they achieve a higher or the corresponding realm. A rare talent card student can try to contract up to gold grimoire. She can easily contract a silver grade grimoire jumping realms, but contracting a gold will still be difficult for him to jump realms and contract a higher grade grimoire unless they achieve a higher or the corresponding realm. A legend talent card student can directly try to contract up to platinum grimoire. She can easily contract a silver and gold grade grimoire jumping realms, but contracting platinum grade grimoire will still be difficult for him to jump realms and contract a higher grade grimoire unless they achieve a higher or the corresponding realm. A mythic talent card student can directly try to contract a diamond grimoire. She can easily contract silver, gold, and platinum grade grimoire jumping realms, but contracting diamond grade grimoire will still be difficult for him to jump realms and contract a higher grade grimoire unless they achieve a higher or the corresponding realm. Since there has been no news of someone contracting gold or higher grade grimoire at the card student realm, I guess rare talent is the current apex. But considering that not everyone is rich or fortunate enough to get to contract a higher grade grimoire, we never know. Maybe there are high grade talents in the common populace, but they never got a chance to find out. There are also conspiracy theories floating around that once the high-grade talents are born, they are directly kidnapped from the hospital crib by the government or any other secret organization to train them only to their organization. Considering that the conspiracy about physique and traits were true, I am pretty sure that this theory also holds some truth with governments and other secret organizations' background along with their years of research and knowledge. It wouldn't be a surprise if they had a way to determine the talents of babies after birth. When I first mutated my soul, it was still very rough and hard for me to get used to, especially considering how I had to erase the wisdom of my second consciousness and program it to be AI, so that I do not have to share my body with another will. Even though soul mutation split my mental strength into two and gave it a huge boost, still I had a hard time getting used to it because my body was meant for only one consciousness and one mental strength. Thanks to baptism, not only did my mutated soul get enhanced, but my body also became completely compatible with my new mutated soul and also made sure that the AI I had programmed in my second consciousness gained wisdom and became the will of my second consciousness. This way, the world-class AI I programmed in my second consciousness had enhanced, and its capabilities had outgrown that of a mere program. But no matter how much wisdom and sophistication had the AI gained, its base program was to be a slave to my first consciousness, and thanks to baptism, this program had become absolute. This way, I found a way how I would be able to cultivate higher grades of mutated souls. Thanks to the baptism I underwent after climbing to the card scholar realm, my body had adapted to the mutated soul energy and two consciousness along with the split in my mental strength. It was as if I was born with a mutated soul, and it all felt so natural. If not for my fortunate increase in my strength, it would not have been possible for me to reach for such a big project. While my AI consciousness was busy transferring the soul pathways of all the ingredients into the origin core, I was busy analyzing the C-rank Elder Giant core. C-rank Elder Giant is the evolved form of D-rank Giant. The most visible difference between a D-rank Giant and a C-rank Elder Giant is their height. D-rank Giant's height ranges anywhere between 9 meters to 13 meters, whereas a C-rank Elder Giant's height ranges anywhere between 18 meters to 22 meters. Though Giants are only graded in uncommon rank due to their natural advantage of enormous humanoid body and tremendous strength, their threat level is classified in rare rank. After analyzing the C-rank Elder Giant core, I transferred the required soul pathways to the origin core. Then I took the C-rank Elder Giant heart card. Thankfully, to preserve the heart, the seller had already turned the heart into a card for free of cost instead of charging it 10 times the original price. The Elder Giant being a humanoid creature, it had a 4-chambered heart. In each of these 4 chambers, I was going to use to place a soul power reactor to form a quad reactor for the power system of the card. Though the Elder Giant's heart is organic, but enhancing it with high wood wisp and black iron bug essence, it can be turned into a mechanical heart with a quad power reactor, which would be perfect for a large power system. By now, my AI consciousness had already transferred the soul pathway of 60 tons of black steel and began transferring the black iron bug essence and the rest of the ingredients. Now, I was going to divide the 60 tons of black steel into 2 parts, and then combine them to form a black steel alloy. This way, the amount of the black steel alloy would remain the same as black steel, but its weight will be reduced by 2/3. Black steel alloy not only weighs less, but is also more tensile and ductile than black steel. I did not do the same with Susan's armor because of 3 reasons. First, I only learned of this alloy while reading Golem Creation. Second, even if I had known, I was right on budget. Third, Susan's armor was a normal human-size armor, so normal black steel strength was more than enough. By the time I was done with turning all the black steel into black steel alloy, my AI consciousness had already transferred the soul pathways of black iron bug core, black iron bug essence, metal tooth slime essence, metal tooth slime core, and high wood wisp core. It was not surprising that my AI consciousness was more efficient and faster than myself. After all, it was designed after world-class super AI and baptized, which a human such as myself could not match its precision and processing speed. Next, I asked my AI consciousness to mix soul pathways of E-rank metal tooth slime essence with soul pathways of F-rank black iron bug essence in the ratio of 1 to 2, respectively. Meanwhile, I was busy smelting the soul pathways of black steel alloy and Pax's black steel alloy pendant using the high Spitfire stones. Thanks to the inbuilt furnace, I did not have to spend energy maintaining the heat to the appropriate level. Soon I smelted all of the black steel alloy and Pax's black steel alloy pendant into liquid black steel alloy. This time I was faster than AI consciousness. Once the AI consciousness was done mixing soul pathways of E-rank metal tooth slime essence with soul pathways of F-rank black iron bug essence in the ratio of 1:2. I asked it to mix all the soul pathways of black iron bug cores, metal tooth slime cores, and high wood wisp cores in the origin core, forming a unique cocktail of soul pathways of black iron bug, metal tooth slime, and the high wood wisp. Then finally together I and my slave consciousness combined the liquid black steel alloy and the soul pathway cocktail of black iron bug, metal tooth slime, and the high wood wisp to form a ginormous sludge of enhanced liquid black steel alloy. Interestingly enough, the ginormous sludge of enhanced liquid black steel alloy given birth to a slime beast will, similar to the one in Susan's origin card. Thanks to the formation of the slime beast will, it would be easier for me to create a neural network system using the artificial beast will. Strengthening the slime beast will with the artificial beast will, and also programming with all the controls, commands, prompts, protocols, and above basic level AI, I successfully established a neural network system in the ginormous sludge of enhanced liquid black steel alloy. Next, I transferred the soul pathways from the C-rank Elder Giant's core to the soul pathways of the enhanced slime beast will, giving the ginormous sludge of enhanced liquid black steel alloy a skeleton structure and a body frame of a 21 meters tall Elder Giant. Soon the slime-shaped beast will morphed into a tall Elder Giant. Later I transferred the soul pathways of the Elder Giant heart along with 4 soul power reactors to install a quad power reactor to the black steel alloy Elder Giant, successfully establishing a power system for it. Then I test the ability of the neural system and the power system by continuously morphing the enormous black steel alloy between slime and Elder Giant. The neural and power systems showed no errors and were perfectly installed. Done with the neural and power system, I continued to other systems on the list, thermal heating and cooling systems. This one is going to be tricky cause instead of using ingredients for this, I decided to use the liquid black steel alloy to form a thermal organ I designed back on Earth. This thermal organ I designed was very popularly used in Space Explorer shuttles, but this design was the dumbed-down design of the original design I came up with, which was not possible to be built at that time as due to lacking technology. But right now technology did not matter as long as my mental strength could conjure it, then it was possible. So without any delay, I built and installed the artificial thermal organ, successfully establishing a thermal cooling and heating system. Next came the skeleton and muscle structure. Right now, the ginormous black steel alloy sludge was only imitating the Elder Giant shape. It was not strong enough and would crumble into sludge with enough force. Therefore, it had to have a strong skeletal and muscle frame, otherwise it would not be able to make use of its complete power, but crumble with enough force. Hardening the liquid black steel alloy to form a skeletal frame and muscle layers is harder than said. To form the skeletal frame and muscle layers, the liquid black steel alloy has to be melted again at different temperatures. For the skeletal frame, the liquid black steel alloy had to be as hard and tensile as possible, therefore it had to be heated to abnormally high temperature using the high Spitfire stones, and then cooled rapidly so that it would lose its ductile ability and get a perfect skeletal frame. Thankfully, I had created a thermal organ earlier which could absorb the heat of the liquid black steel alloy, rapidly cooling it, giving rise to a perfect skeletal structure. After establishing the skeletal frame next, I had to smelt the liquid black steel alloy to a moderate temperature and cool it slowly as it achieves a state similar to muscle fibers. Then using the soul pathways of the Elder Giant core, we wrapped the skeletal frame with the newly formed muscle fibers to form a black steel alloy Elder Giant. Next on the agenda is the exo-armor for the black steel alloy Elder Giant, which currently looked like a skinned Elder Giant. It was a hideous and stomach-churning sight. Thinking of the exo-armor, I did not know which one to choose from, as there were many designs to choose from, but considering that this card is not mine, but Pax, I thought it would be better to consider his choice. Then I remembered that Pax's pendant, the idol on it, had an amazing armor on, and with wings it looked heroic. Since Pax is attached to this idol, I decided to design the exo-armor in its form. With the help of my slave consciousness, we created the exo-armor in no time. The exo-armor was an absolute replica of the idol's armor. All it was missing were a pair of angel wings. Thinking about the angel wings, I decided to create and install an aerial system to the card. And I had a good design in my mind. To form a pair of angel wings, I had to smelt the liquid black steel alloy at high temperatures, as the alloy used for wings had to be very thin to reduce the imbalance in weight and also allow the wings to cut any wind resistance. This step was very hectic. I needed to be very patient and precise. I could but why when I had a slave consciousness specializing in this. Leaving the creation and installation of the aerial system to my slave consciousness, I head to the next step, the weapon system. Considering Pax's specialization in ranged combat, the weapon system will mostly be consistent with guns and cannons for marksmanship and ranged combat. I was going to add 5 weapons to the card. Left shoulder-mounted laser cannon, right shoulder-mounted Gatling machine gun, twin upper wrist-mounted laser cannons, twin under-wrist hidden laser blades, hidden fusion chest Gatling cannon. All these 5 weapons would be powered by 5 separate soul power reactors. Slave consciousness was done with the aerial system, and then it helped create and install the weapon system. Sensory system. I used my heat sensors, motion sensor, and other high-tech sensors to grant the black steel alloy elder giant with vision, hearing, and other senses. Finally, neural system, check. Power system, check. Thermal system, check. Skeletal system, check. Muscle fiber inner armor, check. Exo-armor, check. Aerial system, check. Weapon system, check. Sensory system, check. Thankfully, this was a card letting me skip on creating and installing the emergence exit step, as if Pax wanted to exit from this, could just deactivate the card. Right now, inside the origin core, I saw the soul pathways intertwined to form an exact mechanical replica of Pax's demigod idol attached to the pendant. But I was not done here, as this was just Tier 3 of what I promised Amy. Still, Tier 1 and Tier 2 were remaining. Tier 2 was a human-scale version of exo-armor, which was shaped as a replica to Tier 3. It had the exact systems, abilities, and weapons as the Tier 3, but they were all in human-scale version. But it had 2 extra functions that were cerebral and soul link. Tier 1 is a derivative of Tier 2, where the black steel alloy fuses with the host at nano level, giving the host the scaled-down version of all the abilities of Tier 2 and Tier 3. Completing Tier 1 and Tier 2, I had successfully completed the origin card creation, and just when I was about to retrieve both my mental strengths from the grimoire creation page, after morphing the origin core into the origin card, a white light filled the card lab. Unlike other lights, this light was gentle, and I did not have to close my eyes in discomfort, but all I could see was just holy white light. I had no clue what was happening, but the white light in the room kept getting brighter and brighter. But interestingly enough, the brightness did not hurt my eyes. Instead, I felt like being embraced in a gentle, warm blanket made of light. As the bright light covered the entire card lab in its gentle aura, I immersed myself in its embrace, forgetting to morph the origin core into the origin card. Deeper I gazed into the light, I felt like a message was being sent from the other end of the light. This feeling made me remember a concept back on Earth: data transfer through light. Yes. Instead of using radio waves of different frequencies, amplitudes, and phases as a medium of data transfer, there was another theory to make use of light to transfer data. After all, light is faster than sound. But tragically, like any other great theories, this one was also ahead of its time. Alas, this theory never came to life back on Earth. But right now I was experiencing this phenomenon in the flesh. Someone or something was trying to send me data in the form of a message through light. If not for my soul pupils, I would have never realized the unknown was using light as a medium to transfer data to me. Instead, I would end up thinking it was some kind of divine revelation or a blessing. So many questions in my mind, but right now was not the time to focus on these questions. Instead, I had to receive the data being sent to me by the unknown. The data transfer completed in a few seconds, and then the light vanished within. As the light vanished into me, I realized the light not only carried a message, but came bearing gifts. As the light was completely absorbed by my eyes, I felt my body and mind, which were exhausted creating the card, had suddenly rejuvenated with immense power and strength. Then the remaining light was absorbed by my mutated soul, and my active soul control broke through to 29%, and both my mental strength had been enhanced and strengthened, especially my second mental strength, as now both my mental strengths were equal in size. As the feeling of being powered left my body, hundreds of questions flooded my mind. Where did the light come from? Who sent the message? How did the light refresh my body and mind? How much power was in the light to help me increase active soul control by 5% and increase my mental strengths by a huge margin? The answers to these questions were beyond my reach at present, so I could only let go and focus on the matter at hand, the origin card creation. The data that I received was also regarding this issue because the data contained in the message was regarding a skill. The unknown who sent me this message had blessed the origin core and wanted me to arrange the soul pathways in the origin core such that it incorporates that specific skill within it. I always wondered how they created skill cards based on martial arts and techniques, and today I got a glimpse at the answer. The skill info I got from the message was also about a technique, insight forecast, a godly ability that would allow the user to predict the opponent's next action. This prediction was not just limited to one enemy instead. It could be applied to multiple enemies, meaning the host could predict the moves of multiple enemies even before they happened. This ability was deadly in the hands of a warrior, but in the hands of a marksman, it was an onslaught, total massacre. This skill was ridiculously overpowered, but whoever sent me the data did not expect my card creation skills to be enough to incorporate the complete original skill into the origin card. She thought I would make many errors in the arrangement of the soul pathways of this skill, and the end product will be a low-end version of the skill. Since my knowledge of the skill was useless without the blessing blessed on the origin core, whoever sent this info thought I could only make use of this info once and only on this origin core. But they were wrong, as I have been bestowed with soul pupils a cheat that unveils the mysteries of all. And the mystery of the blessing blessed on the original core was not hidden from my eyes. The blessing was nothing but an enhancement to specific soul pathways, which could be easily misunderstood by any other card apprentice as a blessing. Thanks to my soul pupils, I recorded the soul pathways that were enhanced. And also with the data I received earlier from the light, I was 100% certain that I could replicate this skill into other cards, an unexpected gain. The trick to martial arts and technique skill cards turned out to be the soul pathway arrangement and the pattern of soul energy circulation through the said soul pathway arrangement. Simple for me, who can see the soul pathways, but a near impossible feat for the card apprentices who make use of their mental strength to feel the soul pathways. These new turn of events were sudden, and now I had to make many changes to the soul pathways and arrangement. I would just add the new skill as it is and be done with card creation, but I was not that kind of card creationist. Now, thanks to this insight forecast technique, I had a base to create a human core for packs. Earlier, I did not add a human core to the card because the card I was creating was considered as an item card. How can I possibly incorporate an item into a human core? It would no longer be considered as a human core. Maybe there was a way, but I was not proficient to that level yet. But using the technique as the medium, I came up with a way to add the human core to the card I was creating. Techniques and martial skills were quite similar to programming, which led to a possibility that I could run a program through soul pathways. Arranging soul pathways to create AI and the artificial beast was different to programming a soul pathway into doing a specific action or bunch of actions. This opened doors to new heights in card creation. Until now, I was limited to arranging the soul pathways to get a certain action, but now I could program a soul pathway to do a bunch of actions. The latter was a lot simpler and easier. Using this newfound knowledge, I and my slave consciousness went through the whole card creation process again, making small changes here and there. At last, I morphed the origin core into the origin card. Card name, Iron Flesh. Card type, origin card. Card rank, --. Card rate, --. Card durability, --. Card effect. The card gives the user the strength and capabilities of mechanical wonders. There are 3 tiers for the user to switch between. Tier 1, Cyborg, Angel Form. The user's body is incorporated with a human core which enhances the user's body with superhuman regeneration, strength, endurance, agility, using Voltronian knowledge and nanotechnology, turning the user into a half-man and half-machine. While the Viltronian counterparts give the user godly physical prowess, the nanotechnology counterpart gives the user access to machine capabilities like mechanical angel wings for flight, soul energy-based weapons, sensory system, thermal organ, etc. And along with all these abilities, the nanotechnology also complemented the Viltronian godly physical properties. Tier 2. Exo-armor suit, angel form. The human core contains an exo-armor suit which provides the user with external armor with a variety of abilities and weapons. This exo-armor suit is fused with the user at the nano level and enhances Tier 1's properties. The exo-armor comes with a cerebral and soul link, which allows the user to maneuver the exo-armor efficiently and connect with Tier 3. Tier 3. Mech, Iron Flesh, Angel Form. Iron Flesh is a 21 meters tall and 20 tons in weight mech designed based on the Elder Giant's height and Michelangelo idol. It is equipped with world-class systems for adaptability, defense, and offense. The user has to use cerebral and soul link from the exo-armor suit to control and maneuver the mech. Iron Flesh is not just a hunk of metal, but has its beast will with an ability to memories and learn. Additional skills. Absolute alloy replication. Iron Flesh can replicate the alloy and ores sacrificed to it, and this replication is permanent if the sacrificed amount is equal to the total mass of the Iron Flesh. Insight Forecast. This skill is a demigod bestowal skill to Pax Godson, the last surviving descendant of the demigod Michelangelo Godson. This skill allows the user to predict the moves of the opponent. Blessing. Demigod Michelangelo Godson has bestowed his blessings for his last descendant, having been moved by the origin card created in one of his forms. Reading the card info, a bomb went off in my head. This meek teenager in front of turned out to be the last surviving blood of a demigod. To think that Sky Blossom City was hiding a descendant of demigod. I think leaders of city do not know Pax is a demigod's descendant, otherwise no matter how dumb the Whitebin family is, they would not dare to challenge the last descendant of demigod into a life and death duel. Does Pax even know that he is the last descendant of the demigod Michelangelo Godson? Considering Pax is the last descendant, the Whitebins must not be related to demigod Michelangelo Godson, then Pax's deceased mother's lineage belonged to Michelangelo Godson. After all, he did say that the pendant belonged to his mother. Mr. Is the card creation complete? Was it a success or a failure? Feeling the gaze of the card creationist, Pax asked meekly. Ever since Pax had entered the card lab, he did not move or make any sound. He sat still, circulating his mental strength to keep it at its peak in case the card creationist required his mental strength for nearly 20 hours. This was the patience of a marksman which his mother had beaten into him, and one of the reasons he is so submissive and gutless. Wait, did you not feel the bright light a few hours ago? I asked Pax because he never made a movement or uttered a sound. It was as if he was never here. I did not, sir, answered Pax with a puzzled expression. Was it just me? Interesting, the curiosity about demigods grew within me. Do you know demigod Michelangelo's full name? No. Honestly, besides his frantic believers, not many know the name Michelangelo. Most people know him as the godly marksman. Answered Pax. Then you are in for a surprise, kid. Here, take this card. Your origin card creation was a success. Seeing Pax did not know anything about his mother's lineage, I gave him the origin. Pax took the card and equipped it. Soon a loud scream filled with deep agony and pain echoed in the card lab. My eardrums almost burst. The Tier 1 cyborg, angel form, of his card is to fuse the nanotechnology to his body, which is a very painful process. After a certain period of agony, Pax rose and stood on his feet. It seems the Viltronian human core and the nanotechnology implants have enhanced his strength by a huge margin. The weak, sickly-looking boy who looked younger than his age had been replaced with a tall, muscular athlete. Pax had had a famine look earlier, but now with the sharp cuts of muscles, he looked handsome and older than his age, like those hunk underage models on the cover of boy magazines. It was like Pax had hit a sudden growth spurt. Now he was taller than me. I bet even his sisters will not recognize him. Thank you. With a shout, Pax bowed in gratitude. Even though his body has changed to look like a man's body, his inside remained similar to a meek teenage boy. I shook my hand and asked, "No need to thank me, I just did what I was paid to do, by the way." Did you know about your mother's lineage? No, sir, this is the first time I knew of this, answered Pax. Okay, let's go out. I do not know about you, but I am starving, I said, walking out of the card lab. As I neared the couch, I heard the whining of Beth. The death match is at 9 o'clock. How long does it take to create a card? Are they sleeping inside? Beth, for the 1000th time, shut up. Oh, Mr. Wyatt, and seeing me approach, Amy asked Beth to shut up, then greeted me, but she was stuck seeing Pax next to me. OMG. Pax, is that you? You look just like our father, Beth shouted. Pax, being Pax, shyly ran to his sister's embrace, who were inspecting him in curiosity. Hearing the commotion, Susan walked out of the bedroom from behind. Corey tagged along. Walking out of the bedroom, Susan looked like she had just showered. Did you stay up all night? I asked her. Yeah. How could I leave? What if you needed me? Do not worry, I was not bored. Amy and Beth accompanied me through the night. Your uncle and aunt came yesterday afternoon, a few hours after you entered the card lab. I have made arrangements for them in the Guild Association VIP suite. Jackie and Ronnie are accompanying them, answered Susan gently. Good. They should be safe there for now, and I will visit them later. Right now I am famished. What about you guys? I asked Susan and Corey, but Amy answered. How about you guys join us? They should have organized a feast for the death match. Whitebins took their death match very seriously. There is no room for surrender in their arena. Only one challenger could come out of the arena. That is if, and only if, the other challenger is dead. Therefore the feast would be arranged for the challengers as the last meal to the one who would lose. Cooped up in the card lab for about 20 hours, I did not mind a change of scenery. So I answered, sure, why not? Lead the way. Before that, where's the black steel F16 alloy I asked you to buy, Susan? It is placed right outside the warehouse. I was able to procure 28 tons of black steel F16 alloy, said Susan. Black steel F16 alloy is a special variant of black steel alloy. It weighs the same as black steel alloy and shares all its properties along with another additional ability to absorb thermal energy, both positive and negative. That is, black steel F16 alloy can absorb cold and heat at a time, not together. All the heat should be replaced to absorb cold and vice versa. Both heat and cold cannot be absorbed at the same time. Otherwise, the black steel will lose its molecular strength. I asked Susan to buy this alloy for 2 reasons. First, it is the cheapest special alloy in the market, and second, the mech iron flesh can easily get overheated with a prolonged battle, and its thermal system can reach its limit over time. So something like black steel F16 alloy would help iron flesh fight a prolonged battle. Standing in front of the load of 28 tons of black steel F16 alloy, I signaled Pax and said, Pax, you know what to do next. Pax summoned his grimoire and activated his origin card, and within a blink, all the 28 tons of black steel F16 alloy was sacrificed to his origin card. Amy, Corey, Beth, and Susan looked in amazement as they had no idea what was going on. Wow, what was that? Beth asked in amazement. Alloy replication. My card iron flesh can replicate any alloy sacrificed to it. If the amount of alloy sacrificed is equal to the mass of my iron flesh, then the replication becomes absolute and permanent, answered Pax. Iron flesh, is that the name of your origin card? Asked Amy. Yeah, it is, affirmed Pax, and was about to explain his card to them, but I interrupted, saying, enough chit-chat. We have company. I think they are your family dogs who seem to have come to check on you guys. Ever since I found William spying on us using my soul pupils, I had developed the habit of checking my surroundings with soul pupils now and then. And right now I found 12 people stealthily monitoring us. My father's men have already reported to me. It seems my uncles have sent watchdogs to make sure we attend the death match and not skip town, answered Amy, and added, Mr. Wyatt is right, Pax. No need to explain about your card. We will see it in action later anyway. Yes. Pax nodded. What? Pax, send your origin card info to my grimoire. I can't wait, demanded Beth. You dimwit. Quit causing trouble, shouted Amy. The macho Pax next to her pulled on her sleeve and said, Sister, father said name-calling is bad. Seeing a fully grown man act like this, Amy and Beth together looked at Pax with disgust and shouted simultaneously, Don't you ever act like that again. Act your age, will you? Said Amy, while Beth whispered, That was creepy. Earlier Pax's famine-like physique made his actions look cute, but now the same action in his macho athlete physique were just disgusting and creepy to watch. Sister, Pax was shocked. Though his body had grown due to his origin, his mind was still the same meek little teenager who liked to live in the shadows of his sisters. But now the look of disgust in their eyes thoroughly destroyed the boy. It seems my doubts were right. Ignoring the siblings, I focused on the important parts of their talk. It looks like messaging through grimoire is not safe as one is led to believe. It doesn't seem to be some government conspiracy, but various spying cards which could intercept and decipher the message exchange between grimoires. Come to think about it, I seem to be forgetting something. Susan, what about that girl? Will she be okay if we leave her alone? I asked, finally remembering the unconscious girl related to the Tyrant Guild. Yes, she will be fine. I have upgraded the warehouse security. If she wakes up, or any change occurs, I will be the first to know. I consulted a friend yesterday. The girl seems to have no internal wounds and is in fine health, except she seems to have experienced a huge shock and will be unable to wake up for some time. Replied Susan. Wait, it has been almost 2 days. Who is cleaning her? Is she fed? Even though she is unconscious, her body is working fine. I stopped myself from thinking further because Susan should have it all under control. Date March 24th, 2321. Time 8:34. Location Sky Blossom City, Whitebun Manor, East Wing, Family Arena. As the 6 of us entered the Whitebun Manor, I was shocked seeing how they were celebrating the death match similar to a festival, and guests from all over the Sky Blossom City had been invited to spectate the death match. Wow, your family members seem to have already decided that you will lose. Now that's harsh, I said, as I had only seen or heard such family drama in dramas or novels. I don't blame them. You think the same if you knew who Pax's opponent is, said Amy grudgingly. These shameless hypocrites, they talk and boast about Whitebun family bravery all day long. Let me ask them what the F***ck is brave about challenging a kid 7 years younger than you. Beth shouted in the middle of the hallway, gathering the attention of all the guests, family members, and retainers present there. Out of the 6 except Pax, the rest of us were fine with their scrutinizing gazes. Corey, Amy, and Beth were born royals and used to such gazes, while Susan was professional. As for me, I had faced worse back on Earth. But Pax, after his mother succumbed to her injuries, he was a street orphan for 2 months until his father found him. Right now, he was facing his worst nightmare, being judged by dozens of strangers. Pax, stand up straight. If you cannot face these gazes, you might as well kill yourself right now, as in the arena, you will be facing 100 times worse than this, and your opponent will not wait for you to get your priorities straight. Amy commanded, seeing Pax slouched and fidgety. Amy was right. No matter how strong the cards Pax had were, if he could not overcome his meek attitude, he would just end up dead in the arena, because the enemy will give him 100% of her abilities, because it was being killed or kill. Hearing Amy, Pax stood straight, but his eyes still avoided eye contact. No matter what trauma he suffered, he had to get over it, otherwise it may cost his life. Pax, remember what our father taught us. Card fight is not just about who had the strongest cards, but it also depends on decision-making, quick thinking, and rapid response. Actually, they are the deciding factor of every duel. So you cannot afford to be distracted for a second in the arena, or it will cost you your life. And don't forget, this time it's not just about father's honor, but your life too. If you die, I will never forgive you. Reminded Amy, Pax's actions only raised her concerns for her naive brother. Do not worry, sister. I will win, said Pax, though his voice was shaky. His eyes were filled with confidence. Enough of this. Where is the feast you talked so much about? I am starving here. I was not worried about Pax losing the game, because as long as he can activate the Iron Flesh Tier 3, he held the absolute advantage. And also, Pax had broken through 30% active soul control, underwent baptism, and stepped into the card soldier realm, right when he equipped his origin card. Even I did not know what changes the Iron Flesh had after undergoing baptism. Wow. Pax, slow down, buddy. We have a deathmatch later, remember. I know a street beggar like yourself must have not seen this much food in one place. Still, we cannot have you choking on your food right before the deathmatch, can we now? Said a pompous-looking man in his early 20s. Paul, get the F***ck out of here. A coward like you who only knows to bully the weak disgusts me and my siblings. Looking at you will only affect my brother's appetite. So politely F***ck off, said Beth with her signature look filled with disgust. Come on now, little cousin, how can you talk to your elder brother like that? You got to tone it down a little. After all, this is the reason why the family is considering marrying you off as a tool for alliance. The elders are not wrong. This way you can make some contribution to the family," said Paul, reminding the siblings why all this happened in the first place. "Paul, are you sure? Is this how you plan on spending your last hour on the world? Why not appreciate the family's generosity and enjoy your last meal instead of going around frightening little girls?" said Amy. "If anything else, you twins have a smart mouth on you. Let me see how you guys help your precious little bro in the arena." Paul snorted and left. Who was that? Is he the one who challenged Pax to deathmatch? I did not think that there was anybody so courageous enough to talk to you guys in that way. After all, no matter how many conflicts or infighting in a family, you guys still are the first descendants of the current head of the family," said Corey, looking at the back of withdrawing Paul. All the Whitebunds in the hall avoided the siblings, but Paul barked and even dared to threaten the siblings. "Yes, every family has a black sheep, and he is our family black sheep who is so conceited, being used by some people with high standing in the family that he has forgotten his place. Do not underestimate him. Even though he is a black sheep, he is the Whitebund family black sheep and has stronger jaws than any other black sheep out there," answered Amy, and no matter how vain Paul acted, he was still a 23-year-old late card soldier, 37%-39% ASC, which anywhere else would be considered as a genius, but in the Whitebund family, it was just average. Date March 24th, 2321. Time 9 o'clock. Location Sky Blossom City, Whitebund Manor, East Wing, Family Arena. Welcome to the Whitebund Family Deathmatch number 89. At the right we have Paul Whitebund, and at the left we have Pax Godson. Challengers, remember this: a fight till death. No mercy, no surrender. The last one left standing leaves the arena. "Fight," announced the referee. Hearing the number 89, I was surprised. How do these Whitebunds manage to function as a family after killing so many of their blood-related brothers and sisters themselves over a dispute? As soon as the referee commenced the fight, both Pax and Paul summoned their sliver grimoire simultaneously, as a sliver light shone on both their skin. The sliver light on Pax's skin was not much weaker than Paul's, which surprised Paul as he asked, "When did you step into the card soldier realm?" "Just this morning. I should thank you. If not for you pushing me, I would have never considered creating my origin card and be able to step into the card soldier realm this early. As a show of gratitude, I will give you a painless and quick death." Pax was performing exceptionally on the stage and was not hindered by the scrutinizing gaze of the spectators, the media, or the social media influencers. It seems the Whitebund Family Deathmatch is a popular event in Sky Blossom City. "Nonsense. Field card White Dwarf Sun Terra," shouted Paul, activating a field card, and suddenly the arena floor was covered in white flame, raising the arena's temperature to a dangerous level. Card name: White Dwarf Sun Terra. Card type: field card, active. Card rank: C rank, uncommon. Card rating: 7 stars. Card durability: 81/100. Card effect: when activated, 300 meters of land surrounding the host will exhibit 1/3 surface temperature of a white dwarf sun. That is approximate 2,700 K. Additional effect: the host is immune to the card effect. Feeling the sudden temperature, many nanotech sensors implants in Pax went bonkers, detecting sharp temperature elevation in the surrounding. Activating mechanical thermal organ. Body temperature adapting to the surrounding. Correction: Tier 1 thermal organ insufficient. Following protocol, please switch to higher tier or absorb thermal energy using black steel F16 alloy. Absorb thermal energy using black steel F16 alloy. Pax answered through his thought. Absorbing thermal energy. Body temperature adapting to the surrounding. Body temperature stabilized. Seeing Pax unfazed by the heat, Paul was not surprised. He was vain, but not dumb. If he can have good cards, then the bastard son of the head of the family will have better cards. So to reduce the variables and risk, he intends to finish the match as early as possible. Trap card 9 White Dwarf Suns, chanted Paul. As a result of 9 miniature white flame orbs of 6-meter radius filled the arena. Card name: 9 White Dwarf Suns. Card type: trap card, active. Card rank: C rank, uncommon. Card rating: 9 stars. Card durability: 79/100. Card effect: When activated, 300 meters of land surrounding the host will be surrounded by 9 miniature flame orbs of a 6-meter radius, which can be detonated at the host's will. Additional effect. Target, trigger, the host is immune to the card effect. Target, coordinates within the card range can be set as a target. Once the target coordinates are set, they cannot be changed. Now do you dare to be cocky? Asked Paul with a smile on, as if he had already won the battle, and then added, target 77 meters, detonate. Seeing Paul activate a field card and a trap card one after the other, the twins' expression darkened, as blabbered, not good. Fuck, this is cheating. Using field and trap cards in the arena is cheating, right? Why isn't the referee stopping the match? Calm the F***ck down, you're getting on my nerves. Using field and trap cards in the arena is not cheating. There is no such rule stating that. Just our predecessor was too proud to use such shameless means, so you have never seen anybody using field and trap cards in the family arena, said Amy. She was also worried, but knew that worrying will not help their situation. But it is not allowed in the card fight championship, retorted Beth. This is the Whitebin family death match. Championship rules and regulations are useless here. Amy finally knew why no one in the family bothered to greet them when they arrived in the morning, especially those shameless branch family ass-kissers. Fuck, this was all pre-planned. Somebody is using the loopholes in family law to get rid of the only male progeny of the father. Is it because of father's origin card? Jack Whitebin's origin card is a unique and powerful card that allowed him to step on his generation of talents and take the position of head of the family. If he were to fall, his grimoire would be given to his heir, mainly the male heir. It can be passed to the female heir, but they had to marry into the family. Marrying into the family only meant the female heir would be controlled by the family. And in case of no suitable heirs, the grimoire would fall into the families to be used by a promising family genius. In case, if anything happens to Jack Whitebin, his grimoire would be given to his first heir, Eliza, who also happens to be the next in line to be the family head. But seeing how Jack had left to rescue Eliza, and both their whereabouts and well-being is unknown, Amy could only guess that the family is silently clearing all the possible heirs to her father's grimoire. No wonder the elders brought up the political marriage for Beth. These bastards are really up to something. I can only hope father and elder sister are safe. Field and trap cards are banned in the card fight championship, especially trap cards, because they are unfair since the challengers are limited and restricted to the area within the arena. Due to being restricted to a small area to fight, the challengers have no choice but to fall into the trap and end the match with no surprise. Bright Family Deathmatch was no championship except for the normal rules and no mercy, no surrender. Rule: there weren't many rules to the deathmatch. Where other family members saw shame, Paul saw an opportunity and took advantage of the loopholes. What was most worrying was that each miniature white flame orb had a power equivalent to a C-rank energy explosion. Nonsense. Trap card 9 White Dwarf Suns. Paul's use of the trap card 9 White Dwarf Suns after the use of field card White Dwarf Sun Terra was a strategic move, as the presence of 9 miniature white flame orbs of 6-meter radius in the White Dwarf Sun Terra increased the field card's surface temperature by 4 times. That is currently the surface temperature of the arena rose from 2700 kelvins to 10,800 kelvins, reaching above the melt temperature of black steel alloy. Thanks to alloy manipulation, Pax had upgraded his black steel alloy to the black steel F16 alloy, whose melting point happened to be near 11,000 kelvins. Otherwise, no matter how strong his origin card Iron Fleshmech's armor was, it would melt down and overheat, leading to all system failure. Maybe even Pax would be cooked inside the mech. Thankfully, the arena had an A-rank shield to protect spectators from any mishap, but it also barely withstood a temperature of 10,550 Celsius, as 2,700 kelvins was considered the peak of C rank, and 10,800 kelvins of heat had already stepped into A rank. Right now, inside the arena barrier, it was hotter than the surface temperature of a regular yellow sun. Paul Hardy broke a sweat thanks to his card's immunity. Meanwhile, Pax was not faring well. His skin was clammy, and he had become sluggish, while his mind could barely keep up as his body was failing due to the high temperature. If not for his nanotechnology implants, he would have already evaporated. Detecting sharp temperature elevation in the surrounding. Activating mechanical thermal organ. body temperature adapting to the surrounding. Tier 1 thermal organ at full capacity. Correction: Tier 1 thermal organ insufficient. Following protocol, please switch to higher tier or absorb thermal energy using black steel F16 alloy. Tier 1 black steel F16 alloy armor thermal absorption at full capacity. Correction: Tier 1 black steel F16 alloy armor thermal absorption insufficient. Following protocol, please switch to higher tier. Target 77 meters north. Detonate. Due to his sluggish mind, he could not understand the promote that sounded in his head and was unable to switch to higher tier, but as 9 miniature white flame orbs of 6-meter radius appeared began to approach him at high speed. Pax jumped backwards reflexively, but he still could make any sound decisions. He even forgot to use the barrier and defense cards his sisters had prepared for him. Meanwhile, several prompts sounded in his head again. Threat detected. Hostile energy inbound. Initiating safety protocol. Tier 2 activating. Tier 3 activating. Interfacing cerebral and soul link. Interface established. Iron Flesh online. Thanks to the Iron Flesh safety protocol, programming the origin card to protect its host itself switched to Tier 3. Finally, Pax was clear-headed and was surprised to see his origin card could detect the threat and even act on its own for his safety. He was very thankful for this function. If not for this function, he would have died, without him realizing, as his mind was sluggish and shutting down under the enormous heat. But unfortunately, Pax had regained control too late. The 9 white flame orbs were next to him and detonated without hesitation. Pax knew no matter what he did, he could not escape the blast radius, so Pax thought to cover the mech's vital parts with its arms and legs by curling up. Thanks to that wise decision, Pax was able to service the blast. The moment 9 white flame orbs detonated, for the next 3 seconds, the temperature in the area where the nun orbs exploded doubled to 21,600 kelvins, which was more than enough to melt the black steel F16 alloy body of Iron Flesh. Though the thermal absorption property of this F16 alloy is top-notch, it has its limit, and its melting pot is its limit. When the 9 orbs exploded, the front of Iron Flesh bore the total burnt. Thanks to Pax's timely and sound decision, he was able to protect the chest and head region of the mech by covering them with the mech's hands and feet. In the explosion, the armor covering the mech's hands and feet had melted and soon hardened due to its thermal absorption ability, leading to the jamming of the mech's arm and leg joints, rendering its hands and feet utterly useless. Once again, several prompts sounded in Pax's head. Multiple injuries detected. Iron Flesh unable to gain support from feet. Iron Flesh arms and legs not responding. Iron Flesh weapon upper wrist-mounted twin cannons not responding. Iron Flesh weapon lower wrist-mounted twin energy blade not responding. Iron Flesh system overheating. Thermal system at full capacity. F16 alloy thermal absorption at full capacity. Iron Flesh system overheating. Awaiting further command. Hearing the prompt, Pax sigh in relief. Thankfully, only the arms and feet were melted. If it were the head or the chest, the consequence would have been dire. If the head were melted, most of the mech sensory system would have failed, leaving Pax piloting a blind mech, or if the chest had melted, at best Iron Flesh would lose more than half of the weapon system, and the complete aerial system would fail to respond, but at worst it would melt the mech core and cabin, melting Pax within it. Iron Flesh, is the aerial system still responding and ready to take off? Pax asked the Iron Flesh. Iron Flesh aerial system responding, ready to take off any minute. Okay. Activate the aerial system and take off in 3, 2, 1. Activating aerial system. Aerial system responding. Caution. Imbalance due to unresponsive mech arms and legs. Caution. Mech overheating. All systems ready to go. Iron Flesh taking off. Takeoff successful. Good. Maintain a height of 900 meters and orbit the arena. Ordered Pax as he looked at dumbfounded Paul inside the arena at the ground. Not just Paul, the entire crowd of spectators were dumbfounded and utterly shocked, causing the arena stand to fall in graveyard silence. Except the media representatives and social media influencer were Johnny and making use of their whole life experience in full swing to make the best use of this scoop. Just when Pax had thought that he had survived the worst and rejoicing his escape and enjoying the dumbfounded expressions of Puel and the crowd while planning his next move, a system caution prompt sounded in his head. Caution. Iron Flesh is experiencing an imbalance due to the unresponsive arms and legs. Current flight condition can only be maintained for 3 minutes maximum. Hearing the system prompt, Pax started to sweat bullets, knowing that if he does not end the match within the next 3 minutes, he will plummet to his death. It's over, thought the crowd of spectators, media and influencers as they saw the 9 white flaming orbs approach the sluggish Pax. WTF is Pax doing? Why is he not activating the defensive and barrier cards we prepared for him? Asked Beth, looking at her dear brother who was barely able to stand, quite similar to a drunk fool. It's the effect of the sharp temperature rise in his surrounding. Though the origin card I made for him gave him a strong body enough to withstand that amount of heat, he still is facing other ailments like heavy sweating, faintness, dizziness, fatigue, weak, rapid pulse, low blood pressure, muscle cramps, etc. With all this, he is still standing. That is impressive, I explained. The card I created, I knew best, 2800 kelvins was nothing for it. Pax could withstand it, but when the heat neared the melting point of black steel F16 alloy 10,800 kelvins, it was impressive that Pax could still stand on his feet. I am surprised he did not faint because of overheating, not to mention him activating his cards for defense. Mr. Wyatt, do you think Pax can survive the explosion? After all, you bet 100 soul jades on Pax. Are you that confident in my brother? Asked Amy. She somehow found out I bet on Pax's win. Wait, it must be the bookie who contacted her to check if the contract of 100 soul jade loan she signed was true. No, I am not confident in your brother, but the card I created. Though I will have to admit I had underestimated Paul. To think he came up with such a strategic move, I honestly replied. F***CK? Right now I was cursing myself for being too greedy. I am not to be blamed. It is that shameless Paul's fault. MF. Where is your white bin family pride and chivalry? I was seriously depressed right now, and it was more depressing feeling Susan's "I told you so" glare from the side. Right now all I can do is trust that Pax has a good head on him, and if he played his cards right he could make a good comeback. As 9 white flamed orbs neared, Pax reflexively jumped back, which in the eyes of the crowd was a pointless struggle. Many people thought Paul was clever. Some thought that he was shameless, and very few pitted Pax for his luck. But what happened next ascended their understanding, leaving them dumbfounded, rendering them speechless. Pax, who had jumped backwards, burst into blinding white light, and soon a 21-meter-tall light knight armored humanoid golem stood in his place. The crowd was dumbfounded and in a state of shock. Most of them were veteran adventurers and had fought the infamous giants and elder giant, but seeing a 21-meter-tall armored golem was a new sight to them. As for the card creationists in the crowd, only one question rose in their head: how do you control such a huge golem? Even though Pax was in the early card soldier realm, his mental strength was still not enough to control such a humongous beast. If not for the cerebral and soul link, their guess would be true, as a normal card soldier can't control such a gigantic golem with just his mental strength. Some of the Michelangelo followers instantly recognized the armor worn by the mech and mistook it for the avatar of Michelangelo. This misunderstanding further deepened as they started to believe Pax's origin card is the avatar of demigod Michelangelo and considered Pax the messenger of Michelangelo. Hearing the crowd call the Iron Flesh mech as Golem avatar, Michelangelo's messenger, as the creator of Iron Flesh, I was very offended and my mouth twitched in rage. F***CK, you heretics. That's a real-life mech. MF. Not a golem, nor an avatar, it is a mech. You dimwits. Wow. Now that's what I call a game changer. I want one of those. Wyatt, I want one of those. Shouted Beth excitedly, finally coming out of the shock and forgetting the depression a few minutes ago. Nope, still not enough. Those 9 ords are packing huge energy, and along with buff of the field card, once they explode, the thermal energy released will reach beyond the melting point of black steel F16 alloy for the period of explosion. It is questionable whether the golem can still survive under such heat. Amy calmly analyzed the point everyone was missing. Impressive, I complimented her and added. It depends on your brother and his luck, but considering his luck and actions so far, the results seem to be less promising. Pax has fought harder battles and has good decision-making skills. Considering your words, I think Pax can bring out the best in the worst, said Amy. She seemed to be very confident in her brother, or she just did not dare to think otherwise. Thankfully, Pax did not disappoint her confidence, and covered the mech's vital points with its arms and legs. Boom. Thud. Followed by the sound of the explosion, there was a huge sound of the mech falling to the ground with its back leaning against the arena barrier. If not, it would fall to the ground on its back and get stuck like a turtle on its back. The arms and legs of the mech were in bad condition, and they were rendered completely incapable of any sort of movements as the black steel F-16 alloy cooled down thanks to its thermal absorption property, which instead of helping, made the situation much worse than it should be, as the arms and legs of the mech were jammed with the melted and cooled black steel F-16 alloy. Seeing the condition of the mech, those who thought that the deathmatch just got interested suddenly lost the last shred of any hope for Pax, especially the twins. They both stood up on their feet and anxiously shouted, "Brother!" If not for the barrier blocking them, they would have jumped in the arena to check on and help their brother. Paul, who was surprised by the sudden appearance of a 21-meter-tall golem, finally calmed down, seeing its rundown state. Just when everyone thought Pax was sitting ducks waiting for the inevitable, suddenly a pair of mechanical angel wings popped up on the back of the golem, and it took flight the next second. The appearance of the wings was another shock to the audience, especially the demigod worshippers. They all started to express their faith in different ways. Some knelt, some bowed, while some prayed. All in all, they firmly started to believe that Pax was the messenger of the demigod Michelangelo. Paul, who thought that he had already won, was dealt with a heavy emotional blow, seeing the golem grow a pair of wings and take flight. Now he started to blame himself for relaxing his guard, seeing the golem immobile and allowing it to escape. This way the field card White Dwarf Sun Terra was useless. No. Gritting his teeth, he thought out loud, "I thought of saving this, but now I have no choice left." Field card White Dwarf Sun Core. Caution. Iron Flesh is experiencing an imbalance due to the unresponsive arms and legs. Current flight condition can only be maintained for 3 minutes maximum. Caution. Due to imbalance and unstable flight, accuracy of Iron Flesh has reduced by 66%. Hearing this prompt, Pax did not think much and activated 2 cards at the same time. Skill card, Featherweight. Skill card, Float. Card name, Featherweight. Card type, Field card, active. Card rank, C rank, uncommon. Card rating, 21 stars. Card durability, 81/100. Card effect. When activated, the target will gain the weight of a feather for 45 seconds, regardless of its mass. Additional effect, lesser wind resistance. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Card name, Float. Card type, Field card, active. Card rank, C rank, uncommon. Card rating, 24 stars. Card durability, 82/100. Card effect. When activated, the target will float for 30 seconds regardless of its mass. Additional effect, lesser wind resistance. Cooldown time, 85 seconds. There was a reason why Pax chose these 2 particular cards, even though they had such bad card star rating and card active period for a C rank card. It was because of their additional effect, lesser wind resistance, and mostly because of the phrase, regardless of target mass. There are many featherweight and float cards in the market with better card star rating and card active period with amazing card effect, but they all were useless for something weighing 20 tons. Pax was a marksman, and being restricted to an open plain arena was a disadvantage for him, so he had planned to make use of Iron Flesh's aerial system and gain distance from Paul by taking the battle to the boundless sky and bombard Paul with all the artillery power of Iron Flesh, finishing the duel in flash. As the 2 cards activated, Iron Flesh became weightless, making it easier for the Iron Flesh aerial system to maneuver Iron Flesh more effectively, and its flight became more stable, reducing the error rate in Iron Flesh's accuracy. Activate weapon system, lock primary target fuel, priority level, elimination. Ordered Pax to Iron Flesh's A.I. Activating weapon system, left shoulder-mounted laser cannon online. Right shoulder-mounted Gatling machine gun online. Twin upper wrist-mounted laser cannons not responding. Twin under wrist hidden laser blades not responding. Hidden fusion chest Gatling cannon online. Activating A.I base aiming system. Calculating accuracy rate. Accuracy rate 98%, error margin 2%. Note: error margin can be reduced by reducing the distance between mark. Locking target on Paul. Accuracy rate 99.12%, error margin 0.88%. Awaiting further command. Seeing that everything was set, Pax was going to open fire on Paul, but suddenly numerous prompts sounded in his head. Caution, iron flesh losing height. Note, change in gravitational field detected. Correction, accuracy rate 97.12%, error margin 2.88%. Correction, accuracy rate 95.22%, error margin 4.78%. Correction, accuracy rate 89.12%, error margin 12.88%. Recommended, switch to manual aiming. Field card, White Dwarf Sun Core. Card name, White Dwarf Sun Core. Card type, field card active. Card rank, C rank, uncommon. Card rating, 49 stars. Card durability, 82/100. Card effect, when activated, 300 meters of land surrounding the host will exhibit the 1/3 of White Dwarf Sun gravitational field for 30 seconds. Additional effect, the host is immune to the card effect. Restriction, can only be used along with field card, White Dwarf Sun Terra. Cooldown time, 85 seconds. Once the White Dwarf Sun Core field card was activated, the arena had completely turned into a White Dwarf Sun. Though the card info read, it only displayed 1/3 of the original White Dwarf Sun Core, but once superimposed with White Dwarf Sun Terra, this restriction was no longer valid. The temperature in the field once again jumped to 10,800 kelvins. Also this time around there was another surprise. The gravity of the arena increased by 50-fold, affecting the iron flesh's flight and making it lose height rapidly. It was basic science that weight was the product of the mass of an object and gravity. So the weight of a feather changes with the gravity applied to it. So the feather will fall faster on the surface of a white dwarf sun compared to the surface of the planet. So a feather will fall a little faster on the surface of a white dwarf sun compared to the surface of the planet. So iron flesh was losing height, but it was comparatively slower than falling under its actual weight. As for the float skill card, it was useless and invalid as it was not made for the gravity of the white dwarf sun. Because of this, even though the iron flesh was under the card effect of featherweight and float, it still fell to the ground faster than before and rapidly lost height, comprising its automated aiming system. Once the White Dwarf Sun Core field card was activated, the arena had turned into small White Dwarf Sun, and the A-rank barrier surrounding it began to show signs of a breach. So the elites of the Whitebin family stepped up to enhance the barrier so that it can withstand the thermal energy of a white dwarf sun. Seeing Paul's ace and hidden card, the crowd gasped in astonishment and started to whisper. Wasn't Paul supposed to be the black sheep of the Whitebins? Black sheep, more like a wolf in sheepskin. Exactly. Though he is shameless to use the loophole in the rules of deathmatch, when it comes to life and death, I will rather choose to be shameless than dead. Yep, same here. I would rather be a shameless person than a cold corpse. But I feel pity for Pax, though. Shut up, you heretic, with demigod watching over him. Nothing will happen to our messenger. F***ck off, you damned religious nut. Yes, who allowed this religious frantic inside? Throw him out. Forget about that mutt. Witness the legendary fall of a genius. Not every day do you get to see a brother kill brother in an arena and the fall of a genius. This is so worth it. A 16-year-old card soldier, F***ck. At that age, I was still picking my nose. Forget about 16 years old. I am 33 now and still not a card soldier. To think a talent like that will fall here today, such a loss. Doesn't the Whitebin family care losing such talent and genius over a small dispute? You new to the city, buddy. Haven't you heard the saying in the Whitebin family? Genius come and go, only tough people last. Genius come and go, only tough people last. Interesting, but only a barbarian would say that. Whitebin family is a barbaric family. If only such genius was born in my family, sigh. This world is so unfair. While the crowd buzzed excitedly watching the iron flesh slowly crash to its demise, the Whitebin twins were at their wits' end. The iron flesh was in worse condition. Once it falls to the ground, it may be the end. By luck, even if the iron flesh survives, losing both of its arms and legs, it was just a defenseless turtle on its back waiting to melt or be roasted to death under the temperature of the white dwarf sun. While everyone thought the end was nearing, Pax, who was inside the iron flesh, commanded, "Switch to manual aiming system." Switching to manual aiming mode. Switching to manual triggering mode. Being a trained marksman, the current situation was not a challenge for Pax, but unfortunately, he could not test the capabilities of Iron Flesh's automated aiming system. Anyway, utilizing Insight Forecast to its maximum, Pax aimed at Paul as the Iron Flesh slowly fell to the ground. Thanks to the Insight Forecast, Pax was able to guess all the error and the escape routes of Puel from the area under fire, allowing Pax to prepare the contingency plans, hopefully, which he would not have to use. With that, Pax fired at Paul, and suddenly, within 0.01 seconds, the left shoulder-mounted laser cannon and right shoulder-mounted Gatling machine gun popped out of Iron Flesh's back, while the Iron Flesh's cheat armor retracted, showing the hidden fusion chest Gatling cannon, and started to open fire without any delay or gap. Left shoulder-mounted laser cannon fired a continuous laser beam, and the right shoulder-mounted Gatling machine gun fired a total of 230 energy bullets per second at Paul, while the hidden fusion chest Gatling laser cannon fired 6 continuous laser beams, which, due to the spin of the Gatling mechanism of the Gatling laser cannon, formed a laser beam drill. Together, they blasted, aiming at Paul, and the smoke along with burnt smell filled the arena, leaving the crowd blind and hungry for the results. Seeing the humongous golem slowly lose height and fall under the gravity of the white dwarf sun core field card, Paul had a satisfied grin on his face. Paul was a 23-year-old card soldier with an active soul control of 38%, not that far from stepping into the card master realm, but 2% difference may seem less. Only Paul knew, considering his talent, and without any external help, he would be lucky if he broke through to card master realm within a year or two. Being born average in a family where talents are dime a dozen, Paul had a serious and twisted inferiority complex. The only way he knew to deal with it was to gain strength no matter the cost. So when opportunity knocked on his doorstep, he did not hesitate. As long as he got stronger, he did not give a damn, even if he had to screw over the progeny of the family head. Paul had 76 stars available at the hand, of which field card White Dwarf Sun Terra occupied 7 stars, trap card 9 White Dwarf Sun occupied 9 stars, and field card White Dwarf Sun Core occupied 49 stars, and the remaining 11 stars remained a mystery and yet to be revealed. Seeing the arrangement of Paul's cards, one could tell that he had bet everything on his shameful tactics. And if everything went accordingly, Paul may have already won the match. Alas, the reality was harsh and cruel. Considering the current situation trajectory, Paul did not plan on revealing his last stars until, or unless the situation demanded him to. Just when Paul was counting seconds to his victory, 2 limbs in the shape of cylinders popped out of the falling golem's back, while its chest armor retracted, as 6 masses of energy in a circular arrangement could be seen on it. His senses told him they were aiming at him. And his senses were right, as he saw the 2 cylindrical limbs, and the golem's chest shot strong energy projectiles aiming at him, covering all his escape routes. It was at that moment he knew he was done for. But he remained calm and mouthed, "Skill card, teleswitch. Card name, teleswitch. Card type, skill card active. Card rank, C rank, uncommon. Card rating, 11 stars. Card durability, 84/100. Card effect, when activated, the user can switch places with the predetermined object of equal mass within 1,000 kilometers. Additional effect, the host can spy on the 3-meter radius surroundings of the predetermined marked object. Though Paul had a serious inferiority complex, it stemmed from his knowledge of how weak and incapable he was compared to his sibling. Because of this, Paul had a thorough understanding of his capacity, which stopped him from making silly mistakes like underestimating Pax because of his age or his origin. Knowing Pax, the young genius's capabilities well, Paul decided on betting everything on his shameless tactic. Paul was not arrogant enough to believe his tactic was 100% foolproof. He was confident in his plan, but he still chose to have a way out if things go sideways. This contingency was not because he was overcautious towards Pax, but mostly because he believed the people who paid him would try to tie up the loose ends after the job was done and blame it on the subordinates of the family head. Right now, Paul was grateful and pleased that he had prepared a contingency plan. Pax turned out to be worthy of the title the young genius. But alas, Pax had to die. Why did a bastard of the Whiteman family have to be more talented and fortunate than himself, a pure Whiteman? Everyone more talented than him had to die. Yes, they all had to die. Boom. The energy projectiles made contact with their target, burning everything in their path and destination. An acrid smell filled the arena, confirming that whatever the target of the projectiles was had been burnt to ashes. But sadly, there was no visual proof as the arena was covered in smoke. Surprisingly, when the smoke clears, the giant mech or Paul were nowhere to be seen. But the two field cards activated by Paul were no longer in effect, indicating Paul was unable to battle. But the Pax and his Gant Golem was also nowhere to be seen. What the F***ck happened? Is it a draw? Did both of them end up killing each other? Damn you heretic, shut your meat hole. Our demigod and his messenger are undefeatable and always victorious. Shut it. You damn nutbag. Believe it or not, I will kill you right here and right now. Shut up, you fools. It cannot be drawn. I bet all my money on the young genius's victory. Where the F***ck is he? Up in the sky, look. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Pax. Pax is alive, which means he won. I am rich. I am rich. Not so fast, buddy. Is it Pax, though? After all, his golem was 21 meters tall. This one is barely 3 meters tall. Open your eyes, heretics. The armor and the wings of the small golem are similar in design to Lord Pax's homogeneous golem. It is similar to Pax's golem. But where is Pax? No, it cannot be. He is inside it. It's not a golem. It more like a hollow puppet. That is ingenious. Who thought of it? It's nothing new. Many puppet card creationists use this form, but this design seems more sophisticated. Wait, you damn card creation loon. Pax's golem was 21 meters tall. How did it become so small? Maybe he just switched the cards after firing the energy projectiles. What about Paul? Where are his remains? If he is dead, that is. Come dude, he is clearly burnt to ashes in the attack earlier. Wait, by any chance did you bet on Paul's victory? No, I just don't want to rush to a conclusion. When the smoke cleared, the results were obvious, but still those who bet on Paul's victory debated the results of the duel, as they were not able to see the remains of Paul's corpses. While the card creationists in the crowd admired the sophisticated design of both the giant and small golem. Right then the crowd heard the referee announce, "Well, folks, the deathmatch reaches its conclusion as challenger Paul has fled the arena. So by default, Pax Godson is the victor." Hearing the announcement, the crowd was in an uproar as many had bet their savings on Paul's victory. Wait, what? This is against the rules. The rules dictate that only one person can leave the arena alive. This is a fraud. Give us back our money. Yes, Paul isn't dead. This is a fraud. Give us back our money. The crowd was rowdy and claimed fraud as Paul escaped the arena, but the white buns were not the ones to be messed with. One of the elders used his soul energy, and with the amplified voice he shouted, "Silence." The crowd grew rowdier with the elder's intervention. What? Is the prestigious Whitebun family trying to silence us with your might? We will not stop. We want justice. What do you say, my friends? Friend? Who is your friend? You illiterate buffoon. Don't drag me down with you. Shut up, you ignorant fool. That's the Whitebun family third elder, known for his quick temper and barbaric means. I can earn money again, but not my life. Yes, my life is more important. Finally taking care of the ignorant, schmuck, the crowd quietened down, waiting for third elder to say his piece. There is a Whitebun family rule since ages, and we elders make sure to implement it throughout the family and new generation yet to come. That rule is no negotiations with weak. Those who think they are stronger than this old man can come forward to negotiate, but let me warn you, I may have grown old, but my blood is as hot as the day I was born. Don't expect mercy from me. Hearing the third elder's arrogant words, the crowd was speechless. They had heard Whitebuns were the definition of brutes, and today they had finally experienced it. There were many younger generations of other prominent families in the audience, but they did not utter a beep ever since third elder made an entrance, as they knew their family would rather abandon them than negotiate with this mad old man. Seeing that nobody uttered a beep, third elder nodded in satisfaction and said, "And one more thing, Paul Whitebun is incommunicado, and a bounty of 1 soul jade will be awarded by the Whitebun family to anyone offering Paul's head. Good, now that all misunderstandings are cleared, deactivate the barrier and receive today's brave victor." The crowd felt that 1 soul jade bounty for a late-period card soldier was too much, but soon they grew enthusiastic, as who would hate rich rewards. When everyone was looking forward to Victor's ceremony, as the staff deactivated the arena barrier, they heard a loud, alarming shout. Wait! Do not deactivate the barrier. By the time the first round of attack had been executed, Iron Flesh had descended to the height of 110 meters. Any further, and it would be hard for Pax to attempt a mid-air takeoff thanks to all the extra gravity due to Paul's 2 superimposed field cards. Ever since Pax had received the caution prompt regarding Iron Flesh's imbalance and flight duration, Pax was already prepared to bail out, but he had to make use of the firepower that Iron Flesh was packing. Together, this firepower had crossed the limits of C-rank weapon and ascended to B rank, which would trump C-rank defense card Paul had prepared for himself. Pax, having just stepped into the card soldier realm, had 60 stars at the hand, of which skill card featherweight occupied 21 stars, and skill card float occupied 24 stars, leaving Pax with 15 stars, which after digging into Paul's devious past, Pax and his sisters assigned to a poison-related skill card, knowing that Paul had a history of using poison cards in his past card fights. Preparing a 15-star card poison-related skill card, Pax at the beginning of the deathmatch thought was unnecessary seeing Paul use field and trap cards, but consoled himself thinking being prepared is not bad. Pax chose such a card lineup because of his new origin card Iron Flesh, which not only provided him with supernatural strength, speed, etc., but also impenetrable armor and limit-breaking firepower. Yes. Pax's card choice was heavily dependent on his origin card and research on Paul's battle style. Paul was smart and knew anybody who went through his history of card fights would know his use of poison cards, and especially someone with Pax's resources would be prepared with a counter to his poison cards. One of the reasons why Paul switched to field and trap card using the loopholes in the Whitebin family duel rules. Thankfully, Pax's card choice still had a great impact on his battle with Paul, and even gave him the edge for his victory. After the first round of attacks had been executed, Pax did a quick sweep of the arena with his Iron Flesh's sensory system, and then ordered, switch to Tier 2 Angel form and ascend 900 meters height. Switch to Tier 2. Activating Tier 2 Angle form. Mid-air flight successful, ascending to 900 meters. Even though the arena was filled with smoke thanks to his sensory system, Pax knew that Paul's presence in the arena had vanished and both his field cards were losing their effect. While Iron Flesh had descended to the height of 100 meters, unable to find Paul's presence, Pax switched back to Tier 2 Exo Armor in mid-air and soared to the skies to maintain a safe distance from the arena in case Paul had any surprise in store for him. Not until the smoke had cleared and the referee had announced his victory and explained the sudden absence of Paul's presence in the arena did Pax dare to descend the sky and land on the arena ground. Yes, Pax was being too cautious, but it was deserved considering the risk and high stakes involved. If he lost, Pax was bound to lose everything, so his caution was deserved. Landing on the ground, confirming his victory, Pax deactivated his origin card. Though the arena smelled funny, Pax credited it to the burnt smell and began focusing on the crowd's commotion and Third Elder's words. Just when the staff were about to deactivate the arena barrier, Pax felt weak, and suddenly huge information was dumped into his brain by one of his passive cards. Turns out that the funny smell he neglected earlier was bad news. Damn you, Paul. Cursing Paul inwardly, Pax hurriedly shouted. Wait. Do not deactivate the barrier. The arena is filled with Firefox Bane poison vapors. Thanks to his 15-star 1000 poison physique passive skill card, Pax had avoided a huge crisis. Paul's final move, Firefox Bane poison vapors. Right now, Pax was really feeling very good about doing his homework on Paul's past card fights and preparing for it ahead. Card name, 1000 poison physique. Card type, skill card, passive. Card rank, C rank, uncommon. Card rating, 15 stars. Card durability, 91/100. Card effect, equipping this card, user is immune to 1000 different poisons and has enhanced poison resistance. Additional effect, the host gains knowledge about all the 1000 poisons that the card gave the user immunity against. Turns out when Paul switched places with something of equal weight, he had switched places with 160-pound Firefox Bane powder, which in contact with high temperature vaporized and filled the complete arena with Firefox Bane poisonous vapors. Firefox Bane poisonous vapors are deadly poisons and can poison a person by just breathing in and coming into contact with eyes, ears, mouth, and tongue. A person exposed to these poisonous vapors is bound to die within the next 120 seconds if the victim cannot get the appropriate antidote or treatment for the poison. This was Paul's final move, enough to kill the employer in case he decides to tie up loose ends or Pax if he happens to be worthy of the title, the Whitebin family young genius. This way anyone who was against him was bound to die a miserable death. Hearing Pax's alarmed shout, the Whitebin family staff stopped deactivating the arena barrier and turned to Third Elder for guidance. To verify Pax's claims, Third Elder, to everyone's astonishment, passed through the barrier without any resistance and entered the arena. Entering the arena, the wrinkly pale white skin of Third Elder started to turn red, coming in contact with the Firefoxbane vapors. With a sigh, Third Elder ordered, sign to think that one of the Whitebin family cubs has become so contaminated and poisonous. Close the arena and call for family alchemists and poison masters to clean it up. The audience is advised to maintain discipline within the Whitebin family premises and leave the family grounds in an orderly fashion. The awards ceremony for the victor is cancelled due to the current turn of events. Excommunicado Paul Whitebin's bounty has been raised to 5 soul jades. Caution is advised as the hunt is well-versed and equipped with a large variety of poisons. Hearing the Third Elder conform to Pax's claims, the crowd burst out in hushed discussions. If not for the Third Elder's presence and warning, they would have raised the roof in a panic. WTF. Paul is too vicious. I think Paul is smart. Not only did he escape imminent death, but also almost killed Pax, but alas, reality is not in his favor. Paul smart. Are you kidding me? He was bound to die from the beginning. Though Pax is the family head's bastard son, he still is the family head's only son and male heir. If this death match was not suicidal on Paul's part, then what? What? The Whitebin family head would not break the family rules, which stops the loser's family from hurting or targeting the victory. Buddy, this is the Whitebin family we are talking about. Their family motto is strong, make the rules, and break the rules. You tell me if the family head, dubbed as the strongest of the Whitebin family, is willing to break some rules as revenge for his only son. Whatever. But why involve us, the innocent bystanders? If not for Pax's timely warning, we all would be dead right now. Come on. Which fantasy era are you living in? Does killing require a reason in this era? But still, it is very scary knowing a wacko having a bad day could simply kill you for no reason at all on your way home or work. Isn't that why we card apprentices pursue strength constantly? Third Elder turned to Pax and said, not bad, kid. Reaching card soldier realm at 16. Even your father was not this talented. Pax respectfully bowed to the Third Elder and humbly said, Elder is doting the younger generation. The Third Elder shook his head and said, kid, remember, being too humble comes out as prideful. Anyway, was that giant golem your origin card which your siblings and you were running around to create? Hearing the Third Elder, Pax's fists clenched, and suppressing his rage, he said, yes, Elder. Kid, let me give it to you straight. Yes, I knew some lesser elders were blocking you and your siblings from hiring a capable card creationist. And yes, even though I knew all this, I did not step up and turned a blind eye to it. I did the same when your elder sister Elizabeth and your father tried to step on their brother and sister to rise to their power. If I keep stepping in when every generation tried to gain power, then all the death matches and our family tradition will lose meaning. Explained Third Elder patiently, unlike his arrogance towards the audience earlier. Thank you, Elder, for your guidance. And please forgive the younger generation for his mistakes. Hearing the Elder's words, Pax understood that his father's and elder sister's rise to power was not as heroic as they made it sound. Don't sweat it, kid. The only reason I am wasting my time on you is that I consider you strong. Don't let your talent get to your head, and remember our family saying, talents and genius come and go, only tough people last. Keep that in your mind. Said the Third Elder. Oh my God. Oh my God. We won. We won. Our Pax won. Shouted Beth in enthusiasm, hearing the referee announce Pax's victory. Her enthusiasm was so high that she almost choked her twin with her hug. Amy had a silent smile on her face, which showed that she was very satisfied with the results, considering all that time and planning she had put in for this to happen. This was not achieved because of her family, which was against her, and her siblings, or her father and elder sister who was missing the whole time. All this was hers and her siblings' achievements. It felt good to know that they were something outside the huge shadow of the family or her father and elder sister. Hey, you guys by chance you know where I can collect my winnings? I asked F***CK. I was rich again with a ratio of 111. I made a killing this time. The rush and excitement I am feeling right now are indescribable. I placed 102 soul jades on Pax's victory, the underdog boy genius, and now I would get 11 times of my bet. That is 1,122 soul jades. The whiteman had thought that Pax had no chance of winning against Paul, and had given such a ratio profiting me someone with the inside information in Pax's new origin card. But this indescribable feeling died down fast hearing Pax's alarm shout. Wait, do not deactivate the barrier. The arena is filled with Firefox-Bane poison vapors. Firefox-Bane poison vapors. F***CK? Now that's one cruel and easy way to mass murder unsuspecting people. Realizing that I could have just died miserably along with the rest of the unsuspecting audience, if not for Pax discovering Paul's final punchline, most of my happiness and excitement died down. But seeing Third Elders in action and display his strength as he directly exposed himself to the poison without a shred of worry, I realized strong have no worries. If I was strong and confident about my strength, like Third Elder, I would not have to worry about the Firefox-Bane poison vapors and ruin my happiness and excitement. Thinking this, I followed the twins to collect my winnings and then waved the IOU at Amy and said, "When will you pay me back? Haven't you made a lot of soul jades off our family already?" Argued Beth. "That is what your family owed me. This is what you guys owe me," I said, glaring at Beth. "Money is no object, but a man has to be paid for his work. You won't understand this after all you guys never worked in your life." Forget B***TCH Beth. The expression on Amy's face told me that I would not be paid anytime soon. Amy was in a bind right now because if she paid the card creationist with family money, it would only mean that she could not achieve anything without the family wealth. But she did not have her hard-earned wealth to pay the card creationist. Finally, Amy realized that if she had to get out of the shadow of her family, or her father, even her elder sister, and take care of herself and her siblings, she should go independent and earn what she needs and not expect the world to just give her what she wants. Just when Amy was about to explain her dilemma to the card creationist, a rude voice intervened. "Dalton Wyatt, you have been served with a life/death challenge letter." A middle-aged woman in a cheap office suit declared, waving the letter on my face. Karma. I just waved the IOU on Amy's face, and now a challenge letter is being waved on my face. Infuriated, I grabbed the letter from the middle-aged woman's hand, who left as soon as I took the letter. In the letter, there were 4 big words. Life/death challenge letter. In this world, card fights and deathmatch were extremely popular. In Sky Blossom City, there were almost no other forms of entertainment as exciting as a death match. Card fights had become the most popular form of entertainment. Beth asked, "Will you accept?" Card fights required the other party's consent. If the other party did not agree, they could not forcefully attack the other party. After all, this was still a civilized era and laws still existed. I opened the letter to see who the challenger was, as I could not guess who would want a death match with me. After all, I have pissed a lot of people within just a week of my rebirth. It was Kevin Zhang of the Zhang Mercenaries. Why the F***CK would somebody of Kevin Zhang's caliber challenge a high school nobody, and what happened to their plan of scamming and extorting me? I did not understand why would Kevin Zhang issue a challenge to me out of the blue. What provoked him to challenge me? Did he get the wind of all the money I am making? No. Nobody from my past knows what I have been up to these days. Is it because of the incident with Ronnie? I thought upon further consideration it seemed impossible. No way I was so thorough I did not leave behind any clue. F***CK? The biggest clue is Ronnie himself. With just him missing, how long would it take for Kevin to connect all the dots? 2 days. Yes, that's how long it took Kevin Zhang to connect all dots and serve me with a life and death challenge letter. But how did he find out my relationship with Ronnie? And how can he be sure that I was behind all this? No, those are not the important questions right now. The question I must be asking myself right now is whether I accept the challenge or not. With that in my mind, I checked the challenge date, time, and place in the ladder. 30th this month, morning 10:30 at the Guild Association Mall Arena. Seeing the date of the challenge, my nerve eased up. By then I would have already gotten strong enough that a mere silver grimoire card soldier would not worry me. I will accept the challenge, I replied to Beth. I thought all card creationists are cowards who just knew to be profiteers while run and hide at the first sight of trouble. Scorned Beth with her signature pompous smile. Beth, for the love of cards, will you just shut up? Shouted Amy, seeing her twin show her nature again to their benefactor. I ignored Beth's scorn. I had to accept this challenge because the MF mastermind behind young Wyatt's suicide was this muff Kevin Zhang, and he had to pay for his crimes against young Wyatt with his life. Sister. Pax finally made his way to his sisters, getting rid of all the reporters and social media influencers. Congrats, little bro, said Beth while Amy gave him a nod with a bright smile. Congrats, Pax. Corey and Susan also congratulated Pax. Congrats, kid. I made a lot of money betting on you. I also congratulate Pax, even though I was not satisfied with his narrow by default win, but considering he had no experience operating a mech or an exo-armor, I did not show my disappointment. It's all because of the card you created, sir. Pax humbly gave me all the credit, showing that children of big families are a lot mature and knowledgeable. Any other kid would be high on his first public card fight victory, but not Pax. While we six were busy talking, a figure rushed out of the crowd towards us. We were caught off guard, but the figure did not hide his intentions, so all the six of us were able to summon our grimoire and defended, but the figure was fast. He made his way to Pax, and grabbing hold of him, the space surrounding the figure and Pax started to distort. By now we all had gotten a clear look at the figure. He was a middle-aged man with an average build and the clueless face of a next-door neighbor. He looked so unsuspecting that nobody would expect him to be capable of this. Stop him. He is trying to teleport out of here, shouted Amy. Now the staff and Whitebin family members had already realized what was happening. If not for the poison blaster mounted full-body rainbow-scaled armor, I would be useless right now because of my lacking card collection. I tried to fire a poison beam at the perp, but the distorted space surrounding him blocked and rendered all attacks on the perp useless. Not just me, everyone else's attack was blocked by the distorted space. The teleportation card used by the perp was a high-end card, as normal teleportation cards could not distort the space surrounding the user to block all physical and energy attacks. But there seemed to be a downside to this high-end teleportation card used by the perp. A normal teleportation card would have teleported the perp and Pax within 10 seconds, but this high-end teleportation card seems to be taking longer than 10 seconds, nearly 20+ seconds. Not in my house. A shout sound throughout the arena, and the high-end teleportation used by the perp got cancelled midway. Not just the high-end teleportation, but all the other cards used by the staff and the people to apprehend the perp got cancelled midway. Then this huge pressure landed on the perp, rendering him immobile, letting Pax break free of his hold. Breaking free from the perp, Pax glared at his immobilized attempt kidnapper and asked, "Why?" The middle-aged perp looked at Pax with kind eyes while tears of blood flowed from his eyes and foam oozed out of his mouth as he spoke. "Forgive me, Lord, for I could not take you to your kingdom." Saying that the perp died due to suicide by poisoning. Repulsive, commented Beth. It's a suicide by poisoning. It is meant to be disgusting, said Corey. Father, you are back, shouted Amy excitedly. The voice from earlier sounded again. Yes. Bring your siblings and friends to my study room. Yes, Father, obeyed Amy with utmost respect, and turned to us asking, Mr. Wyatt, Susan, Corey, my father would like to meet you guys if possible. Corey and Susan turned to me to hear my opinion. The Whitebin family head wants to meet us. That's given considering how we helped his children when the rest of the world shunned them. He should be extremely grateful towards us and dying to show his gratitude. So I said, of course, we will go meet the strongest Whitebin. That's our grandfather, but since he is out on an adventure, I guess our father is currently the strongest Whitebin here, said Beth. And then we followed the siblings to the study room. After Pax's kidnapping attempt incident, the crowd was bursting with more gossip. WTF? Just happened. Who was that? Maybe some old monster of the Whitebin family. I thought the third elder was mysterious enough, but compared to this senior, the third elder is more like an open book. How did the senior nullify all our cards? What kind of card did the senior use? So unfathomable. No, you morons, it was not some old monster. It was the current Whitebin's head of the family, Jack Whitebin. Wait, Jack Whitebin. He is this strong. No wonder they allowed a crowd of card apprentices inside their main manor without care. We are all ant in front of that kind of power. Who was that fool trying to kidnap the family head's child so boldly? Who else? The religious nutbag from earlier. No wonder he looked familiar. Who the F***ck allowed these numbnuts in the city? The city hall is trying to increase the export and trade to their kingdom, so in exchange their citizens are now allowed in our city. Doesn't the city hall not know that doing business with these nut jobs never ends well? You know that. I know that. But who will tell the city hall? They are blinded by increased numbers of wealth in form of taxes this deal brought them. The Whitebin Manor was huge and extremely luxurious, especially the main manor where the family head resided. Amy soon brought us to her father's study room. At the door, we saw a woman in her early 20s waiting by the door of the study room. She was gorgeous and beautiful, but similar to many women I had seen in this world. She had well-toned muscles not enough to repulse men. Maybe even considered attractive for some, but not my type as I like soft, doughy type which I can squeeze to my heart's content. "Sister, you are back." The siblings shouted simultaneously and ran towards her in excitement. "You little munchkins. Elder sister missed you guys so much," said Eliza, giving each of her siblings a kiss on their cheeks, and added, "Hurry up, don't keep father waiting." "Father can wait." "Sister, are you okay? I heard your team met difficulties this time around," said Beth in concern. Her eyes showed that she was genuinely worried about her sister. "I am fine, sweet pea. Our little Beth is finally learning to care about others." Eliza teased Beth. "Not others, just you," said Beth shyly. Inside the large and fancy, yet pleasing and easy to the eye study room sat a tall and largely muscled tan-skinned man, with a bare chest showcasing a long scar that runs horizontally across the bridge of his ribcage. He has short eggplant-colored hair with a longer strand hanging over a face, which tends to come off as threatening and scary even without him intending to. The atmosphere surrounding him was very intimidating, making him seem arrogant and violent. His upper arm was bulkier than a fully grown man's thigh, while his forearms were wrapped around with bandages. This man did not seem like he belonged in here and seemed totally out of frame, as if the content did not match the theme. It was as if someone left the gorilla room free in a library just for the fun of it. If not for the Whitebin siblings enthusiastically greeting and addressing him as their father, I would think that they were pranking me. "Father, when did you arrive?" asked Amy, while Beth surprisingly stood silently with respect. Even Pax seemed more enthusiastic than Beth. "I arrived this morning before Pax's deathmatch began. I wanted to stop it, but seeing you three so confident, I decided to go along with it. And I was right to believe in you three. Come on now, my princess, still not speaking to your dad," said Jack, completely blowing away my mind. That brute acted like a cute father. No wonder the three siblings were so attached to him. Beth snorted in response to her father's cute pleading. Seeing her act like this, Jack got up from his chair and walked next to Beth. Suddenly, with no warning, he lifted her and sat her down on his broad left shoulder. Beth gasped in fright and shouted in embarrassment, "Father, let me down. My friends are watching. I beg you. This is so embarrassing. What is happening here? Am I watching and listening straight? Did the pompous Beth just call us her friends? Wait, is what Jack doing morally right?" I did not have to wait long for my answer. The calm and mature Amy ran next to Jack and said, "Father, me too." She did not have to ask Jake. As she neared him, he scooped her up and sat her down on his right shoulders, while Amy charmingly giggled and Beth blushingly warned her bear of a father. "Father, put me down right now, otherwise I will not talk to you ever again." No matter how much Beth threatened Jack, he did not budge and shamelessly said, "Okay, then I will never let you down. You will have to sit on my shoulder for the rest of your life while you eat, vomit, pee, and poop there just like you did when you are a baby." Beth tried to summon her grimoire to use cards and get out of her dad's clutches, but surprisingly, whenever she summoned her grimoire, it would just get cancelled the next second. This **T scared me to death. Imagine a card fight where you keep summoning your grimoire, but your opponent can cancel your summon every freaking time. **CK? This could possibly be every card apprentice's nightmare. How the hell is he able to do that? Back in the arena, he did something similar by canceling out all the cards of the card apprentices present. I was amused but not surprised. I thought it was a high-end trick card, but now seeing him cancel Beth summoning her grimoire again and again, I was scared. I tried to check the trick to it through my soul pupils, but I got nothing. Now I was completely frightened. They say the unknown is the scariest, and it is true. Eliza, who was at the door, came to her sister's rescue saying, "Father, it's hard for Beth to make friends. Please, do not embarrass her further in front of them. You too, Eliza. You guys don't appreciate my love? Asterisk cough asterisk okay enough fun." Jack was about to throw a tantrum, but under Eliza's threatening gaze he had to concede. Letting down the twins, Jack went back to his chair and seriously said, "Let's talk about the pressing matters at hand. Pax, do you know why the emissary of demigod Michelangelo's church wanted to kidnap you?" Looking around the room, then finally stopping his gaze at Corey and Susan, Pax shook, not knowing how to tell his father that he is the last descendant of demigod Michelangelo. Seeing Pax struggle to answer a simple yes or no question, Jack frowned and rebuked. "It's been 4 years now, Pax. You can't keep hiding behind the same reason time and again." Hearing his father rebuke him, Pax just put his head down helplessly. Corey and Susan were good acquaintances. He did not want to offend them by saying that he could not speak the secret in their presence. Through Pax's body language, Jake knew what was happening, but he wanted to force it out of his son's mouth. If he let his son be and continue like this, Pax will become socially disabled. Jake was a good father, and he knew what each of his kids needed. Finally, under the pressure of his father, Pax caved and said, I will explain it later when we are alone." Jake knew he had to be happy with what he gets and where his son's limit lied, so he did not push further for an answer and said, "Okay, we will talk later." Done attending to his children, Jake turned to Corey and said, "You must be Corey. Your parents talk a lot about you, and they miss you a lot." "Lord, you have met my parents. Where are they?" Corey enthusiastically asked. It has been 3 years since her parents left on a mission and not returned yet. No messages, no call, nothing. It's been 2 years, 9 months since she last heard from them. "Don't call me Lord. Your parents and I are all comrades. Call me Uncle." "Yes, I met them 2 months ago, but I cannot tell you where they are," answered Jack pleasantly, just like a neighboring uncle. "I was seeing sides to this brute that I never thought would exist in one single person." "Who is this guy?" At first glance, he is an intimidating brute, then a loving father, and next second a caring uncle. "Oh, he is good, dangerously good. I should have guessed his nature, knowing that even though he is a bloodthirsty brute, he chose to spend more time in the library than the battlefield, but I couldn't, as he switches his nature like switching clothes." "Oh, okay. How are they? Are they doing well?" Corey asked in concern. "Yes, they are still the envious power couple blessed by the sky," said Jack, exhibiting jealousy and longing in his eyes. "The city thinks that the Whitebins are just a couple of barbarians who can only use their fists, but they were dead wrong. But you cannot blame them, because the Whitebins want the city to underestimate them as impulsive, brain-dead brutes. I mean, think about it. If they only knew how to use their fists, then how did they get the richest family in the whole city? Unless the whole city is dumb or the Whitebins are smarter than they are credited with. I have met Willem Bright, so I knew that the whole city was not dumb, and in the meeting with Jack Whitebin, and in 8 minutes I have been in his presence, he has shown me 4 different sides to his personality. I was having a hard time discerning which was his true self. The Whitebins were smarter than they were credited for. No wonder none of the families were ever able to cross their yearly gross profit records." Done speaking with Corey, Jack turned to look at Susan and me. Amy hurriedly introduced us to him. "Sorry, I forgot to introduce you guys. Susan, Wyatt, this is my father, Jack Whitebin, the current family head of the Whitebin family. Father, these are Susan Tucci and Dalton Wyatt, my friends who helped create Pax's first origin card. I was just complimenting the maturity and manners of big families earlier. You had to slap it on my face and prove me wrong. Whatever. Considering how worried you guys were for your father and sister's safety, I will forgive you guys this once." I chose to be the bigger man, thinking about how Jake was going to reciprocate his gratitude, greeting the family head respectfully along with Susan. "Miss Susan, I heard you applied to procure 30 tons of our C-rank liquid gold. If my secretary is doing her job correctly, you are just an associate manager at Guild Association Mall. I don't see any reason for you to purchase 30 tons of C-rank liquid gold," Jack asked, as he intently waited for a satisfying answer from Susan. Of course, Susan applied for 30 tons of C-grade liquid gold for me. After the news of Pax's fight with Paul spread across the city, I was bound to gain popularity and a substantial amount of traffic thanks to the dope-ass mech and exo armor. Before, I had 0 clients and had all the time in my world to sit with the customers and custom build a card for them. I do not know how much popularity I will gain, but I had to be prepared. This was my idea, but Susan was the one who alerted me about my upcoming traffic. I did not know how big of traffic I will gain, but I knew they all will want a golem or an armor card, so I already planned what kind of material I should keep ready and settled on C-grade liquid gold. Of course, this was only one of the materials, but it was for my wealth deep pockets customers. I did not have to explain this to Jack. Susan can handle him herself. Lord, apart from my job as associate auction manager, I also exclusively manage and represent Wyatt's online card creation boutique. Those 30 tons of C-rank liquid gold I am procuring for my client, Mr. Wyatt, explained Susan. Jack did not seem to be satisfied with Susan's explanation. His brows joined into a frown, and he glared at Susan and said, "See, I heard you talk a bunch of words, but I did hear an answer to my question. Maybe I was not clear the first time around. Let me ask you again. What intention does a small-time card creation boutique like yours have by procuring 30 tons of liquid gold from my family?" Jack ruthlessly pressured Susan. First, it was can you, now he no longer gave her an option, she had to answer him. I guess this is his ruthless businessman side. But he did not intimidate Susan, not because she was strong in some way or something, but because she was doing nothing wrong, and that was enough for a good person to face any odds. Susan stared back into Jack's eyes and said, "Lord Jack, we need the C-rank liquid gold to create cards. In what world would a small-time boutique like yours require 30 tons worth of liquid gold to create cards? A few £100 should already be enough for your boutique's capacity, unless you are planning to sell our family, or in the black market, and make money through difference in the price of both the markets," accused Jack and doubled down on his accusation by adding, "Are you guys planning to take advantage of my children's friendship to fill your pockets?" Before Susan can claim slander, Pax hurriedly said, "Father, they do need tons of ores to create cards. My first origin card alone required 60 tons of black steel alloy and 28 tons of black steel F16 alloy for creation. They are not using our friendship or anything." "Oh, is it? Your origin card required 60 tons of black steel alloy and 28 tons of black steel F16 alloy for creation?" asked Jack, acting dumb. "Yes, Father. They are good friends and good at their job. And also, is it possible that I can also acquire 22 tons of C-rank liquid gold? It will help strengthen my origin card," said Pax. "Haha, you are one of the Whitebin family heirs. Of course, you can get 22 tons of C-rank liquid gold. It is the first thing you have demanded from me for yourself. I will fulfill it." Jack laughed heartily. Unlike his previous arrogant and ruthless self, it has been 4 years since Pax has moved into the Whitebin family, and he has only asked 2 things from Jack. 1, to visit his mother's grave once every year, and 2, how to get stronger. The rest of the time, he was the most obedient child Jack had. He would do everything he was asked of without a complaint, just like some doll or golem. Jack can see that the kid loved and respected him but had trouble communicating. So as a responsible father, he decided to force Pax to speak his mind freely and make demands like his 3 sisters. "Miss Susan, I am sorry if I frightened you. I have heard my face can be frightening sometimes. Please don't worry about 30 tons of liquid gold. As long as you pay in full, you can take away the liquid gold right now. Contact my secretary. She will help you. If you do not have enough capital, we have loans for promising startups. You can apply for that." Having gained what he wanted, Jack retired to his caring Uncle Angle. I could see that talking business with Jake was intense for Susan. After all, Jake accused her of using his children's trust. As for buying and selling in the black market, it is not illegal but frowned upon. After all, trade of unrestricted goods is not a crime. C-rank liquid spirit gold, also known as liquid gold or LSG, is a very rare ingredient in the black market where everything is available. But in the regular market, you can procure tons and tons of it for the right price. LSG is the product of doping gold with fine spirit sands found in the Whitebin family's A-rank Gate Dungeon Maya sand dunes. 1 kg of LSG costs $30,000. LGS has a high demand, and the Whitebin family has a monopoly on LSG in Sky Blossom City and its nearby city, and is still able to maintain the monopoly because they just stick to the production and supply side while hiring powerful allies for the selling part. This way everyone is happy. Then came the black market, which was putting a dent in the Whitebin and its allies' pockets, which they took care of by owning about 11% of the black market in Sky Blossom City and its neighbors. And the general public thinks the Whitebin family is a bunch of muscle heads who only understand violent and barbaric means. Done analyzing Susan and her nature, Jack turned to me and said, "Mr. Wyatt, you have my respect at the young age you have achieved, which may take years and lots of resources for others to achieve." I was still pissed at Jake as while talking with Susan, he repeatedly trashed my online shop as a small-time shop. But still, since the man in question was loaded and a potential customer, I kept my professional smile and respectfully said, "Lord Jack, I was just lucky." "So you were gambling with my son's origin card and future?" thundered Jack, glaring at me. To me, his glare felt like a hungry gorilla staring at me. Funny, right? I had already mentioned the possible risk to your son and daughters, Lord. But they still chose to trust in me and have the origin card created by me. If this guy wants to flip the script, then sure be my guest, flip the whole crew. I was just being humble by saying I was lucky, but you blame me for risking your son's future, then I will throw the ball in your son and daughter's court. Two can play at this game. I see. You mentioned all the risks to them or made use of their desperation to fill your pockets. And with that, Jack threw the ball back into my court. Lord, if anything, you children pledged your honor to make me work for free for them. You can ask your daughter. You gorilla, I am the repeat champion of this game. This your last warning. Hearing me, Jack frowned and glared at his twin daughters. Beth snorted while Amy buried her head in Eliza's embrace. Why isn't anybody answering me? Jack thundered once again. Pledging one's honor for someone of Jack's position and power was a big deal for him. As the saying, with great power comes great responsibility. People see something associated with Jack Whitebin's name, then they expect a certain standard that was the power of his name and honor. Now his children pledge it without thinking twice. Seeing Father angry, Pax, who knew the culprit and his father's anger, chose to take the blame upon himself. Father, it was me who pledged your name. Hearing Pax take the blame, Amy tried to get off Eliza's embrace and clarify the misunderstanding, but Eliza did allow her to break free, instead strengthened her embrace and rendered Amy immobile. Beth knew Pax was not capable of this and knew the culprit wasn't her unless Wyatt was lying. Then she looked at Amy. To her eyes, it looked like Amy was hiding in Eliza's embrace. Right now, Beth was torn between two worlds. Should she stay quiet or voice out? Her pompous side told her that she should stay quiet, but her caring sister side said she loved this of her brother and sister equally and cannot allow one to take advantage of the other. Usually, her pompous side would sound right to her, but today her caring sister side made more sense and felt right. So she voiced, Father, Pax is lying. Amy, pledge your name. Are you trying to take the blame for your sister? With a stern voice, Jack asked Pax, who did not budge, and said, Father, Big Sis Beth was out shopping, she doesn't know a thing. Enough shenanigans. Beth, were you out shopping or not? Jack's face had darkened with anger, which scared Beth, who lost her resolve and admitted, Yes, I went shopping. I had it, Beth. For lying to me, no more pocket money for you until I see maturity in your behavior. Pax, for pledging my name casually, you will have to earn 22 tons of LSG you wanted by completing the task I give you. Form a party of 5 and clear 30 E-rank dungeons, 15 D-rank dungeons, and 5 C-rank dungeons. Do you understand me? Jack dictated Beth and Pax their punishment. Yes. Beth and Pax agreed. Taking care of his family, Jack turned to me and said, Mr. Wyatt, I have seen the card fight between Pax and Paul. Your creation is amazing and praiseworthy. I misunderstood you earlier and thought that you made use of my children's desperation and filled your pockets. You didn't, right, Mr. Wyatt? This MF. He did not apologize for wrongly accusing me, nor thank me for helping his kids when the entire card creationist guild turned their backs on his kids. Not to mention how he used Susan and now me to create teachable moments for his kids. This selfish prick. I risked my life by creating his son's origin card, and yet he is still shamelessly trying to mess with me. I haven't met somebody so shameless as him in this world. Family head Jack. I heard Whitebin takes pride in repaying 10 what they owe. I was wondering if the Whitebin family had a Cerberus core. I need it. I was done playing games with this old fool, so I reminded him to stop it and get straight to the point. You young ones are so impatient and ignorant, said Jack, referring to me, bringing an end to his charades and asking a high price for the gratitude I accumulated. Cerberus core is indeed very costly, and I was asking too much, but now my greed did not matter. What mattered right now is whether Jack thought that his son's life and his name are worth more than a Cerberus core or not. Eliza, provide Mr. Wyatt with what he needs, and make sure our guests feel welcome during their stay here. Pax remain, and the rest don't disturb me, ordered Jack. Not surprising that Jack thought his son's life and his name are worth more than a Cerberus core. Yes, father. Agreeing to her father, carrying immobilized Amy in one hand, Eliza directed the rest of us out of the study room. Walking out of the study room, Eliza said, Beth, why don't you show your friends around the manor while I and Amy fetch the Cerberus core? Okay, said Beth excitedly, and added, follow me, I will show you my favorite spot in the manor. Then we followed the excited Beth's lead. Turning around the corner, Beth said, aren't you greed, Wyatt, to bluntly ask for a Cerberus core? Hearing Beth, Corey, and Susan's cheeks turned red in embarrassment, but I was unfazed. Was I shameless and greedy for asking Cerberus core even though Amy signed an IOU to pay for my fees? Yes, I am guilty of all of that. But this was the only chance I could get to get my hands on a Cerberus core this early, otherwise it may take me months before I got influential enough, so that Cerberus core is no longer a restricted ingredient for me. I was running on borrowed time, did not know when my enemies will knock on my door. So, I had to make use of available resources. It's not like giving me a Cerberus core could bankrupt the Whitebin family. Nope. I asked what I needed. It's up to you whether you give it or not. I replied to Beth's signature scorn-filled remark. Believe me, if it were up to me, I would not. Said Beth. I believe you. Is this the only way you know to talk? I asked Beth. After all, she just introduced us as her friends to father and elder sister, and now she is acting like this. I wasn't able to figure her out. What's wrong with the way I speak? Is it my pronunciation? Asked Beth, clueless. Nothing, I said in frustration. Talking to her was like pouring water on a rock. Sister, why did you restrain me earlier? Pax did not pledge father's name. I did. I have to come clean about this with our father. Questioned Amy as soon as Eliza let her go. I know. Pax doesn't even know the meaning of pledge or how it works. Even Beth figured out that part. Eliza spoke nonchalantly. Then why did you stop me? Asked Amy in confusion. How did it feel when your brother and sister were being punished for your mistake? Eliza asked Amy, looking into her eyes. Sister, don't tell me you did this all for a teachable moment. You are acting like dad day by day, said Amy, figuring out what Eliza was up to. You are also growing up day by day and have a lot to learn. Now answer, how did it feel? Eliza asked once again. Okay, I know the drill, you won't let me go until I answer you. Seeing Pax and Beth get punished, I felt incompetent as their sister. I felt disappointed about myself for not standing up and accepting my fault when our father asked. Then Pax would not have to choose to take the blame for me. Amy poured out her feelings onto her sister. Good, now imagine 10 times, nay, imagine 100 times worse of this feeling. Now remember that feeling, that's how you are going to feel when one of your party members or comrade dies in a mission because of your wrong judgment. Elaborated Eliza to her sister as her eyes turned red. Sister, what happened at the mission? Why did father have to come to your rescue? Amy knew her sister was not a psychopath like her father to make every moment a teachable moment unless it is necessary. Smith and Jake died because I did not think that my enemies will use suicide assassins to ambush us while we were dealing with the boss monster. Narrated Eliza. The more she talked, the redder her eyes grew, but not a drop of tear fell from them in order not to humiliate her party members' brave sacrifice. Sister, you can't blame yourself for this. Someone must have leaked your information. That traitor is to be held accountable for this. Amy tried to console her sister. I know. That is why I am here, and not there mourning for my comrades. As Eliza spoke, her reddened eyes shone with a red, murderous glint. How is it? These are all the dresses I wore every single day since I was born, said Beth as she showcased her large collection of dresses. Wait, there are like 6,300 plus dresses of varying sizes here. The count should reach 6,200 something, even if you wore each dress for once a day. How as the hell do you have more dress? Asked Susan in awe, thinking rich are so wasteful. You are forgetting the party wear, reminded Beth. Sigh. With a sigh, Susan turned to Corey and asked, you also keep all your dresses? No, I do not. I stopped recently, but I used to keep the dress on which got 1K likes or 0.2K comments, and other dresses, I burnt them off. With every word, Corey's cheeks grew redder and redder in embarrassment. wondering why she enjoyed doing something so pointless. I knew I would find you guys here. This is Beth's favorite room. She does not bring someone unless they are important to her. Eliza walked in with Amy and revealed her sister's secret to prepare her sister's friend to understand how much it meant for Beth to bring them here. My sister is just kidding around, guys. Beth hurriedly tried to cover the embarrassing secret that her elder sister revealed. Haha. Mr. Wyatt, here's the Cerberus core you asked for. Thank you for helping out my siblings. Anything else I can help you with? Eliza politely asked. Then I would like to use your card room. I want to create a card. Hearing these words, Eliza was dumbstruck. She was just being polite and did not think I would take her words literally. I will arrange it, please wait. Covering her confused expression, Eliza left in a hurry to make the arrangements. Susan and Corey shook their heads while Amy and Beth glared at me. In response, I acted innocent. Where were your glints when your dad played with me? This is so funny. No wonder Jack liked to do this so much. I did not ask to use the card room just for the fun of it, but I was planning on creating my second origin card here. As I knew the warehouse will be crowded and noisy today, haunted by the enthusiastic reporters and social media influencers. So the warehouse was not the best choice to create my second origin card. And also wanted to avoid meeting Uncle and Annie Wyatt as much as possible, as I still had not figured out how to explain to them why I did not inform them of Papa and Mama Wyatt's death or funeral. Young Wyatt really screwed me over on this one. This is our family's renowned card hall. Many visiting Golden Card Creationists prefer our card hall over the Guild Association Mall and the Card Creationist Guild card rooms. This is one of our Manor's proud sections. Eliza proudly introduced me to the high-end Whitebin family card hall. Impressive to even outshine the Card Creationist Guild, your card hall must be ranked #1 in the Sky Blossom City. I was impressed because the Card Creationist Guild is supposed to have the best card rooms. Hehe. No, the Card Creationist Guild premium card rooms are the best in the city, but they do not allow anybody other than their members to use them. So, the visiting card creationists come to our card hall. Explained Eliza. A slight blush was visible on her cheeks no matter how hard she tried to keep her expression in check. #2, still better than being ranked #3. I tried to ease the atmosphere. Right? Choose any one of the card rooms you like and occupy it. If you require any assistant, staff and servants are placed all over the place. They will even run errands for you. Then I will be taking my leave now. Learning from her past mistake, Eliza did not try to be polite. One moment. Yes. Susan will be sending some ingredients in an hour. By then I will be in the middle of card creation. Can you ask someone to receive them for me and give them to me later when I need them? I explained my situation. Sure. I will ask one of the servants to receive the ingredients and keep them at the front desk. You can receive them when you can. So, I will take my leave then. Happy creation. Saying that, Eliza turned around and walked as fast as possible without looking back. Shaking my head, I chose the nearest empty card lab and occupied it. Cerberus is normally a B-rank boss monster, but in Whiteburn family's A-rank gate dungeon Maya Dunes, there is a hidden chest room which is guarded by a C-rank Cerberus. Cerberus cores are rare mental strength-related card ingredients and have a high demand because a good card creationist can use them to create strong mental strength-enhancing cards, which can passively split a card apprentice's mental strength into 3. But the cards created with these ingredients are usually B-rank cards which are not of any use to silver or lower-grade card creationists, but as it happens, silver or lower-grade card creationists is where the market is. Enter the C-rank Cerberus, which can create a C-rank card, making the C-rank Cerberus core rarer and more in demand. Sometimes in auctions, low-ranking high-end cards auction costlier than high-ranking cards because the market pool for high-level card apprentices in Sky Blossom City is very less compared to the low-level card apprentices who require a low-ranking high-end. Since the majority of the Sky Blossom City market is made up of low-level card apprentices, it is easy to dump low-ranking cards in Sky Blossom City for a higher price. Ever since I had found out about the mutant soul power system, I have been doing my research on monsters with possible mutated souls and finding ways to procure their core. And a C-rank Cerberus was next on my list. I had done all my research on this one, and this was also one of the reasons I helped the Whitebin siblings. If I am risking my neck, then I better risk it for the most benefit. Getting C-rank Cerberus core was my second priority, right next to creating my second origin card. I prioritize this because after the soul mutation my body becomes unstable, but I get rid of this drawback using the baptism, and right now my active soul control was near 29%, and with my next breakthrough nearing, I had to mutate my soul as soon as possible, or else I would have wasted one baptism. Now that I had gotten my hands on a C-rank Cerberus core, I was going to mutate my soul for the second time. But this time around, I did not have a torn slice of the soul to directly begin with the mutation, but thankfully the White Urn Card Lab was equipped with the latest Soul Scissors model and other machines which I do not recognize. First, I take the C-rank Cerberus core and study it thoroughly and reverse engineer it and study how it got its soul developed into a mutated soul and double-check each discovery, because I am playing with my soul here. If anything goes wrong, I am done for. After forming a plan, I move to the next step, slicing a part of my mutated soul. Reading the brochure of the new Soul Scissor model, I learned how to operate this model. I then slice a part of my mutated soul in the middle at the narrow section. Then I use 5 soul jades to completely develop the sliced part of the soul into a complete soul, but something unaccounted for occurred. The sliced part of the soul developed into a mutated soul itself. No wonder it took 5 soul jades this time around to develop the slice of the soul into a complete soul. But thankfully, Cerberus Mutant Soul was exactly about this, growing 2 souls from a part of the first soul and then mending them to form a 3-consciousness mutated soul. I had to make changes midway to mend the 2 souls with 2 old souls. It was complicated, but I made it work by mending the new mutated souls separately with each soul of the original mutated soul. This way the 2 mutated souls were connected by 3 bridges. Next, I take out more soul jades to fatten the 3 brides connecting the 2 mutated souls with soul energy and overlapping common soul pathways between the 2 mutated souls. And as the 3 bridges connecting the 2 mutated souls fatten slowly, the 2 mutated souls overlap to form a single new mutated soul with 4 new consciousness. I wanted to create a 3-consciousness mutated soul similar to a Cerberus, but end up with a 4-consciousness mutated soul. Next came the programming of the 2 new consciousness before they gained wisdom, but this time around the I to be programmed in the 2 souls was a newer and better version I developed copying the skill insight forecast, which gave the new I's the ability to stimulate every possible outcome of a situation. The new program was super dope, so I updated the program of the old slave soul. Right now my body, the vessel of my soul, is unstable as it was upgraded only to house 2 consciousness, but now trying to multiply my consciousness to 3, I ended up with 4 soul consciousness, which was twice the amount my body could hold. What happens if you pour 2 liters of water in a bottle with a volume of 1 liter? The water will overflow. Similarly, my new 4 consciousness mutated soul was on the verge of overflowing. While forming the 4 consciousness mutated soul, I also gained a huge boost to my active soul control, enough for me to break through and step into the card soldier realm. Breaking through would also solve my problem of unstable body and soul overflow, using the baptism upon my breakthrough. Call me greedy, but I wanted to create my second origin card and then break through so that my second origin card could be blessed by the baptism. Who knows when I will break through to the next higher realm. Also, one can only undergo baptism 9 times in their life, and I did not want to waste this opportunity of getting stronger. Therefore, I held back my breakthrough until I had created my second origin card. Holding back a breakthrough meant I could not take care of my unstable physique and soul overflow issue for now, and I had to create my second origin card in this condition. But thankfully, having a 4 consciousness mutated soul came with advantages such as 4 separate mental strengths and 4 times refined soul energy, which is 4 times more pure and concentrated than regular soul energy, making it more efficient and stronger. Thanks to the demigod-bestowed skill insight forecast, I was able to upgrade the AI programming of my 3 slave consciousness, which made them more obedient and efficient. So I could assign 1 slave consciousness to monitor and stabilize unstable physique and soul overflow, while my main consciousness along with my other 2 slave consciousness would create my second origin card. And then I can break through while in that process, baptizing my new mutated soul and my second origin card along with the regular benefits of baptism. My plan was simple, but during the execution, many variables can transpire, and my lust to grow stronger has once again led me to gamble with my life. But if I had to be the strongest out there, then I had to do what others may never think of or dare to attempt. This mindset took me to the pinnacle of the world in my past life, and using the same mindset, I will ascend to the pinnacle in this life too. Now that I was done with my soul mutation, I stepped out of the card lab and headed to the front desk of the card hall to get the ingredients that Susan had sent from the warehouse. Dungeon Calamity Seed is mostly found in rare barren dungeons. Barren dungeons are types of dungeons that exist even after their dungeon core is abolished. The phenomenon is not possible if the core is abolished by a card apprentice. It is only possible if the core of the dungeon is abolished by the Dungeon Calamity Seed. So if you find a barren dungeon, then it means it contains a Dungeon Calamity Seed. Over the years, researchers have found how a fully functioning dungeon becomes a barren dungeon, but could never solve the mysteries related to the Dungeon Calamity Seed's origin as to where did the Dungeon Calamity Seed come from? How did the Dungeon Calamity Seed end up in that particular dungeon? According to researchers' findings, there are 5 stages for the Dungeon Calamity Seed to go through before achieving its initial form. When you sow a Dungeon Calamity Seed in the land of a fully functioning dungeon, it will absorb the soul energy in the soil, then sprout into a seedling and later establish into a healthy plant. This stage of the Dungeon Calamity Seed is called the sapling stage. Next, the healthy plant will grow new leaves going on to form a single bud. This stage of the Dungeon Calamity Seed is called the budding stage. Later, drawing enough soul energy from the atmosphere and ground, the bud will develop into a flower. This stage of the Dungeon Calamity Seed is called the flowering stage. Then the flower of the Dungeon Calamity Seed will undergo asexual reproduction and the flower will turn into a fruit. This stage of the Dungeon Calamity Seed is called the ripening stage. Once this fruit reaches full maturity, this stage of the Dungeon Calamity Seed is called the harvesting stage. During the 5 stages of the Dungeon Calamity Seed to achieve its initial form, the plant emits a type of soul energy that will repel all kinds of monsters from disturbing its growth. This soul energy emitted by the Dungeon Calamity Seed plant is very special as it can repel all kinds of dungeon monsters, beasts, undead, golems, spirits, elementals alike. The repulsiveness of this soul energy is so strong that within 500 meters radius of the Dungeon Calamity Seed plant, no dungeon monster dares to step in. After the Dungeon Calamity Seed plant's only fruit matures completely, the Dungeon Calamity Seed achieves its initial form, and it stops emitting the repulsive soul energy and emits strong aromatic soul energy to attract as many monsters towards it as possible and have them fight over its only mature fruit. The aromatic soul energy released by the Dungeon Calamity Seed is so strong that the dungeon monsters go completely mad over the Dungeon Calamity Seed fruit, mad enough to massacre all its competition. One would think that if the dungeon monsters are crazy enough to massacre and go on a rampage for a fruit, then that fruit must be some kind of rare soul medicine or miracle fruit. That assumption would be wrong, as the fruit brings no benefits to the champion dungeon monster who ate the Dungeon Calamity Seed fruit. Instead, the fruit will put the champion dungeon monster under absolute enslavement to the will of the Dungeon Calamity Seed. How is the Dungeon Calamity Seed fruit able to enslave monsters? The fruit contains replica or daughter Dungeon Calamity Seed within them. Once the monster consumes the fruit, the daughter Dungeon Calamity Seed sows itself into the body of the monster, putting the monster under absolute enslavement to the will of the Dungeon Calamity Seed. Using the corpses of the monster that fought over it as nutrients, the Dungeon Calamity Seed plant will grow and achieve its second form, Dungeon Calamity Seed treant. The treant can bear multiple fruits, allowing it to enslave a large number of monsters. The treants are inherently slow, so it uses the enslaved monsters to fight and gather monster corpses for its nutrition. Slowly, the treant strengthens itself and its enslaved monster army to fight the dungeon boss monster. The Dungeon Calamity Seed treant is very cautious and will not wage war with the boss monster unless it is 100% sure that it will win. But once it is sure of victory, it will not delay any further and hunt the dungeon boss monster to capture the dungeon core. Over the years, it is found that Dungeon Calamity Seed is not limited to 2 forms, but its number of forms is limited by the strength of the dungeon it is in. Other than its first form plant and second form treant, 2 more forms of the Dungeon Calamity Seed are known: the third form Elder Treant and the fourth form Ancient Treant. It is popularly believed that there are more forms to the dungeon calamity seed, but nobody dared to find out, because ancient Treant is scary enough. After defeating the dungeon boss monster, the Treant will find the dungeon core and will take root on it, and start to devour all the soul energy in the dungeon and its core. Interestingly, even after the dungeon core is abolished, the barrier limiting the dungeon will not vanish, as it will be powered by the soul energy from the dungeon calamity seed Treant rooted in the place of the dungeon core, without its knowledge. Now there is 0 soul energy in the dungeon, but the Treant wants more soul energy, so it will try to uproot and find a new location, but it cannot uproot, as it has now replaced the dungeon core. But unlike the dungeon core, it cannot extract soul energy from time and space. Unable to uproot, Treant will send its army to fetch food for it, but its army cannot leave the dungeon, as the dungeon barrier is still actively being powered by soul energy from the Treant, without its knowledge. In a way, the dungeon calamity seed has imprisoned itself. So finally, unable to control its hunger, the dungeon calamity seed will start to devour its entire enslaved monster army. After the monster army is wiped out, under its hunger it will devour itself, and finally, it will relapse to its first form plant, later to seed form and fall into a long slumber still embedded in the place of the dungeon core. It is found that the seed form of the dungeon calamity seed is in a way immortal. So powered by it, the dungeon barrier continues to get enough energy just to stay active and imprison the dungeon calamity seed. C-rank Gorbat Earbone. C-rank Gorbat Core. C-rank Origin Core. Dungeon Calamity Seed. E-rank Highwood Wisp X200. C-rank Kaiju Heart. C-rank Hungry Soul Pulse X200. Heathen Stone Vault. The ingredients I was going to use for my second origin card were all rare, and some were even restricted ingredients. But the total cost was within $100 million, as 3 of the key ingredients, Dungeon Calamity Seed, Gorbat Earbone, and Gorbat Core, were gifted to me by Elliot, while C-rank Kaiju Heart and C-rank Hungry Soul Pulse were also rare and restricted incidents. Not many card apprentices use these ingredients, mostly because there are very few card recipes that require these ingredients, and the available card recipes are complex and less in demand, barely fetching them enough profits for the effort it took to create the cards. C-rank Kaiju Heart is what you call an advanced ingredient, because most of the card recipes it is used in are advanced card recipes. Kaiju Heart is used by the card apprentice to create their very own version of Frankenstein's monster cards, or you can also call them Chimera creature summon cards. With Kaiju Heart as a key ingredient, you can create a whole lot of freaky, more like abomination summon cards. There are not a lot of Chimera summon card recipes because the Chimera creature's body, created using various parts of different monsters, is barely stable. When converted to card, their card durability will be very low. To master these Chimera card recipes, a lot of time and resources is required, but card apprentices are not willing to buy a hideous creature when they can buy a cute or heroic summon card at the same cost. Due to its nightmare level mastery requirements and low market demand, card apprentices shun these recipes, making a rare ingredient like Kaiju Heart stock up over the period and be available in large quantities. Due to this, they are also cheaper. Next comes Hungry Soul Pulse. They are small tadpoles-like creatures, hence the name Soul Pulse. Inexperienced eyes may even mistake them for tadpoles. What's special about these Hungry Soul Pulse is that they are so tiny that their core is their body. They feed by directly absorbing the soul energy in their surroundings and move by developing limbs or extensions made up of soul energy constructs. So basically their tail is a soul energy construct, and fend off the predators using pure attacks made up of solely soul energy untainted by elemental or spirit energy. This dream of purely creating a body or body parts with soul energy constructs still haunts many top card creationists. A body or a body part purely made up of just soul energy, no flesh, no blood, just soul energy, similar to some spirits and elementals. I chose Hungry Soul Pulse over the spirits and elementals because it is proven that soul energy body extensions created by Hungry Soul Pulse are much more solid, stronger, durable, and close to flesh and blood in appearance compared to the soul energy bodies of spirits and elementals. Many card creationists have tried to create card recipes for Hungry Soul Pulse abilities, but failed disastrously because the cores of Hungry Soul Pulse are of tadpole size, due to which their soul pathway arrangements is very congested and cramped, making it difficult for the card creationists to decipher their soul pathway arrangement. But the government has gathered countless expert card creationists and poured in enormous resources to uncover the soul pathway arrangements of hungry soul pulls and create card recipes for the abilities of hungry soul pulls. Even if the government is successful, the copyright of card recipes made using this research is going to cost a buttload. Until then, even though hungry soul pulls are rare, they can easily be procured at a cheaper price if you have the right connections. Heathen stone is mostly used to create mental strength-proof walls for prisons and other secure places. Heathen stone shavings are mixed in the concrete so that a card apprentice's mental strength is unable to pass through the walls to eavesdrop or spy on the other side of the wall. Some use these heathen stones to create pure heathen stone prisons to imprison the minds and mental strength of the prisoner in a never-ending illusion. And some maniacs even try to enhance and strengthen their mental strength using these stones. I lust for power, but am not crazy enough to endure years of mental torture to enhance and strengthen my mental strength. That's just inhuman and crosses the boundary of normal to fetishism. And there is no guarantee that after undergoing strengthening of mental strength through Heathen Stone 1 is human anymore. I was going to use the Heathen Stone Vault for defense. Even though the dungeon calamity seeds will slash consciousness is asleep, but when it comes in contact with a certain amount of soul energy or feels threatened, it will awaken. And I was planning on using it as an ingredient, so it is safe to say once I proceed with this plan, I will awaken the consciousness of the calamity seed and face its retaliation. Once that happens, I plan on using the Heathen Stone Vault to imprison consciousness of the calamity seed, and by the time it breaks free, I should transfer the soul pathways and soul pathway arrangements of calamity seed to origin core, such that the calamity seed doesn't have a body to return to. And without a body to return to, the calamity seed's consciousness will die. I did not plan on using calamity seed's consciousness, as many mysteries are surrounding it, and it is also rumored to be immortal. Instead of using it, I might be enslaved by it, so I plan to stay clear of it. What I was planning to do was very risky. I was not only endangering my life, but the entire Sky Blossom City. Because if Calamity Seed enslaves me instead of me using it, then the Sky Blossom City will be facing a disastrous calamity. After checking all the ingredients, I proceed with the plans to create my second origin card. The first step is to deal with the Calamity Seed's consciousness. After this bomb is dealt with, I can calm my nerves and peacefully proceed further with card creation. I take the Heathen Stone Vault and place it horizontally, and afterwards crush a soul jade into powder. Then mix 1/3 of soul jade powder with mud. Next, I fill the Heathen Stone Vault with a mixture of soul jade powder and mud. Sowing the calamity seed in the mud, I hurriedly lock the vault. The soul energy in the mud was enough to awaken the consciousness of the calamity seed, but not enough to satisfy it. Unable to get more soul energy, the seed will try to check what happened by letting out its mental strength to probe. And during this probe, the mental strength of the calamity seed will come in contact with the heathen stone, and then instantly the mental strength and consciousness of the seed will be stripped and imprisoned in the illusion of heathen stone. And how will I know if the calamity seed's mental strength and consciousness are stripped and imprisoned in the illusion of the heathen stone vault? When consciousness is trapped in the heathen stone, its surface begins to glow. Using this property of heathen stone, I will know if the calamity seed's mental strength and consciousness are stripped and imprisoned in the illusion of the heathen stone vault. 3 minutes after locking the vault, the heathen stone prison started to glow, indicating the capture of the calamity seed's mental strength and consciousness within it. I waited for 10 seconds just to be sure and hastily opened the vault and dug out the calamity seed. After placing the calamity seed and origin core on the grimoire card creation page, I close my eyes and pour my mental strength into the grimoire to begin transferring soul pathways and soul pathway arrangements of the dungeon calamity seed into the origin core, using all 4 of my consciousness the fastest speed possible. 15 minutes later, I was finally done transferring soul pathways and soul pathway arrangements of the dungeon calamity seed into the origin core. So, letting out a sigh, I glanced at the glowing heathen stone vault at the corner of the card room. The glow on it was slowly getting dimmer and dimmer until finally, the heathen stone stopped glowing completely. After I completely transferred the soul pathways and the soul pathway arrangements of the Dungeon Calamity Seed into the origin core, the consciousness of the Calamity Seed lost its connection with its seed body, which kept it immortal. Losing connection with the Calamity Seed body, the Calamity Seed consciousness was no longer immortal, nor had the energy to sustain itself independently, so it slowly dissipated into nothingness. Now that threat of the Calamity Seed was taken care of, I could relax and peacefully continue with the creation of my second origin card. Dungeon Calamity Seed had many notable abilities, but these 4 abilities were the ones I was eyeing for. 1. Immortal Will. 2. Body Restructure. 3. Transformations. 4. Parent/daughter seeds. First, Immortal Will. It is more like a trick. The core of the Calamity Seed, that is its seed body which keeps its consciousness protected and feed regardless of how long the Calamity Seed consciousness is dormant, by spontaneously absorbing and storing enough soul energy to maintain the Calamity Seed. Surprisingly, the soul energy used in this process is almost negligible. Not to mention, the soul pathway arrangements are coded with a set of instructions for various variables that may transpire during the dormancy of the Calamity Seed consciousness. The seed body is more like a self-sustaining natural life pod. Seeing how the Calamity Seed consciousness dissipated, being cut off from its seed body, I was assured that Calamity Seed consciousness is not immortal, but it had a better core than the rest of the creatures. Second, body restructure. Calamity Seed can restructure its body based on the availability of soul energy. This was possible because the Calamity Seed's body is a mixture of flesh, blood, and soul energy, making the regeneration ability of Calamity Seed reach another level. A body enhanced by soul energy and a body made of soul energy both are very different. Normal beast bodies are enhanced and reinforced by soul energy, which gives them their racial high physical prowess when compared to a regular card apprentice's body, but this is nowhere near the body, which is made of soul energy along with flesh and blood. This gives the Calamity Seed total control over its physical body and every cell in it, allowing it to structure or destructure its body to its will. Third, transformations. Whenever the soul energy absorbed by the Calamity Seed reaches a certain ceiling, its physical body will evolve to the next form or evolution. This process is called transformation. Every creature in the universe yearns for evolution, and Calamity Seed is no exception, except it can switch between its evolution to suit its circumstances. But this comes with a price, as every time it switches between 2 forms there is a huge loss in soul energy, making it greedy for soul power to restore the lost soul energy and maintain the highest form of its evolution. Fourth, parent/daughter seeds. Dungeon Calamity Seed itself is the parent seed, while the fruits produced by it contain the daughter seed, which sows into the body of those that consume this fruit and enslave them to the will of the parent seed, that is the Dungeon Calamity Seed. Of the 4 abilities, the 2 Immortal Will and Parent/Daughter Seed abilities are near perfect and do not need many optimizations, while the body restructure and transformations need a lot of tuning to fit my human body specification. Don't get me wrong, all 4 of the abilities require tuning, but some more than others. As the first step towards my origin card creation, I had to convert the origin core to my Voltronian-based human core. This time the human core creation is going to be complex and special, as I have 2 designs of the human core to choose from, the first one being the Voltronian human core and the second one being Calamity Seed form. Both had their advantages, and I wanted both, so I had spent a little more time and came up with a new design that incorporates the best of both designs. There was another complication to my human core formation. It was my proud mutated soul. Because of it, I had to optimize the new design to satisfy my current mutated soul and its future possible mutations. Taking care of all the variables, I proceeded to create the newly designed human core. The newly designed human core incorporated all the abilities and advantages of a Voltronian, Calamity Seed, and mutated soul. Voltronian's core protected their souls and acted like an engine, allowing them to enhance their physical body using soul energy and in process giving them a long lifespan. Mutated soul gave me extra consciousness and mental strength, which in turn gave me refined soul energy, which is much purer and denser than normal soul energy. Calamity Seed's seed form protected and nurtured its soul and incorporated soul energy, within its flesh and blood, giving the calamity seed control over its body at the cellular level. My newly designed human core incorporated combined results of all these abilities, allowing my human core to protect and nurture my mutated soul with refined soul energy. It incorporated refined soul energy into my flesh and blood, enhancing my physical body to another level and giving me control over it at the cellular level. It also acted as an engine and pumped refined soul energy into my body, adding to my enhanced physical prowess and giving me a long lifespan. Done with the human core, I had to optimize other abilities of Calamity Seed and the coded instruction in them. First, I took up the enhancement of the body restructure ability of Calamity Seed. To enhance the body restructure ability of Calamity Seed, I was going to use the 200 Hungry Soul Pulls, whose soul pathways will be enhanced by 200 high with Wisp Core soul pathways. After the soul pathways of Hungry Soul Pulls are enhanced, then I will use them to combine with the soul pathways of the Calamity Seed related to its body restructure ability. While I am at it, I change all the plant body-related coding to human body-related coded instructions using my soul pathways, so that when I use this ability, I do not restructure into a plant body, but a human body. By using Hungry Soul Pull soul pathways to enhance the ability of body restructure, I not only make the soul energy body construct purer and denser, but also give it the ability to use soul energy projectiles for offense and defense. First, my new human core could only incorporate soul energy and its constructs to its flesh and blood, but now it can emit them as projectiles for offensive and defensive purposes. My next step was the transformation ability of the Calamity Seed. This was uncharted territory, and no one knew what the next evolution for human beings was, but I had to try as I could not bear to lose such an awesome ability. All I could do was remove all the plant-based soul pathways and replace them with my soul pathways and the soul pathways of the Kaiju heart. I do not know what will happen, but I could only gamble on this. After that, the next step was to optimize parent/daughter seed ability. I am a human, and with all kinds of cards present, there is no telling if I can produce seeds or not, but in any case, I had decided to replace all plant-based soul pathways with my soul pathway, turning this ability to parent/daughter core ability. Next, I dug deeper into this ability and found its enslavement soul pathways and coding, which I altered and enhanced with my upgrade slave AI program, which I used to enslave my extra consciousness, and also added a chat software program that uses mental strength to form a chat group consisting of all the daughter cores with parent core as admin of the group. This will help form proper and covert communication networks among all the daughter cores and the parent core. Now I had to enhance the hearing soul pathways of my new human core using the soul pathways from the Gorbat core and ear bone. For this, I utilized a different method to enhance the soul pathways. The reason I am using a different method to enhance these particular soul pathways because now the new human core had found an equilibrium between the Voltronian design, Calamity Seed, and mutated soul, so I cannot just enhance soul pathways randomly. This will offset the equilibrium achieved in the new human core. So I decided to use the bestowal method I copied during Pax's card creation. The demigod was able to add an unrelated ability to Pax's card using the bestowal method. Thanks to my soul pupils, I was able to mentally record all of it. I still had not deciphered this method completely, nor did I have the power to replicate this method, but I had come up with a new lower-end version derived from what I understood about bestowal method. Using this cheap lower-end version of the bestowal method, I combined the hearing soul pathway of my new human core with soul pathways from the Gorbat ear bone. This would allow me to listen to the soul pathways afterwards. I used the same low-end method to combine soul pathways of Gorbat core to the soul pathways of the nose and mouth of my new human core, which would allow the core to generate frequency sound pulses through the enhanced mouth or nose and listen to the echo through enhanced ears, giving me the ability echolocation. Lastly, altering all the soul pathway arrangements and coded instructions to be suitable and appropriate for a human physique. Only one thing remained for the formation of my origin card, morphing. Morphing the origin core to the origin card, I had successfully created my second origin card. Without any further delay, I hurriedly checked the card info. Card name. After reading my second origin card info, I nodded in satisfaction and equipped it into my second origin card slot. As soon as I equipped my second origin card and was basking in the power that filled my body, the grimoire buzzed with notifications. Second origin card Calamity, human core equipped. Alert. False relic soul pupil reacting to false relic Calamity, human core. Caution. Equipping 2 false relics not recommended. Alert. False relic Calamity, human core reacting to false relic soul pupils. Caution. Equipping 2 false relics not recommended. Warning. False relic soul pupil rejecting false relic Calamity, human core. Warning. False relic Calamity, human core, rejecting false relic soul pupils. WTF. Reading the notifications I was dumbfounded. What are false relics? Aren't soul pupil and Calamity human core my origin cards? Why does the system keep calling them false relics? Before I could even make sense of what was happening, 2 bright bodies made up of intertwined soul pathways floated out of my grimoire. One of the bright bodies was shaped in the form of a pair of human pupils, while the other bright body was shaped like a human core. They were the soul pathway bodies of soul pupils and the Calamity human core. Soul pathways extended from both bright bodies and started to fend off each other's soul pathways. It was as if both the soul pathway bodies wanted to strangle each other. I tried using my soul pupils to find any clue to what was happening, but all I could see was that both the soul pupil body and the Calamity human core body seemed like living beings with their own will. And also they were hell-bent on destroying each other. Unfortunately for the soul pathway body of Calamity human core, it was less bright than the soul pupil and seemed to be on the losing end. Soon I heard another notification ring from the grimoire. I hurriedly read it as I did not know what was happening, but from the looks of it, it seems my first origin card was rejecting my second origin card. Rather, it seems to be trying to kill the second origin card. Alert. False relic Calamity, human core nearing collapse due to huge damage. F***CK. I cursed reading the notification. Did my first origin card just kill me? Be it soul pupil or Calamity human core, both are part of me. If either of them is destroyed, the same fate befalls me, so I couldn't allow this to happen. Since the beginning of this incident, I was wrecking my head to come up with a way to stop whatever was happening here, but if my guess is right, false relics are some kind of living cards of a sort. My first origin card, soul pupil, is a false relic and considers me as its property and does not like the idea of sharing me with another of its kind, false relic Calamity human core. Living cards. Even I was having a hard time getting around the theory I just came up with. But what I saw with my soul pupils supported this theory. Unable to come up with a solution, a brave idea came to my mind. What if I broke through now? I was on the verge of a breakthrough after the second mutation of my mutated soul, but I was holding back from breaking through as I wanted to get my second origin card to also gain the benefits of baptism. The more I thought about the idea, the more plausible it seemed. I had to hurry as the soul pathways of the Calamity human core seems to be on the verge of collapse any second now. Damn it all. Risk it. I thought as I steeled my heart as I broke through to the next realm. As my active soul crossed to 30%, a very familiar strength surged into my body. Yes, this is the feeling of stepping into a higher realm. It is so addictive. When I was enjoying the feeling of ascending to the higher realm, I suddenly realized I could not feel my body. I tried to lift my hand to check, but nothing came into my field of vision, so I looked down only to see my arms and other body parts slowly dissipate into black dust. It seems my body is collapsing. It seems my second life ends here. It was very short. I thought as I looked at the culprits for my demise, they seemed to be fighting more intensely, and my death did not seem to matter to them. What's the point, curse? If I am dead, you guys will also be destroyed. Just then it suddenly hit me. Maybe this could work. Then using my mental strength, I poured all 812 plus soul jades that I had on me onto the floor right below me. 300 soul jades were used to procure 30 tons of liquid spirit gold, LAG, and some were used during the second mutation of my mutated soul. I did not know if this would work, but this was the gamble I was willing to risk as I was losing everything anyway. I was having trouble breathing, but thankfully the collapse had finally reached my head. First, I lost my vision, and then... what is that sound? Crying. Who is crying next to a sleeping person? Wait, I can think. Wasn't I supposed to be dead? If I am alive, then there can only be 2 reasons for this. First, I have been reincarnated again, or second, my last-ditch efforts worked. I hopefully opened my eyes rooting for the latter, as I did not want to be reincarnated again, nor did I want my second life to end just like that. I looked around the room in search of the wailing person, only to find a middle-aged couple. Uncle Wyatt was embracing the grief-stricken Annie Wyatt, the source of the sobbing sound. Where am I? Why are Uncle and Annie Wyatt here? Is it Ronnie? Was the Zhang mercenary bothering him again? I thought, looking at the grief-filled Uncle and Annie Wyatt. Kevin Zhang did challenge me, but that does not mean he would leave Ronnie alone. Soon Uncle Wyatt's eyes met mine. You are up, my boy. How are you feeling? Let me call a professional. Without waiting for my answer, Uncle Wyatt rushed out of the room to call for a doctor. Auntie left his embrace and knelt next to my bed. She embraced my bedridden body and said, "Sorry. Auntie could not be there for you in your time of need. I am sorry. I am so sorry." Hearing Annie Wyatt, my whole body shook in alarm. They know. What happened here? How long was I out cold? Then I heard a bunch of hurried steps walking into the room. Due to Annie Wyatt embracing me, my field of vision was limited and could not see who and how many appeared. "Dear, let the doctor take a look at Wyatt," said Uncle Wyatt as he freed me from Andy. Finally, I could see that almost everyone I knew in this world had appeared, crowding the room. Susan, Corey, Pax, Amy, Beth, Ronnie, Jackie, Eliza, even Elliot was here. The middle-aged lady whom Uncle Wyatt had led in, standing next to my bed, summoned her grimoire, and then turning to Uncle Wyatt, she said, "He is fine, and there is nothing to worry about. He seemed to have exhausted his mental strength during card creation and has lost consciousness in the process. All he needed was a little rest to recover his mental strength. That does not explain him being naked when we found him. His clothes were right next to him," said Beth, looking at me menacingly. "Ms. Beth, I am a doctor, not a detective, or you can ask him now that he is awake. My work is done here. I will take my leave," saying the doctor left the room. "Well, Wyatt," Beth took the doctor's advice, and the rest also curiously waited for my answer. "I don't remember." "Wait, who are you?" I asked. "I will just pretend that I do not remember what transpired." Beth was stuck. She did not expect such an answer from me. Finally, collecting her mind, she shouted, "I am your friend. I showed you my dress collection just yesterday." I think she doesn't know the meaning of friends. I thought, watching the aggrieved expression on Beth's face, but my joke with Beth worried my aunt as she suddenly held my hands and said, "I am your aunt, remember?" "I remember you, Auntie. And how long was I unconscious for?" I asked. Auntie did not answer. Instead, she looked at Eliza, who answered me. "We don't know exactly, but by midnight you did not come out of the card lab. The card hall staff tried to check on you, but getting no response, they followed the protocol and found you unconscious, lying naked on the floor. It's been an hour since then. It was hectic for me, but I finally managed to assure everyone that I was fine, especially Annie Wyatt. She seemed to be blaming herself for everything, but thankfully Uncle Wyatt knew how to encourage her. Thank you guys for all your care, and I really do not remember what transpired in the card room for me to end up unconscious in such comprising position. But if you guys can leave the room for a second, I need to talk some things with Elliot. Uncle and Annie Wyatt, please," I pleaded. "I just woke up and have been answering and assure them that I am fine again and again. Lots of things have transpired while I was unconscious, so I wanted to catch up to perfect my cover story." "So did you remember me?" Beth confronted me excitedly. "Sorry, miss, I still do not remember you. You keep calling yourself my friend, but you don't act that way. Now, if you are done, I would like to talk to Elliot alone, please," I said sternly. Hearing my words, Beth's excitement died down. Amy and Pax consoled her as they tugged her out of the room along with others. Eliza, who was quiet all this time, suddenly moved and handed me a bunch of notes saying, "These are the contact numbers of some of the card hall staff. They asked you to contact them when you are free. It seems they liked what they saw. And a heads up, these digits are of both male and female staff, since I did not know your type." Handing me the notes, she walked out of the room with a devilish grin, leaving me feeling violated all over. "You seem to be quite popular among the Whitebin family card hall staff," said Elliot, looking at the stack of notes. "Please stop. Don't bring that up. Even though I was unconscious, I still feel violated thinking about it. I really do. F***CK. If I did not have enough confidence in my size down there, I would be facing a whole lot of other mental dilemmas right about now. I don't get it. Why the hell would you create a card while being naked?" Elliot's expression seemed genuine enough, but I knew better, so I stuck with my story. "I really do not remember." "Yes, so what are we doing here?" asked Elliot, inquiring why I asked him to stay behind. What is the current date and time? I asked. 25th and 2 hours past midnight. I don't think you sent everyone out just for this. Elliot was right. If I wanted to know data and time, I could just summon my grimoire for that. I completed my second origin card yesterday evening at 6 something, so about for 8 hours, I was unconscious. I wanted to summon my grimoire and check the situation with my origin cards, but I was worried if my origin cards would reject each other and battle for supremacy again, or even worse, do I still have origin cards? What are false relics? Hearing me, Elliot's expression solidified. Boy, you take the cake, Wyatt. Why is it that every time I talk to you, I end up fearing for my life? Elliot exaggerated. Just answer me. Before that, you answer me. You are graduating high school soon. Are you planning on applying for the top 10 universities? No, I don't plan on applying for the top 10 universities. I am thinking of setting up my business here and attending a college nearby. I told the truth since I need Elliot's help to set up my business anyway. Are you dumb? Why would you do that? Do you know how many people yearn to enter any one of the 10 universities? Even a genius like Eliza was not able to enter the top 10 universities. Heck, it has been 200 years since any citizen of Sky Blossom City or its neighboring cities entered the top 10 universities. Elliot cried out. What's so special about the top 10 universities? As nonchalantly. Well, for starters, the answer for what a false relic is there. Elliot sighed. I really do not know what a false relic is, but it is said that it's an easier way to get stronger than an origin card. If you want to know more, you can talk to Corey's grandfather. He possesses a false relic. Wait, that old fool has a powerful, unique origin card and a false relic. How strong is he? Good thing I know his kryptonite and am shameless enough to use it. His unique origin card is the false relic. You see, false relics become a card after they are placed on a card apprentice's origin card slot and enter a monogamous contract with that card apprentice. So, one card apprentice can only have one false relic, explained Elliot. Now that explains why the soul pupils rejected Calamity Human Core. But that opens a new can of worms. As to why Mama Wyatt's grimoire happens to have a false relic? How did she get a false relic? You seem to know a lot for someone who said he does not know anything about false relics. I said I don't know what a false relic is, but I know how to use it. Heck, it is every high-ranked adventurer's dream to get his hands on a false relic, beamed Elliot. Are you saying there are ways to get false relics? I asked. Yes, there are. Have you heard of pregnant dungeons? A dungeon within a dungeon. Yes, that one. The dungeon within the dungeon is not a dungeon, but a tomb of some big shot. The tomb has many traps, grave keepers, and rewards similar to a dungeon, so many mistake them as a dungeon within a dungeon and call it a pregnant dungeon, but its real name is Tomb Dungeon. These types of dungeons are very rare, and they usually have 1 or 2 false relics within them. There are many stories of low-level card apprentices getting a relic in a Tomb Dungeon and becoming high-ranking card apprentices within a few months. Now you know why the top brass dream for a relic. Elliot empathized. Did Mama and Papa Wyatt find a Tomb Dungeon and end up becoming a victim of human greed? Whoever prevailed, it seems Mama Wyatt made sure to hurt them the most by hiding the relic in her grimoire, also securing her son's future. Unfortunately, young Wyatt was not fortunate enough to reap what his mother painstakingly sowed for him. Wait, doesn't that mean there are still dangerous people searching for the relic? And why did they not check Mama and Papa Wyatt's grimoires for the relic? Anything else? You remember the dungeon calamity seed that I gave you? Reminded Elliot. Yes, what about it? Does he want it back? Well, too late, I used it. That is also a kind of false relic. What? And you gave me such a precious gift. Wait, what do you mean by kind of? Acting ignorant, I looked at Elliot with a suspicious gaze. Not all false relics are good and increase card apprentice's strength. Dungeon Calamity Seed is one of the bad ones and is mostly referred to as a cursed false relic. So don't even think about getting into a contract with it, cautioned Elliot. What were you thinking giving me such a thing in the first place? I asked. I too wanted to know why someone would gift something like that to someone they just met. I wasn't thinking, I just wanted to show how much the card you created meant for me. At that moment, if I could, I would have written my entire JK group shares in your name. Alas, I only had a few soul stones and a cursed false relic on me, confessed Elliot. The rules dictate that Elliot, one of the major shareholders of the JK Group, cannot trade his share without a board meeting. It's every child's right to have a normal childhood and dream to become a high-level card apprentice, but I could have neither. Since birth, I was robbed of a normal childhood, and after contracting a grimoire, I was robbed of any future as a high-level card apprentice. Though the origin card you created cannot chance my childhood and past, it made sure I could pursue my dream of becoming a high-level card apprentice now. It meant the world to me. Elliot poured his feelings out. Do not worry about it. I destroyed the dungeon calamity seed. I said casually. You don't have to lie to make me feel better, Wyatt. Elliot did not believe my words and misunderstood my intentions. Please don't misunderstand, I am not lying. I did destroy the dungeon calamity seed. I assured him. You are telling me the problem which even the greatest minds of the top 10 universities could not solve, you solved it. Yes. You are telling me the undying monster seed titled as Calamity and hailed as immortal and indestructible was destroyed by you. Yes. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. How did you do it? Inquired Elliot. It seems it will be hard for him to believe my words without a proper explanation. Well, I guess it doesn't hurt to tell you. A heathen stone vault, a pail of soul energy-rich mud along with a soul jade, and following a few simple easy steps. You can also do it. First, crush the soul jade into powder and mix 1/3 of it with mud, and pour the mixture of mud and soul jade powder in the vault. After sowing the dungeon calamity seed in the mud, you lock the beaten stone vault at the fastest speed possible. Wait for 3 to 4 minutes, and then once the heathen stone vault starts glowing, wait for another 20 to 30 seconds. Then open the vault and dig out the calamity seed. Now that the seed's consciousness is trapped in the heathen stone vault, the seed's physical body becomes very feeble and fragile, unlike its previous indestructible self. By applying a simple force, you can crush it into powder. Once the heathen stone vault stops glowing, you know that calamity seed consciousness has dissipated as its physical body has been destroyed. It would have taken less time if I had the purest of the heathen stone. I explained. Once I dug up the calamity seed from the vault to transfer its soul pathway to the origin core, I noticed that the seed body of the calamity seed had become fragile and would collapse with enough force. So I did not lie about being able to destroy the calamity seed. You madman. Madman. You feed and awoke the calamity seed with soul energy in the middle of the sky blossom city. You son of a mad, TCH. What if the heathen stone vault was not able to trap the calamity seed consciousness? Or even worse, what if the calamity seed had used its variant soul energy to enslave you? What made you think that once the consciousness of the calamity seed separated from its seed body, it would be easier to destroy its indestructible physical body? And what made you sure that once the physical body of the calamity seed is destroyed, its consciousness will dissipate? What made you so sure that you were willing to risk the lives of everyone in the Sky Blossom City? Answer me, you mad son of a b, TCH. Elliot went ballistic hearing my explanation on how to destroy a calamity seed, but he was not wrong too, as he didn't have almighty revealing soul pupils like me. Haven't you heard of the egg theory, which states that the eggshell of an egg becomes a lot fragile without the egg white and yolk inside it? I applied the same theory to the calamity seed. Without its consciousness, its physical body lost its indestructible status, and it was easier for me to destroy its physical form. And what made the consciousness of the calamity seed immortal was its indestructible seed form, and with it destroyed, consciousness of the calamity seed is no longer immortal. I came up with a bunch of lies and theories to support why I did what I did, as I could not just say that I just wanted to imprison seed consciousness long enough for me to transfer all its soul pathways and arrangements into an origin core. Now that would just drive Elliot insane. How do you know that the eggshell of an egg becomes a lot fragile without the egg white and yolk inside it, as it's impossible to separate the egg white and yolk without breaking the egg? As far as I know, there is no such theory. And since when did an egg become the same as a calamity seed? You madman, you risked the lives of everyone in the city just to satisfy your curiosity. The old academicians of the top 10 universities will love you. I did not understand half of what you said, but if you publish a paper on this, I will make sure that it catches on before you graduate high school and get a scholarship for the top 10 universities. Spoken like a true businessman. In my past life, I have met so many people who only cared how much profits my invention would gain them instead of appreciating its ingenuity and applications. Because of this, many of my useful and revolutionary inventions were shot down, in a way leading to me becoming an entrepreneur to finance my research so that I can invent something that helps society rather than fill the pockets of corporate stooges. Why are you so bent on making me attend the top 10 universities? I did not understand Elliot's fixation with the top 10 universities. If it is something to do with marketing and connections, then count me out. Why aren't you? Even after I told you, for 200 years no one in our city or the nearby cities had been accepted in the top 10 universities. Do you know how many alumni of those universities have become card emperors? Well, even I don't know, but I have heard it is a large number. One of the examples is the last one to attend one of the top 10 universities from our city. He has already stepped into the Card King realm and is about to break into the Card Emperor realm just within 200 years. Where is he right now? Working under some demigod who took a liking to his talent and accepted him as his subordinate, said Elliot with a sad expression. It is sad considering that the local legend is just a mere subordinate, but he is still not someone the likes of us could look down on. What's so wonderful about the top 10 universities? I don't know. I have only heard the rumors. As for their credibility, it is up to you what you chose to believe. They say that the top 10 universities can custom make false relics suitable for the card apprentice studying there, making it easier for those who study there stronger than opponents of the same realm, said Elliot with a serious expression. If I did not have two false relics, I might have believed what Elliot said, but I have the false relic and know that something like that is not man-made. But seeing how the secret to false relics lies in the top 10 universities, I was beginning to consider whether to attend one of the top 10 universities. But I will have to consult William Bright on false relics before I make a decision. Enough about the top 10 universities. I will write a paper on my method for destroying the dungeon calamity seed and respective findings. Help me publish it. I did this because to form my reputation in the card creationist world, and the method to destroy a dungeon calamity seed may be a good start. It should help me highlight my name in the market. Great. Leave the rest to me. Do give the method a catchy name. Elliot seemed more enthusiastic about publishing the paper than I. Sure. About my uncle and aunt. How much do they know? I finally asked the question weighing my heart the most. For some reason, the brief moment in Auntie Wyatt's loving and warm embrace still lingered in my mind. It has been so long since I have felt someone's care and love, especially something so close to maternal love. I could feel Auntie Wyatt treated me as one of her own. I was not a fool enough to think I mattered more to her than her blood-related child Ronnie. For the first time in my second life, I regretted that I could not meet Papa and Mama Wyatt. They must have been great parents. Was it wrong for an old soul like mine to want to feel the love and support of a family? I don't know. My past life has been about me and my invention, during which I forgot to experience other things life has to offer until the very end. But this time I will not make the same mistake. I will not only reach the pinnacle of the world, but also life. This time around, I will make sure to enjoy what I could not in my past life. They know everything. When the Whitebins found you unconscious, they tried contacting your next of kin, but nobody was listed, so Amy contacted Susan, and then Susan informed your uncle and aunt about your condition. When they reached here, one thing led to another, and your uncle and aunt found the devastating news of your parents' passing. It seems even Susan and Corey did not know the recent passing of your parents. It was a shock for them too. Come to think of it, I can understand you not telling Susan and Corey as you just met them, but your uncle, aunt, and cousin, what about them? Why did you not inform them of the news? It was not surprising that Elliot knew about my past, since he must have done a background check on me. About that, I am not sure why I did that. Not just that, I do not remember what happened these past 2 months after I received the news of my parents' passing. Everything is foggy. Until I attempted suicide a day before I contracted my grimoire. With my parents' passing, I was no longer myself, and it turns out without my 2 silver rank parents the world did not want me anymore. So I decided to put an end to all of these. But when I was finally dying, I knew I did not want to die yet. I struggled and strived to call for help with all my might and willpower, which led to a miraculous breakthrough in my active soul control, the last straw that saved my life. After that incident, I stopped feeling sorry for myself and stopped thinking the world owed me something for taking away my parents. I decided I am going to live my life on my terms and to the fullest. It's almost been a week since then, and I have accomplished so much that one couldn't in their entire lifetime. Mixing a little truth, and I lied my ass off to the fullest of my abilities. Anyone who did a background check on me will be suspicious that how can a boy who was bullied and scammed suddenly shine so brilliantly? And me gaining an epiphany as I attempted suicide was the perfect cover for it. As I did attempt suicide and failed by breaking through in my active soul control, in a way. Whoa, you finally opened up to me. Don't worry, this will be our little secret. And the foundation of a strong and long friendship. Elliot beamed, trying to lighten the mood. Stop saying weird stuff, you jerk. I said casually. Hey, suicidal thoughts are common. I had them too. But my body was my prison, so I could not act on it. Not to mention all the servants and staff monitoring and taking care of me 24/7. Shared Elliot. Elliot tried to connect with me by sharing his dark times. I appreciated it, though my story was a lie. It's not like I did not have my share of dark times. Good, now get out. I want to rest. And please inform my uncle and aunt that I will rest now and talk to them first thing tomorrow morning while we go visit my parents' grave. Though most of what I shared with Elliot was a lie, still some of my true feelings were mixed in them. Though coded, letting out some of my feelings made me realize I have lived through worse, and I should check on my grimoire and origin cards. And here I was preparing my shoulder for you to cry on. But I think you should talk to your uncle and aunt right now. You know they blame themselves for not checking up on you. Uncle and auntie felt guilty that they did not keep in touch and check on young Wyatt for the past few months, even though they knew Papa and Mama Wyatt had gone on a mission. No, they must be tired too. Let them rest. We can talk when everyone is fresh and more clear-headed in the morning. Everyone had their share of guilt. Nothing I say will help them. They can only learn to deal with and process it by themselves. And one more thing, could you make some arrangements for them? They had to move. Why am I explaining this to you? Karen must have narrated everything to you already. Haha, what are you talking about? Karen is my secretary, not some shadow info merchant. Why would she tell me about your uncle and aunt? Elliot lied with a straight face and then added, I have just purchased a housing society for the housing of my staff. They can live there until everything is settled. The security there should be enough to keep them out of trouble. Good. I will leave them in your hands. I have grown to trust Elliot since our goals seem to align. Trusting Uncle, Annie, Ronnie, and Jackie's safety to him was my way of showing him that. After Elliot left, Susan and Corey came by to report and head home. Elliot graciously offered them a lift, but I knew better. He had an angle to this, and that was William Bright. After everyone left for me to have a good rest, I got up from the bed and stood on my feet. I was dressed in some kind of hospital gown. Thankfully, the room had an inbuilt bathroom with fresh towels and a few sets of men's clothes, worthy of Whitebin Manor. I walked inside the bathroom in search of a full-body mirror, as I could feel many changes in my body due to the destruction and reconstruction of my body using the ability of Calamity Human Core. I wasn't sure what changes happened to my body, neither did the others as I was lying on the bed. Only Whitebin family staff saw me in my birthday suit, and they got a chance to appreciate the new changes to my body. All this was thanks to my last resort of me dumping all my soup jades on the floor. I did not know who was going to win between the Soul Pupil's False Relic and Calamity Human Core False Relic, but I chose to bet all my chances on Calamity Human Core False Relic's restructure ability. As long as my core remained intact and had enough soul energy, I was immortal, similar to the dungeon Calamity Seed. As I observed myself in the full-body mirror of the bathroom, I saw that my body had grown into the body of a professional bodybuilder with all the cuts and muscle tone in the right places. My body had turned from a skinny short kid body to an Olympian god's body. Since I was covered in a blanket by the staff, none of my friends or relatives knew the changes that happened to my body, especially my height. How am I going to explain the changes in me to them tomorrow morning? But soon my mind diverted from this question as I ran my soul energy in my body. The soul energy circulation in my body was faster and fiercer than before. This was one of the benefits of having refined soul energy. As the 4 times purer and denser soul energy passed through my veins, muscles, and bones, they started to absorb the soul energy like hungry ghosts, and my body burst forth with unimaginable power and vitality. I finally knew why my body felt so weak even after so many positive noticeable changes had been carried out in my body. Turns out they just need to be nourished by the refined soul energy, which can only be pumped by the mutated soul. Since I was unconscious, there was no one to circulate soul energy through my body, especially my 3 other slave consciousness. They seemed to be on standby mode, as they had no protocol regarding the restructuring of my body. Handing over all my bodily and soul energy functions to my slave souls, I finally gathered enough courage to check my grimoire. By the looks of it, it seemed my calamity human core came victorious during the battle, using the baptism power I directed towards it after stepping into the card soldier realm, and the changes in my body and refined soul energy were prime examples for it. I summoned my grimoire to check the situation and aftermath of the battle. Right now I was very scared, so scared that I could not bring myself to activate my soul pupils, because soul pupils were my only source of hope in this world that I can make it to the top of the world while living life to its fullest. Without it, I still had confidence that I could make it to the top of this world, but it would require my undivided attention, which would keep me from living my life and enjoy everything it had to provide. Soul pupil made things easier. I was heavily dependent on soul pupils. Without them, I could not have reached this point so fast. I finally steeled my heart and opened my grimoire to check only to find one origin card slot occupied while the other was still empty. My body went cold at the thought of losing my soul pupils card. In denial, I tried to activate the soul pupils, but to my surprise, soul pupils activated. Not only did they activate, but they were stronger and sharper than before. I was confused and hurriedly checked the name of the only origin card in my grimoire. Card name, Calamity Soul Core. My mind was blown away again. This card was neither the Soul Pupils card nor the Calamity Human Core card. It was a different new card. Confused, I began to check the grimoire log for what had transpired when I was unconscious. Warning: False Relic Soul Pupil fighting for dominance over False Core Calamity Human Core. Warning: False Relic Calamity Human Core fighting for dominance over False Soul Pupil. Turns out I had mistaken. The two false relics were not trying to destroy each other. Instead, they were trying to swallow each other to further enhance and evolve themselves. Clearly, false relic soul pupils were stronger than the Calamity Human Core in terms of soul attainments, and it was slowly winning the battle between them. Seeing its defeat approaching, the Calamity Human Core utilized all its ability at its disposal, including relapsing me to core form to gain extra soul energy and defend against the attack. That's when my body started to disintegrate into dust. Thankful I had believed in the prowess of the Calamity Human Core and had prepared in advance by dropping all the soul jades on the floor under me. So when the core falls on the floor, it will fall in the pile of soul jades, which can be utilized by the Calamity Human Core to restructure my body. But before the false relic Calamity Human Core was completely defeated by the false relic soul pupils, I brought in reinforcement in the form of baptism by breaking into a higher realm. With the empowerment of the baptism, the battle between the two relics came to an impasse. The false relics seemed to want to devour each other and strengthen themselves. This way, if the soul pupils were to sallow the Calamity Human Core, its prowess would double, maybe even triple times its current power. Similar was true for Calamity Human Soul. They were trying to devour each other to evolve themselves. But when the baptism empowered them both, they both were at peak of their power and reaching an impasse in the battle. But baptism not only empowered them, but also guided them to combine and form the most suitable origin card for me, hence forming the new card Human Soul Core. When my body disintegrated, I thought I was dead for sure, and as for leaving the soul jades on the floor, it was my last ditch of struggle. Not only was I not dead, but I got a stronger origin card and an empty origin card slot, meaning I can have another origin card, but this was for the future. Right now I wanted to check up on my new card and compare it with its parent cards. Card name, Calamity Human Core. Card type, origin card. Card rank, unique grade. Card rate, --. Card durability, --. Card effect. This card gives the host an artificial variant human core designed based on the Voltronian human core and Dungeon Calamity Seed. 1. Voltronian physic. The host has a similar physique to a Voltronian. 2. Immortal core. The human core has abilities similar to a Calamity Seed. It can nourish and protect the soul of the host. As long as the core is not destroyed, the host is not dead. 3. Body restructure. The host's flesh and blood have incorporated soul energy constructs to enhance the host body's strength, agility, regeneration, etc. Using this ability, the host can switch between different transformations without the risk of losing the real form. 4. Transformations. This ability allows the host to transform to the higher evolutions. Base form, Calamity Human Core Form. Form 1. Mutant Viltronian. A Viltronian physique enhanced by mutated souls, refined soul energy, variant human core. Form 2. Locked, conditions not met. Unlock Form 2 for further transformations. 5. Parent/daughter core. Parent core and daughter core are connected by a special link that allows them to communicate regardless of the distance between them. There is only one parent core, and it can produce n number of daughter cores based on the materials provided. The parent core has total control over the daughter core. The daughter core can be ingested by a coreless humanoid to gain a similar power to a daughter Calamity human core. 6. Mutated soul. The host has a mutated soul which doubles upon every large breakthrough. The mutated soul produces refined soul energy, which is purer and denser than normal soul energy. Being pure and denser than the normal soul energy, it can give increased enhancement to the body of the host. 7. Echolocation. With the help of mutated ears and mouth, the host can produce different frequencies for detecting the presence, direction, distance like a natural radar. The host can also listen to the soul pathway, but the mental strength consumption will be greater. The origin card Calamity Human Core was exactly what I intended it to be, but also not. It had all the abilities I wanted to retain from the Calamity Seed, Viltronian Core, Mutated Soul, Kaiju Heart, but it did not seem to retain the abilities of the Hungry Soul Pulse. All the abilities of the Calamity Human Core are above and beyond, but also demand a lot of soul energy. If not for my soul energy being 4 times refined, most of the card's abilities would be just a burden to me. All these abilities are overpowered and soul energy oriented. They do not have a cooldown period or card effect duration. For example, Deborah's Skeleton Centaur Knight and its Undead Minion skill. Deborah can summon the Skeleton Centaur Knight anytime she wants, but the same is not true for the Undead Minion skill of the Skeleton Centaur Knight. This skill has a cooldown period of 12 hours. This skill is not soul energy oriented, but time oriented. Therefore, Deborah doesn't have to worry about the soul energy consumption for the 100 plus skeleton soldiers summoned. People look at cooldown time as a limitation, whereas, in reality, it allows the user to access powerful skills which are beyond their strength. If Deborah were asked to exchange an equal amount of soul energy for summoning 200 skeleton minions, then she could not achieve it with her card soldier strength, and wouldn't be able to access the Undead Minion skill. Right now this is true for me too. I cannot switch between 2 transformations as I wish. Each time I transform, I break my body to the molecular level and rearrange to get to the higher form or lower form. Though currently I only had access to the base form core form and initial form variant Viltronian form, which I was currently in. I also required a huge supply of soul energy to unlock my next form and the forms after that. These abilities were overpowered, but also have gluttons in terms of soul energy consumption. So I could only use these skills one time at most before I run out of energy. I knew that a card soldier like me can barely support the energy consumption of these overpowered abilities based on the inherent soul energy absorption aptitude of a card apprentice. Therefore, I had used the soul poles as an ingredient in the creation of the card. Soul poles can actively absorb and emit soul energy into nature for defense, and to meet their daily consumption. But somehow the abilities of soul poles that I had transferred to the original core of the Calamity Human Core card had not surfaced. I even enhanced their soul pathways using Highwood Wisp Core, but still, these abilities were not incorporated into the origin card. Therefore, I had inspected the card to check for the reason why the Hungry Soul Poles ability did not surface in the origin card. Turns out that the abilities of the soul poles were incorporated into the origin card, but the effects of the abilities were so weak that they were neglected from being mentioned in the card info section. Highwood Wisp Core soul pathways were not enough to enhance Hungry Soul Pole's ability and their soul pathways. They require something with greater vitality than the Highwood Wisps for the soul pole's ability to make any contribution for their presence to be noticed in the origin core. So in fact, the Calamity Human Core was not a total success. It was missing the abilities of soul poles and required huge soul energy when compared to my current realm. Despite its shortcoming, this card was already very satisfying. But all these shortcomings were answered by the card Calamity Soul Core, the product of Soul Pupils and Calamity Human Core. Card name, Calamity Soul Core. Card type, Origin card. Card rank, unique grade. Card rate, --. Card durability, --. Card effect. This card gives the host an artificial variant human core designed based on the Voltronian human core and Dungeon Calamity Seed. 1. Soul pupils. The host gains the ability to see the soul pathways of all things. 2. Voltronian physique. The host has a similar physique to a Voltronian. 3. Immortal core. The human core has abilities similar to a Calamity Seed. It can nourish and protect the soul of the host. As long as the core is not destroyed, the host is not dead. 4. Body restructure. The host's flesh and blood have incorporated soul energy constructs to enhance the host body's strength, agility, regeneration, etc. Using this ability, the host can switch between different transformations without the risk of losing the real form. 5. Transformations. This ability allows the host to transform to the higher evolutions. Base form, Calamity human core form. Form 1. Variant Voltronian. A Voltronian physique enhanced by mutated souls, refined soul energy, variant human core. Form 2. Kaiju form, Voltronian Titan. Form 3. Locked, conditions not met. Unlock Form 3 for further transformations. 6. Parent/daughter soul core. Parent core and daughter core are connected by a special link that allows them to communicate regardless of the distance between them. There is only one parent core, and it can produce n number of daughter cores based on the materials provided. The parent core has total control over the daughter core. The daughter core can be ingested by a coreless humanoid to gain a similar power to a daughter Calamity human core. Additional skill, Hive AI. 7. Calamity daughter core. The host can bestow transformation ability to creatures with daughter Calamity human core within them. Base form, Calamity human core form. Form 1. Mutant Voltronian. A Voltronian physique enhanced by mutated souls, refined soul energy, variant human core. Form 2. Locked, conditions not met. Unlock Form 2 for further transformations. Additional skill, Hive AI. 8. Mutated soul. The host has a mutated soul which doubles upon every large breakthrough. The mutated soul produces refined soul energy, which is purer and denser than normal soul energy. Being pure and denser than the normal soul energy, it can give increased enhancement to the body of the host. Additional skill, Hive AI. 9. Soul echolocation. The host can control and produce different frequencies using his/her inherent soul pathways near its mouth and ear for detecting the presence, direction, distance like a natural radar by listening to the reaction of soul pathways in the surrounding area because of the frequency emitted by the host. 10. Soul energy manipulation. The host gains abilities to absorb, store, and emit soul energy in large quantities in his/her flesh and blood. Reading the card info of the Calamity Soul Core, its predecessor Calamity Human Core did not feel overpowered any longer. As the result of combining with soul pupils, the soul-related abilities of the Origin card have undergone a huge transformation and also resulted in new soul-related skills like soul energy manipulation, modified soul echolocation, and now Calamity Daughter Core was a separate skill from Parent/Daughter Core. Not to mention that even the soul pupils were also adopted by the new Origin card. Most importantly, the second form of the transformation ability had been unlocked, and the only reason for this has to be the consumption of 800 plus soul cores I had piled up below for the reconstruction of my body. The reconstruction of my body took 10 soul jades, but the remaining soul jades were absorbed to unlock the third form of my transformation ability. It seems that the soul abilities of the hungry soul poles were enhanced by a great margin after family human core and soul pupils dominated to form a single Origin card, leading to the formation of soul energy manipulation skill. The unlocked second form was the kaiju form, showcasing the power of the kaiju heart I used as an ingredient. But what surprised me was that my kaiju form was a Voltronian Titan. I do not know what kind of monster a Voltronian Titan is, but considering it's a Voltronian, it should be strong. Soul energy manipulation is the higher version skill of the hungry soul poles. It enhances the user's inherent soul energy absorption ability and gives the host the ability to store soul energy in his/her flesh and blood, enhancing the physique of the body. It also gives the host the option to emit the soul energy in the form of constructs or projectiles for defense and offense. The combination of the card had also enhanced the natural ability of the Dungeon Calamity Seed, parent/daughter core, leading to a new separate Calamity Daughter core. Calamity Daughter core is a separate skill, but it is still dependent on its stem skill parent and daughter for the creation of daughter cores. The function of this skill is to give holders of Calamity Daughter core the transformation ability of the parent Calamity core. The Calamity Daughter core also has a Hive AI, which is the baptized and evolved version of my slave program. Not just the Calamity Daughter core, but the mutated soul also had a Hive AI. Hive AI is an AI program with the ability to create slave AIs. These AIs share their knowledge with one another, producing a collective intelligence network, making it easier for Master AI to monitor, control, and govern all the slave AIs. Not to mention how efficient these AIs have gotten ever since they were updated with the Insight Forecast program. So now I do not have to install a slave AI program into every mutated soul or Calamity Daughter cores created in the future. Worthy of the miracles of the baptism. Just imagining monitoring and governing hundreds of slave consciousness and hundreds of daughter core slaves, I felt chills. Who cares about loyalty when you can get slaves? It was okay for me to enslave my duplicate consciousnesses, but enslaving other people with the Calamity Daughter core, this ability had to be used limitedly and covertly, because once the word gets out that I can enslave people, then one can only imagine the repercussions that followed. Soul echolocation, the modified version of echolocation. This ability is quite similar to echolocation, but the soul pupil's principles swallowed by the Calamity human core has enhanced its ability to hear soul pathway frequencies to the point where the mental strength consumed and stress involved are negligible. Here the mouth is not required to emit certain frequencies to hear soul pathways in the nearby area, but to increase the range of the echolocation, you can use the mouth to emit frequencies that will rebound back to the ear and inform about the presence, dimensions, and other information about the soul pathway from a further distance. I tried the soul echolocation ability right away since it was a sensory and detection type ability. This skill will not cause any commotion and disturb my hosts. The soul echolocation was a different experience compared to the soul pupils. Hearing and watching are two different things, but once I activated soul echolocation, I felt a different connection to the world surrounding me than the usual one, and the frequency emitted by the world and the objects in them were numerous, and listening to these frequencies made these inanimate objects seem more vivid. It's as if I can see them through my ears, giving me enough confidence to create cards with my eyes closed. Both soul pupils and soul echolocation have their advantages, but for card creation, I would still choose soul pupils as we humans are dependent on our eyes more than ears, and suddenly switching to ears as the main sensory input would just send me back millions of evolutionary years, even though my soul pathways of ear and mouth were modified and enhanced to perform more than what they were meant to be. I am not saying that echolocation is not as good as soul pupils, but as a human who used to see, I prefer to see my soul pathways rather than listen to them. Then why add this ability to the card? I added this ability to differentiate different unknown and unidentified soul pathways in a soul core based on the frequency they emit. Differentiating unknown and unidentified soul pathways in a soul core by soul pupils is taxing as they often require sharper concentration and presence of mind, but echolocation doesn't, as it's the ability to differentiate and identify different soul pathways based on the frequency they emit. After exploring the soul echolocation and all its wonderful applications, I focused on soul energy manipulation. As mentioned, I was able to absorb, store, and emit soul energy in large quantities in my flesh and blood, leading to lesser soul energy loss and consumption in the restructuring and transforming abilities of the Calamity Soul Core. Not to mention now, thanks to soul energy manipulation, I can weaponize the soul energy within me to enhance my body's strength and defense, or directly fire soul energy projectiles without having to worry about running out of soul energy. It was fun. I was able to materialize soul energy and shape them according to my imagination, but more sophisticated design coded more mental strength, and it required a high level of soul energy control, which was nothing to me thanks to my Hive AI and multiple slave mental strengths. Afterwards, I decided to look into the creation of Calamity Daughter Core and check out how it worked. To my surprise, I can produce the Calamity Daughter Core in the form of a core or a card through my Grimoire card creation page. If a core, then it can directly fuse with a host through oral ingestion and occupy an origin card slot of the subject ingested with it. But in the card form, it has to be directly placed on the empty origin card slot of the subject to equip it. Calamity Daughter Core also had the ability Immortal Core. It can also nourish and protect the soul of the subject. As long as the core is not destroyed, the subject is not dead. But here it was more like the subject's soul is trapped in the Calamity Daughter Core while being dominated, monitored, and governed by slave AI. The Calamity Daughter Core can also give the subjects integrated with it a few of the abilities from the parent core based on the authority of the daughter core created. Authority of Daughter Core: 1. Slave, 2. Servant, 3. Subordinate, 4. Right/left arm, 5. Partner. These authorities of the Dungeon Daughter Core not only show the priority of how many abilities and power can be incorporated in the Calamity Daughter Core, but also shows the level of freedom I have given them. Thanks to the imprisonment of Daughter Core and the slave AI, I can turn any or every subject with Daughter Core into a mindless slave and order him to do anything I wish. With this authority system, I can thoroughly control how much freedom to be given the subjects based on how much I trust them. The Calamity Daughter Cores were all set ready to be used once created. All they required was a conscious soul to imprison within their core body and fulfill their purpose. I can use Calamity Daughter on both Card Apprentice and monsters. The card form of the Calamity Daughter Core was for the Card Apprentice, and the core form was for the monsters to ingest it. Either way, I could control both of them using the slave AI. As I was thinking about the Calamity Daughter Core and its taboo abilities, a sudden thought stuck to my head. This idea was so ingenious that it made me stand on my feet in excitement, and I couldn't wait to experiment it. Damn it. Damn it all. I yelled. I needed soul jades for the experiment I just thought of, but knowing all my soul jades were spent for the restructuring of my body and unlocking the second transformation of my card, I could not help but tell in frustration. This feeling of being on a verge of a breakthrough, yet not being able to try it, was torture, like an itch on your back, which you cannot reach no matter how hard you try. Knock. Knock. Excuse me, sir. Is there a problem? After the knock on the door followed the voice of the manor staff. I was surprised but soon walked to the door, opening it. Looking at the staff, I asked, "Were you waiting at the door?" "Yes, sir. Since you are bedridden, Ms. Amy thought it would be a good idea for me to wait at the door in case you require my assistance." The staff explained patiently. I was impressed by Amy's thoughtful gesture. "Sir, is there any way I can assist you?" asked the staff again. "Yes, I need 35 soul jades. Can you get me some using this as a guarantee?" I inquired, handing the staff the IOU signed by Amy. I know it was not ethical of me to try and pawn Amy's IOU even after taking Cerberus core as compensation, but my curiosity was getting itchier with every second that passed, and I could not help it. "A moment, sir." The staff took the IOU and began to test its authenticity. After few breaths, he looked at me and said, "Sir, do you want to redeem all the soul jades, or just 35 soul jades?" 35 soul jades are enough for now, and help me return the IOU to Ms. Amy. 35 soul jades were enough for my experiment. Being greedy will only sour the relationship between me and Whitebins. "Right away, sir." Saying that, the staff left with IOU and soon returned with 35 soul jades. Closing the bedroom door shut, I sat cross-legged on the bed. Summoning my grimoire, I opened it to the card creation page and placed all the 35 soul jades I just got in it, and began the creation of 3 Calamity Daughter Cores. Normally, I would not require 35 soul jades to create 3 daughter cores. 1 soul jade would be more than enough, but right now I was not going to create just any daughter cores, but Avatar Calamity Daughter Cores. Yes, I was going to use the 35 soul jades to create 3 Avatar Calamity Daughter Cores, meaning 3 perfect clones of myself. These clones will be the perfect and exact copy of me and my strength. Therefore, I named the new skill I thought of as Avatar Cores instead of Clone Cores. 1 soul jade to create 3 daughter cores, and 12 soul jades each for the 3 cores to structure my perfect avatar body. This method of creation of 3 avatars of myself using Calamity Daughter Cores would be an impossible feat, if not for my mutated soul, because the Calamity Daughter Cores are just normal cores without any subject's soul occupying inside them. So it is impossible to turn the daughter cores into avatar cores, as daughter cores in a way are like empty slave collars. How can an empty slave collar be the same as a slave? But thankfully, I already had 3 slaves at my disposal, my 3 mutated souls programmed with slave AI of my 4 consciousness mutated soul. Yes, I was going to place my slave souls in the daughter cores and use the soul energy in 12 soul jades to structure a body, creating my avatar. Technically, I will not be placing my slave soul in the daughter cores. Instead, I will be linking the slave soul and the daughter cores through soul pathways and Hive AI, so that the daughter cores can still form a body without a soul inside them, and slave souls can control them remotely from within the parent core. It took me a few minutes, and soon 3 naked exact copies of me stood in front of me with stiff mechanical expressions. Inspecting them for any external flaws, I said, I will call you guys Copy 1, C1, Copy 2, C2, and Copy 3, C3 respectively. Let me check your stats. Name, Copy 1, C1. Type, Avatar Calamity Daughter Core. Authority, right/left arm. Active soul control, 31%. Card Soldier Realm. 1. Soul Pupils. The subject gains the ability to see the soul pathways of all things. 2. Voltronian Physic. The subject has a similar physique to a Voltronian. 3. Immortal Core. The daughter core has abilities similar to a Calamity Pient core. It can nourish and protect the soul of the subject. As long as the core is not destroyed, the host is not dead. 4. Body Restructure. The subject's flesh and blood have incorporated soul energy constructs to enhance the subject body's strength, agility, regeneration, etc. Using this ability, the host can switch between different transformations without the risk of losing the real form. 5. Calamity Daughter Core. The subject is bestowed with transformation ability by the Calamity Parent Soul Core. Base Form, Calamity Human Core Form. Form 1. Mutant Voltronian. A Voltronian physique enhanced by mutated souls, refined soul energy, variant human core. Form 2. Locked, conditions not met. Unlock Form 2 for further transformations. Additional skill, Hive AI. 6. Soul Echolocation. The subject can control and produce different frequencies using her inherent soul pathways near its mouth and ear for detecting the presence, direction, distance like a natural radar by listening to the reaction of soul pathways in the surrounding area because of the frequency emitted by the host. 7. Soul Energy Manipulation. The subject gains abilities to absorb, store, and emit soul energy in large quantities in her flesh and blood. The 3 avatars all had the same stats and skills as I had bestowed them with. What was surprising that all the 3 avatars had the same active soul control % as me. But they did not have a grimoire, so apart from using the skills bestowed to them, they could not utilize their soul energy for anything else. Thinking of this, another thought came to me. Whether all 3 of the avatars could contract grimoire like normal card apprentice, as they were exact copies of me and have the same soul pathways and arrangements as me. Thinking of this, I could not help but curse. F***CK. The idea of equipping my avatar with their grimoire was very alluring, but after pondering over it for a few minutes, I realized that was not possible, because even though I had multiple consciousnesses, they all originated from a single mutated soul, and this mutated soul happened to be already been contacted by a grimoire, and there was no way around it. Understanding this, my curiosity died, and I was disappointed for being excited over nothing. Right now, with my second soul mutation, I was able to create 3 avatars using Calamity Daughter Core. When my soul undergoes 3rd or 4th mutations, I can create more avatars. Just thinking of this made me forget the disappointment earlier. Next to catch my interest was the transformation skill I bestowed upon the avatars. Interestingly, only their first form was unlocked, and their second form was still locked. Unlike my transformation skill, where both the first and second form were unlocked, but the third form was still locked. I thought they should also have unlocked their second form since I bestowed them with my same transformation skill, but I was wrong. It seems though the skill I bestowed them was the exact copy, there was a difference in the cores executing the skill. Upon reading the unlock conditions for the second form of the avatars, I further knew why. The unlock conditions for the second form of the avatar's transformation skill are 1. The parent core should unlock third form. 2.1000 soul jades required for the creation of the second form's body. It turns out that the daughter core's transformation ability is limited to one level less than the transformation ability of the parent core. Knowing this, I could not help but feel a little displeased because this was limiting the avatar's strength further, as they cannot contract grimoire. Even though the avatars were of the same realm and active soul control as me, they had their limitations. If I wanted to use the avatars in real battle, they at least had to unlock their second form. With zero card assistance and just their Voltronian physique, they were not a threat to an elite card apprentice of the same realm. So, I checked the conditions for unlocking my third form. 1. Evolutionary ingredients. 2. 10,000 soul jades for construction of the third form. 3. Explore by self. Reading the conditions for unlocking my third form, I was confused. I could understand the first and second conditions, but the third one puzzled me. What do you mean by exploring by oneself? How am I supposed to know what conditions are without the origin card info showing me? There is only one solution for this, that is to know the requirement of the Dungeon Calamity Seed to meet its third transformation conditions. Since my origin card was designed after the Dungeon Calamity Seed, then it is bound to have some answers to the conditions for unlocking my third form. But the problem was that how am I supposed to get this info? The general information regarding the Dungeon Calamity Seed is public, but the sensitive and crucial info, like the conditions for the Dungeon Calamity Seed to evolve, are restricted and protected info. Any hint of me snooping for this information can get me into a lot of trouble with the related government authorities. If they knew Elliot gave me a Dungeon Calamity Seed during the pre-investigation, I would look very suspicious and may even end up on their watch list and be monitored for the rest of my life before some bureaucrat thinks they are wasting too many resources on me, and it would be better to silence me once and for all. This was risky and I had to be careful, but it was not urgent as I could not satisfy the conditions for the third form without 10,000 soul jades anyway. So I left it alone to think about it once I had gathered 10,000 soul jades. I wanted to head to the practice ground of Whitebin Manor and check out my second form, Kaiju from Voltronian Titan. But I had to suppress my urges and desire as this was my trump card. I did not want the Whitebins to know about this. Having explored the possibilities of my new origin card to some extent, and knowing that my current surroundings were not fit for exploring other abilities of the card, I decided to spend some time to master and exercise my active soul control now that I had a new skill that could assist me with it: soul energy manipulation. Date: March 25th, 2321. Time: 4:50. Location: Sky Blossom City, E-Rank Gate Dungeon Stone Workshop. Stone Workshop E-Rank Gate Dungeon got its name because of its inhabitant monsters, the stone golems. This dungeon is quite famous among the Sky Blossom City adventurers, as all the parts of the stone golems can be sold for a good price no matter how damaged the ingredients are. All of them are going to be melted and reforged to get stronger and better ingredients. Officer, was it not our turn to clear the dungeon? Why are you allowing that little tease to enter and stop us? If you are just going to go back on your promise, why bother to pre-register the dungeons? Yelled an angry young adventurer at the guard guarding the dungeon gate. Looking at his new low-rank equipment, one could judge this young adventurer had just started his career as an adventurer. Ross, stand down. I just received the confirmation from the guild vice leader. Today's raid has been cancelled. Okay, everyone clear up, said a bulky old man. What? Guild vice leader called for this trivial reason. Knowing that the guild vice leader personally called to inform them of the cancellation of an E-rank raid, Ross dignifiedly looked at the little tease in front of him and was scared, knowing that she had a strong background enough for the guild vice leader to step in. With that, the party of 5 cleared the venue in no time. How dare he call me a little tease? I will gut him. Castration should be better, said the 17-year-old teenage girl in shorts that were so short that her G-strings showed, not to mention her braless top, which left her extra healthy bunnies running wild in her tight top with her every movement. A plain white-masked person dressed in black next to her looked at her and reprimanded her, saying, Courtney, now you are the dog of the circle. You cannot just bite whoever you want without your master's order. Remember, a dead dog is better than a disobedient dog. Hearing the white-masked person, Courtney just nodded in response and said, Master, your words seem less intimidating without the clown mask. And also, why did you allow the tyrant guild leader to escape? Wasn't the circle's order to exterminate all of them? Clown masks are too noticeable to appear in the general public. As for letting tyrant guild leader escape, His predecessors, even though dead, still have friends in high places who would not want to sit by watching the last descendant of their friend be murdered. Who told you that my mission was to exterminate the allied guilds? My mission was to send a warning to your senior sister and teach her a lesson. I decided on massacring the allied guilds to show your senior sister the consequences of her defying the Circle's direct orders. And also it has been too peaceful these years, cutting my dose of carnage. The white-masked person was Diana's master, the mysterious clown-masked person with the summon, twin-winged cursed lizard. I do not get it. Why does killing the allied guilds hurt Diana? Asked Courtney. You see your senior sister. She is not like you and me. She is a defective product, though she can be cruel. She has a disease called compassion and avoids unnecessary killing. For her massacring the allied guild and threatening her adoptive sister should be enough warning and a lesson. The masked person explained nonchalantly, and then added, You better complete your task fast. There are only 2 days till the tournament. If you miss this, you will lose a good stage to gather subordinates. Remember, even though I won't compare you to Diana, the same cannot be said for other people in the Circle. I know, Master. Soloing 5 E-rank gate dungeons in 2 days is a walk in the park for me. Courtney assured her master as eyes beamed with strong fighting intention. Good. Now you clear this one. I will make preparations for other dungeons. If you can clear the task within a day, I have a reward for you. Your senior sister helped me gather it, said the white-masked person. Great. Don't forget your promise. Saying that, Courtney rushed into the dungeon gate without hesitation. Sweet pea, why are you up so early? William asked Corey, who was pacing around the balcony. Grandpa, aren't you asleep? Why are you awake? Surprised, Corey questioned William instead of answering him. With you awake, how can Grandpa fall asleep? You look worried. Tell Grandpa what's bothering you. When will Father and Mother return? Corey conveyed her worry to William. You miss them. It has indeed been a long time since they left on their mission. Tell you what, bake me a delicious breakfast, and I will make arrangements for your parents to contact you. William promised his granddaughter. Grandpa, you are the best. I will go make a grilled bacon sandwich right away. Awarding her grandpa with a hug, Corey hopped to the kitchen to fulfill her end of the promise. Wait, it's about 5 in the morning. Who has their breakfast this early? William exclaimed, to which Corey skillfully turned facing him. She said, I have to leave early today. We are going to visit Wyatt's parents' grave at 7. This is the first time we are all going out together. I have to look my best. Though Corey has decided to change her old ways, it was in women's nature to want to look beautiful and present themselves pleasant and pleasing to eyes. So you can't blame her if she got up 2 hours early just to prepare herself to visit a graveyard. Who visits graveyard early in the morning? William wanted to yell this, but he knew better and said, Be sure to have fun, sweet pea. Grandpa, how can you say that? We are visiting Wyatt's parents' grave. Corey criticized. My bad. Do whatever it is you are doing. William gave up. He started to miss old Corey, who would be easily pleased with expensive and rare gifts. Okay, come out, stated William, seeing Corey's back vanish into the kitchen. Old man, I never thought that you would retire this soon. Voiced a figure as it walked out of the shadow. It was missing an arm, and black flame seems to be covering the amputated end of the arm. And I never thought that the allied guilds would fall this early. Why are you here, Van? Shouldn't you be hiding in your rat hole? William snapped back. Did you know the Circle was about to take action against us? Van growled. The figure in the shadow was none other than the lone survivor of the Blue Blossom Lake massacre, the tyrant guild leader Van George. No, I did not know. I don't think even the Circle knew what the clown mask was up to, replied William, ignoring Van's hostile growl earlier. No, the clown said our existence was a nuisance to the Circle's interest. Van did not believe that the Circle was not involved in its hunting hound's actions. In a way, yes, but not enough to massacre 3 guilds over it. A warning would have sufficed. My guess. The clown did that just to experience an orgasm. Scoffed William. The hunting hounds of the Circle were not human. No, the correct words would be they were not treated as human since birth. Since a young age, these orphans were forced to survive against mortal beasts, turning themselves into beasts for survival. Extreme discipline and loyalty were beaten into these human-turned beasts to tame them. Having tamed, they only lived for battle and their master. They knew nothing else. After 20 years of such life later, they are rehabilitated to become human again, rather human-like, to act independently, not having to be accompanied by their masters. No matter how much rehabilitation they go through, they were beasts in human flesh, a bunch of psychopaths with a taste for human blood. What? That freak massacred hundreds of us just to get an orgasm. You are telling me the hunting hound of the circle attacked us without permission or knowledge of its master? Don't bullsh** me. Van blustered. Keep it down, will you? I don't want my baby grandchild to see your hideous appearance. Why don't you put off the fire and regrow the arm? Muttered William. You don't think I tried that. It is the cursed fire. It is already inked deep in my soul pathways. It is hard to extinguish it once it gets rooted in the soul pathway, much less regrowing the arm. Complained Van. I know it is cursed fire, but what were you doing when it came in contact with you? Why did you not cut your arm before it spread to your soul pathway? William looked at Van as if looking at a fool. That psychopath was too powerful. I could not afford to be distracted for a second. If not for it letting me escape, I would have died along with my friends, Van explained. Aren't you embarrassed to say that? William scoffed at Van. Forget it. Help me suppress the cursed fire with your power. I will amputate my arm near my shoulder and then try to regrow it. Let's hope it works, said Van. He still had not given up on his arm. This cursed fire was like a wildfire that grew every second as it continues to feed on his soul energy. No wonder you came running to me, but I don't think it will work. Once the cursed fire takes root in the soul pathway, there is no fighting it. You are done for, dummy. But just for your satisfaction, I will play along, said William as he focused his soul suppression on the cursed fire. With the soul suppression, William suppressed the cursed fire to a point size. And Van, who was about to cut his arm, shook his head in disappointment and said, This is pointless. Your suppression only works on the surface cursed fire, but not the cursed fire rooted in soul pathway. Unless the roots of cursed fire are completely obliterated, I cannot get rid of the cursed fire or regrow my arm. It seems I do not have much time left. What are you going to do next? Asked William. Find young miss as soon as possible, and then aid her till my last breath, answered Van, heading to jump off the balcony and vanish into the night. Good, this I can help you with. She is at the Guild Association Mall warehouse. She has met her fated person. He is a young boy named Dalton Wyatt, a high school student and a full-time capable card creationist. Though he has some specialness about him, he is very weak. Slowly, William narrated everything about Wyatt and his encounter with the unknown girl. How did you guys find me? Teleportation is supposed to be hard to trace, asked a young man in his early 20s looking at two middle-tagged adventurers blocking all his exit. As long as our faith is strong enough, the Lord will show us the way, answered the stout middle-aged adventurer. So you guys are from the kingdom. Aren't you guys far from home? The young man was at the peak of the card soldier realm, making him a genius among his peers, but unfortunately, his opponents were in the card master realm. Yes, we are far from our home, but it is necessary to bring our Lord home, said the other middle-aged adventurer, saying that he singled his partner. Wait, fellows, we don't have to do this. I will pay each one of you 5 soul jades. That's double what the Whitebun promised for turning me in, bargained Paul Whitebun. Since Paul fled the life/death match, he has been in hiding and cut off from the outside world. He did not know if his masterpiece Firefox Poison had achieved its purpose, nor did he know the kingdom's interest in Pax. Otherwise, he would have negotiated with better terms. Heretic, no wealth is enough to forgive your sin. Aiming for Lord's life is an unforgivable sin, but be happy the Lord has big plans for you to redeem yourself. The two adventurers boxed in on Paul. It seems they were very angry at Paul for trying to assassinate Pax with Firefox Bane. Paul grew frantic, not knowing how to escape the current predicament he was in. The plan was that he would hide for a few months in various low-level dungeons, and then when the Whitebins had moved on to the next affairs, he would resurface in disguise. Everything had been set up. All he needed to do was to be patient and stay hidden, but these troublesome fellows showed up, and they were too strong for him. His escape plan seemed redundant in front of their strength. But he still had a few aces up his sleeve. Skill card teleswitch. Seeing the duo closing in on him, Paul activated his skill card. See ya, suckers, shouted Paul, looking at the duo who were nearing him with every passing second. Paul felt something was wrong as the duo did not show any sign of panic or urgency, seeing him escape. Instead, they seemed calm with no hint of worry or haste. Few seconds passed, but nothing happened, Confused Paul received a notification from his grimoire. Alert! Hidden field card, taunt detected. You cannot leave the field until you defeat your opponent. Reading the grimoire notification, Paul's face paled. Seeing the expression on Paul's face, the two adventurers had a hint of what had transpired and sneered, looking at dejected Paul, trying to make heads and tails of his current situation. Card name, taunt. Card type, field card, hidden. Card rank, B. Rank, uncommon grade. Card rate, 12 stars. Card durability, 86/100. Card effect. Within this field, the enemy units cannot escape or leave the field until they have defeated the card apprentice equipped with the card. Additional effect. Hidden. The enemy unit will not receive the notification upon entering the range of field cards unless they have active detection cards in use. Restriction, stationary field. Cooldown time, 6 hours. Being at the end of his wits, Paul finally lost his calm and started to act out of fear, forgetting all his caution. Field card, White Dwarf Sun Terra. Field card 9, White Dwarf Suns. Target 2 meters north, detonate. This was Paul's damage-dealing combo, which could melt the black steel alloy of iron flesh, but to his surprise, his opponents were unaffected by his attack. This was the disadvantage of using the same cards in a card fight. The enemies come equipped with the cards which are a bane to your cards. This exact thing was happening here. The adventurer duo knew all the cards Paul had, and had already equipped with cards to face them head-on. But soon the stout adventurer's face changed as he growled. You are indeed ruthless and cunning. It seems you had laced the entire dungeon with Firefox poison. But unfortunately for you, we are equipped with the poison resistance card. Hearing them, Paul chucked and said, Oh my bad, but by chance, any of you happen to have corrosive acid resistance? Hearing Paul finally, the duo's facial expression changed, but they were too late to realize as they both let out bloody screams in unison. It could be seen that the skin of the duo was melting at an incredibly fast pace, not just their skin, but their internal organs and eyes. The sight was too gruesome, even for Paul, who orchestrated such gore. You idiots. Firefox poison is only one of my arsenals. Do you know why I chose to hide in a dump like this, Slime Swamp Field Dungeon, instead of all other beautiful low-level field dungeons out there? You don't. What would you religious mutts like you know about science? The inhabitant monsters of the slime swamp are corrosive slime, which when subjected to 10,000 Kelvin temperature, turn into highly corrosive vapors, which you guys inhaled and came in contact with just now. As Paul finished his explanation, his enemies had already become one with the swamp. It looks like I have to get some info from the outside world. Why would the kingdom target me? Said Paul, picking up the 1 gold grimoire and a sliver grimoire that were now powerless. From his conversation with the adventurers from the kingdom, Paul knew enough to guess that his poisonous surprise for Pax and the White Buns was a fail, and somehow he had offended the lunatics from the kingdom. Now, not only did he have to watch out for the Whitebin family and the Sky Blossom City bounty hunters, but the kingdom and their hunting dogs. It would be good if all of them came bearing like these too: a gold grimoire, silver grimoire, and a bunch of C rank and a few B rank cards. Turns out the stout one, even though was at the Realm Card Master realm, had contracted a golden grimoire, a higher grade grimoire for his realm. It seems the stout middle-aged adventurer was a genius of his time, and Paul prefers them to be geniuses. The vapors of the evaporated swamp slime fluids are highly corrosive and acidic enough to melt strong minerals and ores, but one can easily resist them by covering themselves in the mixture of swamp slime fluids and the swamp mud enhanced by soul energy reinforcement. Here, congrats on breaking through to the card soldier realm. Congratulating me, Elliot handed me a golden grimoire. His intentions couldn't be clearer. He wanted to check if I was talented enough to upgrade my silver grimoire to a golden one. Thank you. So you noticed earlier, I pointed out. Yes, though. Seeing Elliot trying to hog her credit, Karen pinched his waist. Rubbing his waist under Karen's forced smile, he confessed. Earlier your body did not have a hint of soul energy, as if it was sucked out of you, so none of us noticed it, but Karen did and confided in me later. You did not have to get me this, though. Even though I said that I moved the golden grimoire to my grimoires card creation page and checked whether I could upgrade my silver grimoire to a golden one. And it turns out I can, no surprise there. I knew I could, as the Viltronian human core could strengthen a card apprentice's latent talent. I was able to contract a gold grimoire, and wanted to check whether you two were able to or not. Beamed Elliot. He seems to be in a good mood. Even though Karen claimed her relationship with Elliot was nothing more than an employee and an employer relationship, the way those two conducted themselves in the presence of company of other people, anyone could catch their lie, or do they act like this just in front of me? No wonder you came so early. I bet you weren't able to sleep all night after this thought crossed your mind. Though Elliot had missed the golden period of his card apprentice journey, he did not let it kill his comparative spirit. But still, you dumbass, if not for me giving you a human core, you could never contract a golden grimoire or climb to the peak of the card soldier realm by just equipping your origin card. Unlike you, I am not narcissistic enough to lord it over my friends. Just to shut him up, I closed my eyes, poured my mental strength into the grimoire creation page, and began upgrading my silver grimoire to golden grade right then and there. The upgrading process is very simple. My silver grade grimoire would devour the masterless, slumbering golden grade grimoire. It did not require me, but I still watched as the golden grade grimoire slowly dissolved and disappeared in the creation page of my grimoire. And slowly a golden light emerged from within the grimoire as it slowly converted the silver grimoire to golden grade, until finally the grimoire was glowing with golden light, and it spread to my skin. Now my entire body shone with a light golden glow, indicating the successful upgradation of my silver grimoire into a golden grimoire. As I was about to withdraw my mental strength from the grimoire creation page, it was dragged deeper into the grimoire into an illusion, Mama Wyatt's hidden recorded message to be accurate. Soon the surreal image of Mama Wyatt appeared as it began narrating the recorded message. Congrats, son, on the successful upgradation of your grimoire to golden grade before turning 19 years old. Now you can be considered a genius and the pride of your generation. I am sure by now you must have met your Aunt Kathy. Though she is very young, she is indeed my blood sister, and you can trust her. Follow her to the Morning Star University. I know you must have uncovered some truth about me and your father's deaths by now. Please stop digging further into it. I know you want to avenge us, but living a happy life is the most satisfying vengeance you can get us. Please don't waste your life in search of vengeance. It won't bring us back. Instead, it will make me and your father very sad, son. Remember, son, don't let our early departure be the end of your life. As you know, let be a new beginning to a better life. Your life. This time Mama Wyatt's message was a bit lengthy, but necessary. It was no normal recorded message, but a conditioned recorded message which would only be delivered when young Wyatt can upgrade the grimoire to golden grade before he turns 19 years old. It seems she spent most of her remaining energy recording this message to stop young Wyatt from walking on the path of vengeance and self-destruction. Most importantly, who is this Aunt Kathy? I never met her. She is Mama Wyatt's trusted sister. Considering that this message was for young Wyatt nearing 19 years old, I guess she is yet to appear. But considering it's been 2 months since Mama and Papa Wyatt had passed away, this Aunt Kathy is taking her sweet time and seems a little irresponsible. Mama Wyatt, are you sure I can trust her? No parent is going to leave their child without enough prior preparation and insurance in case of something tragic. But unfortunately for the Wyatt family, the person they trust their child with never appeared, leading to another tragedy and my rebirth. The more I got to know about young Wyatt's life, the more depressed I was, and thought that I would be happy to have occupied the body of a scum rather than an innocent kid. Date: March 25th, 2321. Time: 6:45. Location: Sky Blossom City, Whitebourne Manor, Main Gate. Having upgraded my grimoire, I and Elliot walked to the Whitebourne Manor gate where a crowd was waiting for our arrival. Today morning, when I asked Elliot to inform Uncle and Auntie Wyatt that we will talk later on our way to visiting Papa and Mama Wyatt's grave, he took it as me inviting him to visit my parents' grave, leading to everyone misunderstanding that I invited them to visit my parents' grave along with me. Susan, Corey, Pax, Beth, Amy F***, CK. Even Eliza was accompanying me and the Wyatts to my parents' grave. Thankfully, Elliot had taken care of the FIR against Ronnie and the missing person case of Jackie. Power and wealth works wonders in these kinds of situations than the hard truth. But there still was a bounty on Ronnie's head. It would not be easy to get rid of the bounty without the consent of the one posting the bounty. But still, the new entourage of Elliot had enough security to deal with any threats. Since Ronnie will be living in J.K. group, housing in future the bounty did not seem that threatening compared to the security of the J.K. group housing. Elliot, Eliza, before heading to the graveyard, let's make a quick stop near my neighborhood. Except for Elliot and his new entourage who had their transportation arrangements, the rest of us were all taking the transportation arranged by the Whitebin family. I thought it would be hard explaining to Uncle and Auntie Wyatt why I did not inform them about my parents' passing or not invite them to their funeral. But it seems Elliot discussed this with them earlier today and had smoothed things over. Instead of blaming me for not informing or inviting them to the funeral of my parents' uncle and auntie consoled me saying, "We don't blame you for forgetting to inform us, Wyatt. It's not your fault, you did your best. And sorry we were not available in your time of need, but in the future, let's try not to repeat the same mistakes. I am sorry, Uncle and Auntie. Because of my ignorance, you were not able to see the last moments or say goodbye to your brother and sister-in-law. And yes, in the future I look forward to your guidance." I apologized to the middle-aged couple in front of me. As responsible elders, they forgave me for my mistake and acknowledged their shortcomings. For such people, I had respect and nothing else. Though Papa Wyatt and Uncle Wyatt are not blood-related brothers, their bond is no less than blood-related siblings. Their relationship was not of convenience, but rather conviction and bond formed enduring countless hardships and tests of time. So for orphan Uncle Wyatt, the death of Papa Wyatt was more than just losing a close friend, but he lost his last family member. That's how important Papa Wyatt was to him, but due to the ignorance of young Wyatt, he had missed the funeral of his only brother, but still, he found it in him to not hold it against me, instead console me. After that, our entire car ride to Benny's Sandwiches, we had a pleasant conversation and I got to know more about Mama and Papa Wyatt. Especially the part about Mama and Papa Wyatt's party members. It seems Uncle had met with them. I did not know if they were alive, but I knew that if I found them, I would be able to get some of the answers to mysteries surrounding the death of Mama and Papa Wyatt. Yes, Mama Wyatt asked me not to look into it, but according to William's warning, their enemies don't seem to want to leave me out of this. Better I find them before they reach me. So I forwarded all the info I could get on the Mama and Papa Wyatt's party members from Uncle Wyatt to Elliot to help me find them. "Wyatt, what are we doing here in front of an old sandwich shop?" asked Beth, looking at a rundown shop blocked with queuing customers. It was past 7, and people were out to have breakfast on their way to work. This was the life of the average citizen. They had to leave for hours earlier than their office time to get a proper breakfast and not be delayed by unreliable public transportation. Isn't it obvious we are getting our breakfast here? Normally, I would order takeout for 3 double-decker cheese bomb meat sandwiches and visit my parents' grave. Today, we will be doing the same. This was kind of a tradition created by Wyatt. Twice or thrice a week, he would get up early, order the sandwiches, and visit his parents' grave to have his breakfast before leaving for school. Young Wyatt was used to having breakfast by himself when Mama and Papa Wyatt were on a mission, but these last 2 months he could not have breakfast alone. Rather than starving himself, he decided to have breakfast with his parents. Not a healthy habit to cultivate, but young Wyatt was that lonely. In these past few weeks, young Wyatt visited his parents' graves more frequently, thanks to the bullying and being outcast by the ones he believed were his friends. Hearing my answer, Amy grabbed hold of Beth's wrist, signaling her not to open her stupid mouth. Then Eliza stepped in, saying, "It is pointless for all of us to wait here. We will just be blocking the busy public's path. How about we head to the cemetery while 2 of the drivers bring our orders?" "That sounds good. Let's do that," I agreed. Date: March 25th, 2321. Time: 7:20. Location: Sky Blossom City, St. Raymond's Cemetery. Old Man Ben. "I have finally brought my friends and family along with me today," I said to the old gravekeeper who was busy sweeping dried leaves off of the graves. The first time visiting his parents' graves after the funeral, young Wyatt brought 3 sandwiches, 1 for him and the other 2 for his parents, but he faced the obvious problem after he finished his sandwich. The other 2 sandwiches were still untouched. That's when young Wyatt broke down into tears, realizing the obvious. Seeing the devastated young Wyatt wail for an hour, the old gravekeeper took pity on young Wyatt and came to console him, suggesting that they both have the remaining sandwich. That's how Old Man Ben came into young Wyatt's life. If not for him, maybe young Wyatt would not have lasted for 2 months. Modern television showcases and jokes about weird students having lunch with the janitor or school staff, but they failed to show the sadness and loneliness behind it. Wyatt, good morning. I see you took my advice. I was starting to get worried since the last time you visited, you did not look so good. The old man Ben replied, looking at me and the crowd behind me. The last time young Wyatt visited here was the morning he'd decided to commit suicide. Good morning to you too. Come, let me introduce you to everybody. I introduced everyone to Ben and vice versa. After the introduction, Uncle and Auntie Wyatt thanked old Ben rigorously. Thank you for taking care of our child. While Uncle and Auntie were thanking Ben, Eliza and Elliot dragged to the side, and Elliot whispered, "Man, are you for real? The guy you keep addressing as old man is actually a big shot, the lost captain of the Tiger Squadron, the strongest squadron Sky Blossom City has ever seen." Eliza nodded and said, "The Tiger Squadron is the prime example for any party or guild in Sky Blossom City. They're the nearest to legends in our city. He has been missing for 3 years. To think he was acting as a gravekeeper in a corner of the city." The more Eliza and Elliot praised old Ben, the more distressed I became. Young Wyatt had spent 2 months with him, and he was bound to notice the changes in me. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.